everybody! I'm opening today's episode up, stream, whatever the fuck this is. I'm opening it up today with a snack. I'm gonna try, and you're gonna watch me try, the new BTS Oreos. I've been very excited to try them. We got these on like Saturday or something, but I was waiting to try them for the first time with you guys. But my friend came over yesterday and ate one of them, and he said it kind of tasted like a waffle. They are brown sugar pancake flavored. I don't know. It says flavored cream, so I don't know if it's just the cream inside or if the cookie has a different flavor, because it is like a purplish cookie. If you can see, it's purple. See? Oh, I know I don't have very good light. Okay, purple, and then it's got... Oh shit, the cookie broke. It's like brown, but then it also has kind of like a layer of white there. So I'm gonna try it. Oh, I got crumbs on my laptop, fuck. I'm gonna try the cookie first. Okay, no. The cookie definitely has a different flavor from normal. It's kind of almost like butterscotchy. Not like butterscotch fully, but kind of like maple-y butterscotchy. Kind of like a pancake or a waffle. Wash that down. The cream is very good. It's definitely brown sugar. That's good. I do think I still like... Post Malone's Oreos were pretty good. I probably put those at the top. Then maybe Selena's. Then these. Then the Chromatica ones, unfortunately. So those are okay. Now I gotta fucking chew. And I'm on mic. I apologize. While I'm chewing, I'll play this. Spencer Pratt has now, I guess, kind of conceded, question mark. He lost the election. He lost the primary like a week and a half ago. But there was a question of if he was actually going to concede, because Trump was trying to argue that the election was rigged or something. So there was a question if Spencer was going to go along with that and challenge the results, but here's his concession.
Now that the campaign portion of my mission to save Los Angeles is coming to a close, and I'm moving on to the next, more interesting phase, listen, I've spent a lot of time slaying everybody. I've ridiculed everyone on the roster, and I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take the chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. You think you can get rid of me that easily? I know a lot of dim-witted jerks thought I was in this for a grift, that I was going to roll up and leave town if I didn't get into City Hall. It's just not fair. Hey, morons, I didn't get...
Okay. Is that a clip from when Jimmy Kimmel was crying about the children that got shot? I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but that seems especially low. But also, I was chewing at the time, so I didn't want to pause, but he says the next more interesting phase? What the fuck does that mean? That's ominous as hell.
Phase. Listen, I've spent a lot. and I'm moving on to the next, more interesting phase. Listen, I've spent a lot of time slaying everybody. I've ridiculed everyone on the roster, and I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take the chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. You think you can get rid of me that easily? I know a lot of dim-witted jerks thought I was in this for a grift, that I was gonna roll up and leave town if I didn't get into City Hall.
Okay, well, you did say that. You actually did say that you were gonna move out of Los Angeles if you didn't get elected. He's going to run for president. He has said that he has no interest in national politics. He did say that. But he also, again, he said that he was going to move out of LA if he lost, and he didn't do that. So I guess what does his word even mean?
It's just not fair.
Hey, morons, I didn't get in this for political power. I got in this to expose this corrupt machine, and nothing has changed. You enjoy your worthless meetings in City Hall.
Nikki, you have all this information. You're running for mayor. Show what you're really about, or get the fuck out of the race.
I'm going to be lighting you up every single day, and now I don't have to worry about offending CNN viewers. I don't have a campaign laws hamstringing me now. It's war. It's 0 hour for Los Angeles. Angelinos are now stuck with 2 morons responsible for all their problems, and they have to choose between Dumb and Dumber. That's not a choice. That's the machine protecting the machine. And now every problem that plagues Los Angeles because of these 2 corrupt communists is going to accelerate, and the city will tumble headlong into the abyss. You have no idea.
Unfortunately, he does kind of have that, like, he might even have more risk than Donald Trump in a way. Like, he is good at talking, kind of, you know? He has, like, a good rhythm that he's keeping. I'm not, like, trying to praise him as a person at all, but, like, I almost just think this is more alarming, that, like, he is actually pretty skilled at this in a way that we should probably be paying attention to.
How many major developers, hoteliers, business owners, entrepreneurs have been texting me saying they're packing up and leaving town. More of your favorite restaurants will be shuttering. That means less tax revenue.
And I love that too. So, like, I don't think I even said it in one of the last ads that he made, like the thing where he was pretending that he lived in a trailer. I don't think I said it then, but there was a shot where I was like, oh, I recognize that. That's from the same, like, stock footage service that I use. And maybe he's not using the exact same service. Maybe it's stock footage that is licensed out to multiple different services. But it is just a little funny to, like, for a split second, I recognize what the stock footage was. Oh, damn, it was back for a second. There it is, that little, like, I've used that. I've used the little, that one, the one with, like, the CRT footage effect thing. I've used it.
Less tax revenue. That means the city has to cut services, more potholes, less firefighters, less police patrols, more criminals, more drug addicts terrorizing your communities.
And we haven't ended it.
You have no idea how bad things are about to get for this city. Look at this place already. Weeds growing from every crack and crevice, graffiti over every square inch of public space, garbage, drugs, feces, burned up dogs, burned down.
Yep, and he's doing the dog thing that the Trump administration has gotten really, really into. Demonizing human beings by how they treat their dogs. It's become a huge part, or it was a huge part of his campaign for mayor, this idea that, like, homeless people are abusing their dogs by owning them. And, like, okay, yeah, ideally dogs wouldn't be in that position, but also neither would the humans that they're the companions for, you know? If you care about the dogs so much, you should care about the people that they've attached themselves to.
Towns, abandoned storefronts. This city is a mess, and you're about to reward the arsonist who torched the place with 4 more years of destruction?
I know he's very bitter.
My goal hasn't changed. I've been laser focused on stopping these commie animals, and I will stop them. If you think we
Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
Stop them. If you think we uncovered a lot of fraud and evil in the campaign, just wait. We have some recordings of one of your exalted candidates doing and saying something that would make her resign in shame. I was saving it for the general election. Go ahead and pick your demon, certify your choice, and then you get to see it. So Karen Nithya, ask yourself, is it possible that one of your employees may have a recording of you doing or saying something that would force you to resign in disgrace? Hope you sleep well at night over the next 5 months, because you know who hasn't slept well at all for the last 17 months? My mom. All my neighbors in the Palisades, all the moms who worry about their kids walking past drug addicts in front of their schools, all the business owners getting crushed in the LA economy, worried that they can't stay in business and feed their kids. Angelinos have been struggling for years now, all while corrupt politicians and fraudulent NGOs profit off the misery and fleece us for the tax dollars. Well, now we're flipping the script. I want all of you awake at night sweating and worried about 5 a.m. when the FBI blazers bust in the door, breaking open your office, because I assure you, they're coming. You think your election was gonna stop me? If you want to stop me,
you're gonna have to fucking kill me!
Yeah, this is like... Unfortunately, he is good at this. And that is something we need to pay attention to. And I also... Unfortunately, I mean us in particular, when it comes to a Miss Heidi Montag. I love the girl, love the work, but if you're married to this, I can't promote you anymore, Heidi. You can't be on the bracket. Ever. Fuck. Men ruin everything. Anyway, that's our PSA for today. Watch out for Spencer Pratt. He's apparently not done. He's entered a more interesting phase of his political career, whatever the fuck that means. Yeah, rest in peace, Heidi Wood. I know. What a bummer. What a fucking bummer. Anyway, in happier news, Blake Lively's legal fees are to be paid by Justin Baldoni, a court has ordered. We don't have a specific amount yet. I think her lawyers have to add all of it up, but it'll probably be a pretty big amount given the scope of the case, and also the fact that Blake Lively is very wealthy and was probably hiring very good lawyers who charge a lot of money. Now, this hasn't really completely quashed everything. I mean, it has in a legal sense, like the fight is over. They do have to calculate the amount that he owes her. But, you know, the court case has essentially ended, but there's still a media battle for sure. So some places are reporting on the decision like this: Blake Lively's legal fees to be paid for by Justin Baldoni. Other more male-centered publications, such as TMZ, are framing it like this: Blake Lively loses fight for punitive damages from Baldoni in big letters, and then in slightly smaller letters, but wins on legal fees. And that is true. There were multiple different things that she could have won, like multiple different forms of payment from Baldoni. So she didn't get the punitive damages, and there was something else too. But she did get legal fees, and either way, it's like that is kind of an admission of something. The court decided that this lawsuit was more in favor of Blake, at least a little, enough to justify Justin paying her attorneys for a lawsuit that she filed, by the way. So that says something. Very much so. But the lawyers are definitely still fighting and definitely still trying to reframe this. So I'm sorry, like, I don't want to be a dick, but I just hate the way that BuzzFeed articles look. Like, this, like, kind of big, bold font. It looks stupid. And, like, the photos in between every fucking paragraph. Is this actually, like, is this good for engagement? Does this keep people on the page longer? Because when I look at it, I'm just tired. Whatever. So, her attorney says Blake Lively won her motion under Civil Code Section 47.1. 47.1. I don't know codes well enough to even know how you're supposed to present that. Today's ruling makes it clear that Ms. Lively brought her claims in good faith, that there was no evidence she acted with malice, and that she is the prevailing defendant under Section 47.1. The court is awarding Ms. Lively attorney's fees and costs that has explained that a prevailing defendant under Section 47(1) may seek damages using different procedural mechanisms. The parties' settlement agreement expressly preserves Ms. Lively's right to obtain those damages. Ms. Lively is gratified that her lawsuit shows how Section 47(1) and laws like it create a path for survivors to hold accountable those who weaponize online attacks and retaliatory lawsuits to intimidate and silence survivors. Then, Brian Freeman, Justin's attorney, said that they had won against a coordinated effort built on allegations of sexual harassment, retaliation, and a smear campaign that never happened. My clients got blindsided by a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist. That's almost kind of nice to slip that in there. Like, very, reputable journalist that wrote that article in the New York Times. My client got blindsided by a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and was threatened by one of the most famous movie stars who tried to rip away their life's work and pristine reputations. Not only were we successful in exposing the truth of their actions, but by the consistent dissemination of facts and evidence, we made sure that justice prevailed. You made sure that he would have to pay her attorneys? Ms. Lively was only awarded limited attorney's fees for a single claim as part of a case that lasted only a matter of months, nothing more. Okay. Throughout this process, innocent people had their reputations unfairly tarnished. There was no sexual harassment. There was no retaliation. There was no smear campaign. The court recognized it. The record reflects it. And we have maintained it from the very beginning. We would not hesitate to stand up for the truth again. So then Lively's attorneys responded after that and said Brian Freeman and his clients resorted to a Darvo statement that is a pack of lies. Just a few weeks ago, they said Blake Lively's claims deserve to be heard. Now it seems Justin Baldoni thinks women who bring claims of sexual harassment and retaliation in good faith without malice should be sued into oblivion. Thankfully, there's a law against that, and the court applied it today. People who do nothing wrong don't have to pay millions of dollars, which is where this is headed now. Correct. But yeah, they're still kind of going at it. But Blake did ultimately prevail. This is a ruling that is in her favor. It's not as in her favor as maybe some of us would like, but it is in her favor. Now, someone who's also apparently about to be embroiled in a legal matter, Tyra Banks is filing a lawsuit against Netflix for defamation in relation to the ANTM documentary. She claims that her 3-hour interview was edited down to just 16 minutes using specific footage to support a false and defamatory narrative. How fucking ironic. When you're defending a reality show where the entire thing was you editing people's footage in a deceptive, possibly defamatory manner. Like, if I were her, I wouldn't advertise to people that this is something you can sue over. Because I almost feel like a class action lawsuit could be brought against her. Like, what, girl? Have a little self-awareness. Yeah, and Can You Survive Modelland? I do have that in here, and I already tested it. This does not get a copyright claim, so we can play this. She's also simultaneously going viral for this song that she wrote years ago. She had this book called Modelland. Never read it. Don't even really know what it's about. Don't even really know if she wrote it or if she had like a ghostwriter write it. I would kind of assume the latter. But it was something called Modelland, and she definitely didn't have a ghostwriter make this song for her. Because it's interesting. Here's a song she wrote to promote the book.
Hey, it's Tyra, me running in the NY street with 4 chicks in green, and they all look at me, they all running for their life, their beauty beauty is in strife, running from this wasteland and back to model land. Can you survive model land? Can you survive model land? Four chicks in green, running the New York streets. Can you survive model land? In green, and they all look at me. They are running for their life. Their beauty is in strife, running from this wasteland and back to model land.
It is kind of, I wouldn't call it like hyperpop because it's something beyond that. It's like hyperpop meets, what's that fucking album called? The like Captain Beefheart album that I've never understood that other people claim to get as like a work of art. It is really just, it's that, but like for the 21st century. So in a way, I guess, maybe she's really done something here.
Can you survive model land? Can you survive model land? Four chicks in green, running the New York streets. Can you survive model land? In green, and they all look at me. They are running for their life. Their beauty is in strife, running from this wasteland and back to model land. Can you survive model land? Can you survive model land? Four chicks in green, running the New York streets. Can you survive model land?
Yeah, Trout Mask replica. It is very Trout Mask replica. And also, I can't play this because this is like owned by Disney, so I would definitely get claimed for this, but I think people need to revisit the life-size soundtrack. There was one that they did a few years ago for like some sort of anniversary thing where she has like a rap verse or something on one of the songs. Let me see if I can find it and just play like a second of it. Because you remember, if you saw Life Size when it like first came out, or I guess just if you've ever seen the original, there was a song on that that's like, Eve is great, no matter where she goes. But then they did like some sort of anniversary remix or something that was interesting. Yeah, Be a Star 2. Oh, let me just play like a second of it.
Eve's great.
Oh, stop.
Uni fan. Woke is woke. Love is love. We were real. That's what's up. Thick and thin. Short and...
That's a winner. You gotta listen to this one. But for sure I'm gonna get claimed if I play that in its entirety. Maybe just another second, though.
Where you are.
Oh, no, I need later.
Yaddy yaddy, all the boys be loving on my bikini body. Be the C to the E to...
Anyway, good luck with that lawsuit, Tyra. Moving on, the Knicks won, I guess, game 5. The last time we talked, they were in game 3. They did lose that one, but then they won 4 and 5, which I guess means they won the championship for the first time since 1973. I don't know how the fuck any of that works. Like, why were there 5 games? Why? What? How many games do they have to play before they get to the finals? How did everyone play 5 games in the finals? I still don't understand, and I think that's probably fine, to be honest. But congratulations to the Knicks, to New York City, to everybody. Everyone was so excited. But here's Cardi talking about, she did perform at that game 3 that Trump showed up to. And what a coincidence that the one Trump was at was the only one that they lost.
Can't stop the president from fucking... What the fuck? That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. From like I said, fuck. He said he bad luck. It probably was, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. You can't stop the president from fucking going to a game. But it did.
You could not invite him. Like, that was an option. He was specifically invited. He didn't buy a ticket. He got in for fucking free. So you could stop him.
A little dark in there, but it's okay.
You could have had his son there, whose wedding you did not go to.
Like, you know how you always wonder how they look? Yeah, I saw them in person. They was like in front of my car. They was making us do mad circles, man, everything. I wasn't even gonna complain because I kind of get it, but it was like, wow. It felt kind of dark. It felt like you know what? How it felt like in there? It felt like the principal was there and everybody had to be like on their best behaviors and shit like that. But nevertheless, sorry y'all, I be hearing noises, I be getting scared. I know I have security and everything, but you just never know. After Pop Smoke died and everything, I was like, all right, I need to start hiring security for outside my home. And I don't give a fuck. That's what I do. That's why I can never run out of money. I cannot sleep if I don't got security outside my crib. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you cross this gate, you gonna die. Cause I don't got just security outside. I got retired cops that are straight connected to the motherfucking county shit. My son had a blast. He was so freaking happy. He's always asking for the phone. He did not ask for the phone not one time. He was having a blast. He was cheering. He was jumping. Usually.
All right, well, I'm glad she had a good time. But yeah, it does. I can imagine there was some dark energy in the room. Ben Stiller was apparently... I'm always caught between kind of thinking some of this stuff is endearing and also maybe a little bit strange. And I do think we should maybe point out the fact that, like, fangirls get a bad rap in this culture, you know? Bad to be a woman who's a fan of something. The intensity of your fandom will always be judged. Meanwhile, men who are into sports are so goddamn strange. But I guess it's nice, I don't know. I mean, not nice when they actually get kind of destructive, but when they have their little rituals and stuff, I guess that's okay. But here's Ben talking about how he handled the Game 3 loss.
Yeah, my wife Christine and I came home after the last game and burned the clothes we were wearing. I'm not ever wearing that stupid final shirt that I was wearing. That was awful. And the jeans. She had some like bracelets that got thrown away. Yeah, it's just you wipe it clean. And you know, these I've been wearing for a while because I've had good games with them too. But otherwise, everything else you start fresh.
You know, not do.
All right, I mean, I guess his wife did it too, so it wasn't just him. But sports people are fucking weird, dude. But it was a big thing. So this was from Game 4. A photo of everyone on this plane watching the game, except for one guy watching Avatar, which he makes his own destiny, and I love that. But for Game 5, at least, Lyft cars in New York City changed to having Knicks jerseys on them, which is cute. Cardi also, I don't know if this was a recent clip, but this has been circulating recently. Her talking about what would happen if the Knicks won.
The rats will disappear, trees will start growing, potholes will be filled, rains of glitters are coming down, the Statue of Liberty is gonna finally walk. It's going to mean everything. Crimes will be solved. My goodness.
I love the idea that the Statue of Liberty will finally walk, like we've been waiting. She's waiting for the right moment to break it out. But here was Cardi's reaction to the win.
Mango done right now. Get my mango done right now. The streets is calling me. The streets is calling me. Ah!
And the
Get my mango done right now.
The streets were indeed calling a lot of people. The celebrations that I'm seeing videos of were pretty crazy, including this one. This is just one of the greatest videos that's ever been made ever.
Go! Go! Go!
And then there was a guy who kept going around with a TV balanced on his head.
It's not even more. Damn. Oh, you're right.
And then at one point he was riding a bike with the TV on his head. How do you even learn you can do that? And then someone threw a banana, and then somebody threw it back. What a time to be alive. And then they were singing Empire's State of Mind. It is beautiful. I'm still, I'm not much of a sports person, but I have to say, like, if I was gonna get super into a sport, it would be like basketball or hockey. I've never understood why football is like the American sport. I think football is so boring compared to some of these other ones. Like basketball, I think is way more fun to watch, especially because they don't stop every like 20 seconds. But I guess that's what people like about it. I think that is a part of like the communal nature of football, that they start and stop so much, and that allows people to have parties where they're talking to each other throughout the game without interrupting the gameplay. I think that's actually like a part of it. I heard someone say that once and I was like, okay, I guess I get that. But I still just have no interest in watching that sport. But basketball is cute. Hockey is cute. Hockey's cute because they like throw each other up against the like glass, and some of them break their teeth and stuff. That's fun. That's really fun. God, I wish I lived in the city again. Yeah, I wish I lived in like, I would love to live in New York City. I want to move, I want to go into like downtown Detroit just so I can be closer to stuff. But then, let's be honest, no Detroit sports team is gonna make this happen, ever. Well, maybe, I don't know, but it doesn't look super hopeful at the moment. I think the Lions almost went to the Super Bowl, though, so that's fun, but they didn't. Anyway, here's the list of celebrities. What I thought was kind of interesting is, like, it seems like most of the celebrities were at Game 4, and there were some at Game 3, and there were a few at Game 5, but for the most part, Game 4 was the game that had most of the big names. I don't know why. You would think Game 5. But yeah, a lot of people. Mariska Hargitay, Taylor Swift, S.D. Haim, Elena Haim, Ben Stiller, Christine Taylor, Tracy Morgan, Nas. Oh my god, it keeps going. Amy Schumer. There's so many people that I had no fucking clue were even in there because I saw so many like videos and photos and stuff of the game, and I kept thinking like, oh, that's all the celebrities that were there. No, there were more. Tate McRae was there. Jake Shane was there. Hailey Bieber, Liam Neeson, Michael Che, Keke Palmer, Penn Badgley, Jeremy Strong. Like, everyone was there. Questlove, Somber, of course. Yeah, I don't know how they all got in there. And something that I also did think was kind of heartwarming, you know, we did talk about last time the fucking price of those tickets for Game 3, the game that Trump was at. Insane, thousands of dollars. I have to assume every game was thousands of dollars for the finals. But that does actually make it a little bit more exciting that so many people were booing Trump in that room. That wasn't just a bunch of working class people booing him. Those were rich people booing him. You love to see that. You really do. And apparently Ben Stiller is making a documentary. That's what's being reported. He was there filming a documentary on his iPhone. Okay. I did watch his documentary that he made about his family. He made like a whole thing after his parents died. Just talking about them and like their lives and how they affected their kids. It was pretty good, actually. So, you know, maybe I'll watch his Knicks documentary. He certainly is passionate about the topic. But of course, who cares about any of the other celebrities? Let's just talk about the fucking biggest pop star in the room, which was Taylor Swift. And as MTV said, when someone says it's really not about her, yeah, but this is MTV, not SportsCenter. I don't really give that much of a fuck about the rest of the game. I'm happy for New York. I'm happy for the people celebrating in New York. But from far away, this is my only focus. It's like, who's the biggest pop star in the room? And it was, of course, Taylor Swift, the biggest pop star wherever she goes. Now, I have to say it would be nice if MTV remembered the fact that they are MTV for their programming, for their actual content that they release into the world. But that's a different subject. Now, a lot of Swifties were very excited about this, and I'm not a full Swiftie. I'm a fan of her work, but I don't participate in the fandom in like a super deep way, especially as of recently because they've kind of lost their minds. But I understand that people were very excited about this in a way that felt nostalgic to them, and I am interested in that. What was so different about this moment in her life? This person says, this just gave me a rush I haven't felt in a long time. And it's just a video of her and I can't play the audio, but it's her and the Haim sisters wearing their cute little shirts, Knicks themed shirts. We got Nickelback there. Taylor's wearing a Stevie Nicks shirt. I don't remember what this one was. Oh, Nicole Kidman. And they're singing to Girls Just Want to Have Fun. People were very excited about this. This felt like a return to form, in a sense, in ways that I probably don't understand the nuances of her and her connection to her fans enough to fully understand. But someone else said, I don't know how to explain it, but this t-shirt here is the closest we've gotten in years to a certain part of her personality that she no longer gives us access to. Okay. Got it. Don't totally understand, but got it. And it is a cute shirt, Stevie Nicks, and it kind of took off as a little trend. A whole lot of other celebrities started wearing similar shirts, including Cynthia Nixon. Ain't that cute? Love it. Now, there was some impending doom, though. Not impending, but looming doom. If you look, here's Taylor. There's Mariska Hargitay. There's one of the Haim girls. And then behind them, Scooter Braun and Sydney Sweeney. Yikes. I don't know if she knew they were behind her. And maybe she didn't care, but I would feel so fucking uncomfortable. Especially he talked about her recently too, which I actually had in the document. I had the link to him talking about her, but then I cut it because I was like, who fucking cares what Scooter Braun has to say? But he's still doing the whole thing of like, I don't know why she was upset about me buying her masters. And it's like, well, I don't know what to say. And then he also, later in that interview, it was with Barry Weiss's Nepo sister, who's also an idiot. But he said later that the experience he had with the Swifties inspired him to, like, speak up in support of Israel after October 7th. Very strange. Very strange. But Taylor seemed to have a good time. Here's her hugging Kylie Jenner, which I was interested in because I didn't know that they even, like, knew each other, really. I mean, she's obviously had issues with Kim, but that really is an issue with Kim, and I think sometimes people overestimate the degree to which that hatred is shared for the entire Kardashian family. Because if you go back and you watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians from the time that, like, Snakegate was happening, pretty much all of the other Kardashians, including Kris Jenner, were like, we don't know why you keep doing this to Taylor. Like, not even Kim's family is really on her side with that one. So I'm not super shocked that she doesn't hold a grudge against Kylie for the Kim stuff, but I didn't know that they even knew each other. But I don't know. It's cute. Now, there was some debate over why Taylor was there in the first place, which was, and they've already put a community note on this. Of course they have. The Swifties are fucking fast with the community note, but here's what one of the Knicks radio people said on air.
Is that Taylor Swift down there? No, I think Gray was just saying her name for no reason to distract me. No, that's her. Yeah, but where? With that long ponytail. Ain't that her in the blue? Yeah, that, I literally was like, that's her. I don't know if I believe you. Wow, look at Tyler go. You don't even know where you're looking. Wife. Yeah, sure. She's not a Knicks recording fan. Her right now. Get out of here, girl. Is that Taylor Swift down there?
She's not a Knicks fan based in what? She lived in New York for a while. She maybe still has a residence in New York. She's getting married in New York. Possibly, allegedly, in that very arena. But she lived in New York. I don't know why you would just assume she's not a Knicks fan. Does seem a little sexist in a way, of just like assuming that a woman in a sports area isn't into the particular team that she's there to support. Now, to be fair, she was recently at a Knicks game, not in New York, but in Ohio, the Knicks versus the Cavaliers, because Travis is from Ohio. And so he was there to support the Cavaliers. So I guess that's the one thing you can say, is maybe people thought that because she was at that game that she was there to support Travis's team, which she was technically on that side. But as the Swifties are quick to point out, when he was upset at their loss, she did not seem as upset. So I would assume that she's still into the Knicks. And when he was excited, she was also not that excited. It just feels a little silly to even have to do this, like, detective work to be like, is Taylor Swift really a Knicks fan? Does she have a right to be in that arena? Are we doing that with every single celebrity that was there? That being said, one thing that I was like, I guess maybe this is fair. I don't know if they've said anything about the Knicks in particular, but Haim has written a song that is sort of like an ode to Los Angeles or to California or something, where they explicitly said that they tried to live in New York and didn't like it. So maybe the Haim sisters, maybe they have less of a right to be there. I don't know. But I don't know. It still feels a little weird to police who had the right to be in that building when ultimately it was just going to be filled with rich people and celebrities in the first place. You know, I guess I get that people in New York are a little precious at the current moment with people claiming a New York identity, as we saw with the Jennifer Lopez hot take from last week. But especially with the Knicks, I understand there's a frustration of who gets to be at these games when other people are getting shut out, and like the Game 3 watch parties got shut down. But it does feel a little weird that it's specifically women getting called out for this, given the amount of other people that were also in the room. But okay, for the Haim sisters, maybe. Maybe. But then that caused a whole lot of people to start reading into some stuff that Selena Gomez said. So she commented LOL on MTV's post with Taylor and Mariska, which already got people, like, thinking that this was undeniably shady, which I think that, I don't know. It's like, she just said LOL. That doesn't necessarily mean, like, LOL in a shady way. She could have just thought that that photo was funny. So I already thought that was reading a little into it. Too much. And then she maybe made things worse for herself. She posted, "Mad respect for the game. Congrats to the peeps that represent. What a comeback. So funny how some are all of a sudden fans though, LOL." So a lot of people thought that she was adding on to the Taylor Swift isn't a real Knicks fan narrative, or she was maybe adding on to the Haim sisters aren't real Knicks fan narratives. I honestly, I don't think that. But I guess I could see why you would read it that way, and maybe she was upset that, like, Taylor didn't take her to the Knicks game. But, and then there was another one that said, "Happy for New York, but my heart breaks just a little, LOL. It's okay, I'm happy for the teams. Thanks for giving us some great games at NBA." But, like, okay, she's wearing a different sports jersey right there, so I think it was fairly obvious that she wasn't saying my heart breaks a little because Taylor was at the game with other people, which is how some people interpreted it. I think she was saying that her heart breaks a little because she was rooting for the opposing team, maybe? Was it the Spurs that they were up against? I don't even know. But I think that was the sentiment. But then she tried to clarify, and this is where I'm like, girl, you're just not helping yourself. She said, "Woke up and was sent so many texts. I would never insult my friends, nor was it an insult. The comment was a reaction to the first slide on the page," which I was like, okay, that's kind of what I thought. I thought that it was just a reaction to the first slide. Like, it was just a funny image, but she doesn't actually say that part. She just says it was a reaction to the first slide. I'm like, it might help to clarify what part you thought was funny, Selena. I don't know, trying to help you out. "Second, I bet my friends on the game. The friends in the text chain I posted. I lost but was poking at my opponents, my friends. Believe it or not, I do have other friends in my life, but quickly forget that most assume otherwise. Also, it's a basketball game." This is just, okay, yeah, so they beat the Spurs. So yeah, that's why. She's a Spurs fan. That was the point. But Justin, you got any Detroit Pistons jersey wearing pictures if this ever happens to you? No, I don't. So maybe this will be me someday. I might have some Detroit Lions stuff. I know I do. I maybe have some Detroit Tigers, but the Pistons I do not. So I can only get myself out of this situation if it's around football or baseball, which it would never be. I do not find those sports interesting. But, oh well. The vague posting is just not helping her. And then she also, she posted the text message exchange that she had, and I'm like, I'm not really sure what this proves. I guess she's just saying that she was talking to other people and that she in fact does have other friends. Not sure. She's not helping herself. And it's, in a lot of ways, I'm like, okay, I think people were just reading way too much into what she said. It didn't always have to be about Taylor. And that's a thing too of Taylor is just so famous at this point that anything that anyone who knows her or is friends with her or is associated with her, anything that they do gets seen in the context of what does this mean about their relationship with Taylor? I mean, people were saying that about the fucking Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni settlement of oh, Blake maybe just wanted to get this out of the way now because Taylor's wedding is coming up. And it's are you out of your fucking mind? You think that Blake Lively settled a lawsuit because she didn't want it to infringe on Taylor Swift's wedding? I don't think so. But with Selena, it is... I'm not going to say it's hard to defend her. Well, it is somewhat hard to defend her sometimes because she's talked about having bipolar disorder. And so I think that maybe, I don't know if she's in a manic phase or something. It might not be that. But sometimes when she goes into a manic phase, she will get a little bit more unhinged on social media. And specifically in this little string of events here, it's okay, she just isn't explaining herself clearly enough where I think it's actually gonna make much sense to a lot of people. I had to kind of put together, I'm oh, okay, she's talking about the fact that she has friends who were maybe at one point in support of the Spurs, but then are now all of the sudden fans of the Knicks because they're winning. Like, I kind of get it. I can put it all together. She's just not articulating those points very well. But I love it. I love the fact that she's so fucking messy and sometimes incoherent on social media, because this is a lost art. Selena's kind of the last, like, A-lister to use social media like this. Nobody else does it. So I think we need to support her. Do I sometimes get a little worried for her, especially when she brings so much attention to herself on social media? Yeah. And I can imagine that if you were like a Selenator, however you say that, I can imagine if you were a huge Selena Gomez stan, you would get very frustrated. But like, somebody needs to do it. Somebody needs to still be interesting online. So thank you, Selena. Thank you for that. Oh yeah, and I think Haley was at one of the games too, and she supported the Knicks. Yeah, there were a lot of different theories about who specifically she was talking about. A lot of people were leaning on the Taylor thing, especially because of the LOL thing. But then, yeah, Hailey Bieber was also there. There were some other people that they were like, well, maybe she's talking about this person. It's like, maybe she could be talking about fucking anybody. Fucking anyone. But you know what? Her being so vague has given us more things to speculate on. And for that, again, I do thank you, Selena. Thank you for having the bravery to do this. Even when it really feels like you shouldn't. It's a public service that she's providing. Now, Jordyn Woods was also there. She had her lucky bag. This was the first 4 games she brought her lucky bag. Though I don't know. Or okay, it couldn't be the first 4 finals games because he lost number 3. But apparently the Knicks have won every playoff series since Jordyn Woods began wearing her lucky bag. She did also wear it to Game 5 when they won again. At this point, I do think she has to never bring that bag ever again. Because it needs to, like, retain that sacredity. But something that was cute to see, her and Kylie hugging. Sorry, that might have been a little loud. Love to see it. And then people were also being so fucking weird too, because later in the game, Kylie and Timothy walked up to her while she was sitting, and she stood up to hug Timothy, but then when Kylie walked over to her, she didn't stand up, and people were reading so much into that. And it's like, but they already hugged earlier. They like ran and hugged each other. And also, it didn't even seem like Kylie was going for a hug when she was sitting down. It seemed like she was just complimenting her shoes, but whatever. People are so weird with Kylie, I think just because of the Kardashian association. And yes, there was the whole Khloe thing, because Kylie and Jordyn were friends for a very long time. Then Khloe found out that Jordyn was kissing, what's his name, the guy who keeps cheating on everybody and also has no personality whatsoever. They were like kissing at a thing, which she said wasn't even consensual, that he kissed her without her consent. I don't even think, I mean, it does matter. It matters whether or not it was consensual, but I'm like, either way, she was a young fucking girl. Even if she did kiss him on her own accord, we don't all need to beat her up about it. She was very, very young at the time. But Khloe, of course, went after her because Khloe's a fucking idiot. And Kylie did, like, it put a strain on Kylie and Jordyn's relationship, but also I don't think you can totally blame Kylie for that because she was put in a very weird position. And I'm glad that they're friends again. I don't think that we need to make it a whole thing of like Kylie is jealous of Jordyn, and I don't know. People are just so weird about it. Can we just be happy that these two women went through something kind of traumatic together and get to be friends again? Can we just be happy? Ever? Ever, ever, ever? But Timothy was very excited about the Knicks wins. He's a huge Knicks fan. He might even be a bigger Knicks fan than Ben Stiller. Hard to say. But Kylie is still the real winner here because she did repost once on TikTok this clip from Sex and the City where Samantha says, "I don't get laid unless the Knicks win." And it looks like Kylie was getting laid these last few games. There they are. Look how happy she is. Oh, she's gonna get some. Congratulations, Kylie. And Timothy was very happy.
Come on, it's the Knicks, baby! Knicks in 5, baby! Jalen Brunson, my God, baby!
Where'd the next one go? And then here's him and Kylie back at like a backstage, I was gonna say, but I guess it's not a stage, but like in the arena celebrating. And they also just, their outfits looked super cute with their little matching, I don't know, is that a part of the Knicks symbols or something? This little cross, little orange and blue crosses, their matching denim. Super cute. Everyone was living for it. And then this motherfucker went and did a fucking Kalshi ad. And I can't even play it because there's copywritten music in it, but like, come on. Kalshi, the betting app? Good little reminder that you really can never be happy for rich people because they do just kind of suck. And they will just make objectively awful decisions, immoral decisions. But at least it wasn't as bad as what somebody else did right after the game. Here's Jerry Seinfeld on the street.
Are they coming in hot? That guy's on SNL, right? That's the old dude. Oh, Jerry Seinfeld. What up, Seinfeld? What up? Can we get a free Palestine? Can we get a free Palestine? Come on, give us one free Palestine.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah, would have rather you did a sports betting ad. And this is not the first time he said something like this. But this is, to say it doesn't exist? I mean, that is just so disgustingly awful. What a nasty, inhumane, cruel thing to say. It doesn't exist. Ew. And John Cusack, who has an interesting Twitter output sometimes, he said, and that people were like bringing up the fact that when he was like 39 or something, or like in his 30s, he dated like a 16 or 17-year-old girl who was still in high school, and he used to fucking pick her up from high school, which is so disgusting. I can kind of understand sometimes, even then the age gap is just insane in the first place. It was always disgusting, but like I kind of get sometimes when I'm not excusing it, but it makes more sense to me, like with a Johnny Depp and Winona Ryder thing, where it's like they're both in movies together. I can understand how you could maybe not recognize the person you're dating as being as young as they are because they're in a business where they have a job and they're expected to have the maturity of an adult. Doesn't excuse it, but I can get how you would at least like be able to justify it in your mind as like, oh, this isn't like an actual kid. This is someone who happens to be the age of a child, but is like, you know, basically an adult. They have like the job of an adult. But he was picking her up from high school. She was just a fucking high schooler. She didn't work in the industry. She didn't have a job. She didn't have a career. She was not an established, she wasn't established the way that even a lot of child stars are. She didn't have an established career, whatever, and lifestyle that matched that of an adult. This is just a full-on high schooler that he was picking up from school. So disgusting. And so they said, never forget, Jerry Seinfeld is a pedophile. And then John Cusack said, and that apparently is not the worst of him. The only thing worse than preying on children is slaughtering them. And yeah, it takes a lot to be worse than a pedophile. But when you think that an entire nation full of children, and it is really full of children at this point, Gaza is pretty, if it's not like 50% kids at this point, it's close to that, because Israel has killed so many of the adults that now most of what's left is kids, or about half of what's left. So, yeah, just nasty. Just inexcusable. And what's also really upsetting is that it does feel like the public opinion, the like public consensus on Israel and Palestine has really shifted recently, where now at this point being pro-Palestine is kind of the general stance of most Americans. But over the last few weeks, I feel like I've seen a weird resurgence of celebrities pushing pro-Israel propaganda. And I mean, some of it for sure is paid because one of them is an advertisement, but I don't know what has happened culturally in the like celebrity entertainment industry sphere where everyone suddenly thinks that it's like an acceptable thing to do when most of America at this point agrees that it's not. But here's Gwyneth Paltrow. So first of all, there was something with Gwyneth Paltrow like 2 weeks ago that I didn't mention because at the time I was like, whatever, it's Gwyneth Paltrow, who fucking cares? You know, she's always had her weird goop shit. She's been kind of Republican coded. She's definitely been like wellness culture, not even coded, but like she's very involved in the wellness culture in a way that is just kind of like conservative and reactionary. But, like, I guess, oh well, it's not like the most pressing concern. So when this happened, when this clip went forward, or came super public, I was like, am I surprised? No, not really. So I just am not going to worry myself with it. But here she is talking about her husband, Brad Falchuk, by the way, who I didn't realize that she was married to him, but that's the guy who works with Ryan Murphy on, like, everything.
I noticed with my own husband, too, who's the best person ever in the world. He's so progressive. Like, he has such a sweet heart, and he wants to, like, make sure everybody's looked after. I'm pretty centrist, and my husband thinks I'm a Republican, which I'm not a Republican. I mean, I don't feel anything right now, to be totally honest with you. I feel like I'm completely in it. I noticed with my own husband.
Like, yeah, fuck off, girl. But I wasn't gonna I didn't want to think about Gwyneth Paltrow's politics that much, because I just didn't care. But then she went and did this, an ad for a fucking luxury housing development in Israel. I don't think I can play it, because I think it had some sort of copyright music. Oh yeah, it's like what's that song?
Who decided morning should be so early?
That one. That gets used in a lot of advertisements, but it's her coming out of... First of all, the entire ad is set in New York City. The entire fucking thing. And that's her running around Central Park, and I guess that's supposed to be the gimmick of it, is like... Israel is like New York City, or Herzliya is like New York City, but in Israel. And no, it isn't. Which is why you didn't film it there. You filmed it in New York City. But that's the selling point here.
And the world's most iconic buildings are by a park. 51 Park.
New York?
Herzliya. Israel.
Oh, girl, what the hell? Yeah, isn't Leo also building a hotel there or something? I think so. I think I remember seeing something about it. But he's at least smart enough not to advertise it like this. Put your fucking face in a video. Oh my God. And Herzliya, by the way, it's named after Theodor Herzl, who's the founder of modern Zionism. It couldn't be more Zionist if it tried. Well, it could, actually. It could be. A lot of things could be. But, ew, just, I don't know how you ever justify that. You're like, oh, but it's next to a park. Just like some buildings in New York City. Girl, fuck you. Ugh. And then Maya Bialik also had a podcast, or she has a podcast, or no, she was on Being Jewish with Jonah Platt, where they're continuing the anti-Semitism on college campus thing, which I don't even know. I first of all am not Jewish, so I really can't speak on it. I also have not been on a college campus in about like 6 years. So I guess I don't know what's happening on college campuses, but I keep hearing all this stuff about anti-Semitism on college campuses, and every time I try to look up examples, basic examples, I literally can't find any. And it's like, is there anti-Semitism happening on college campuses? Sure, probably. In the entire country, I think every form of bigotry can probably be found on a college campus because it's a big fucking country and it's a very bigoted country. But is it happening to the degree that, like, it needs to become a center point of conversation for everybody? Probably not, because I can't even find examples of it. Even locally, like in Michigan, there were the encampments at the University of Michigan, like a year or two ago. And I heard so much stuff about, like, anti-Semitism happening with the encampments, and every time I tried to look up, like, well, what are they doing? What is anti-Semitic about these encampments? There were articles that'd be like, they were putting up anti-Semitic graffiti, and then they would just say that, and I was like, what did the graffiti say? Please tell me. And then I would have to, like, go to different articles and keep digging and digging and digging to find out what the hell the graffiti actually said. And then it would just be like, first of all, one thing said they wrote intifada. Just the word, intifada. Not an anti-Semitic word. Just a word that, sounds Arab, sounds Muslim? Automatically makes it anti-Semitic? Not really. And then the other thing that they were labeling as anti-Semitic was Free Palestine. That was it. And so it just is a little hard to take some of this seriously, but here they are taking it very seriously without giving any specifics.
We went from being able to converse as students and academics to not being able to speak at all. And this notion of non-engagement, which is not
being able to speak at all. You're on a podcast right now. You're currently talking. You're currently speaking.
Not the approach that I take. That's what is the most disturbing. Being shouted down. This is a new phenomenon. So it's not just being protested, right? It's being shouted down with anger, with aggression, with threats of violence in a way that there is no conversation. That, I think, is what's most alarming about whatever movement this is that is so actively seeking to engage in protest.
I mean, it's certainly something we've talked about on this show before.
I thought you said it wasn't protest, though. But now you're saying they are engaging in protest. Which is it? And also, like, being like, oh, it's being shouted down. It's not protest, it's being shouted down. Sometimes that is what protest is. Sometimes you say something, and then a whole bunch of people go, shut the fuck up. That's fair. You know, the threats of violence, that's not okay. Absolutely not okay. But just people telling you to be quiet, that's a normal part of public discourse when you're saying something that people think is ridiculous.
It's being shouted down with anger, with aggression.
And also, like, yeah, people should be angry. If you're saying things that people believe is supporting a genocide, fair thing to be angry about.
Threats of violence in a way that there is no conversation. That, I think, is what's most alarming about whatever.
And all, like, what conversation do we need to have about whether or not a genocide should be taking place? I don't really want to have a conversation about that.
movement this is that is so actively seeking to engage in protest.
I mean, it's certainly something we've talked about on this show before, how, anti-Zionism is a hate movement.
Right there! What are you talking about? Anti-Zionism is a hate movement? If that's how you're classifying anti-Semitism, as people being anti-Zionist, then yeah, it's really hard to take your claims of anti-Semitism very seriously, which is a shame because there are instances of anti-Semitism that should be taken seriously. But when you're lumping that all in with just people being in opposition to a genocide, not helping the cause, really, is it? And I understand that there are some people on the left or who are kind of like moonlighting like they're on the left who will use anti-Zionist talking points to be anti-Semitic. That does happen. Absolutely. And I especially think that there is a desire there is somewhat of a witch hunt in a way. There's a desire for people to call out Zionism in a way that is just trying to police a lot of people's connections with Judaism in a way. There are for sure Jewish public figures and just Jewish people in general who get investigated for possible Zionist tendencies that is very alarming. I fully agree with that. I think that sometimes we could be a little bit more careful about how we label someone a Zionist and how we have these conversations in the first place, but you're really not helping when you're specifically conflating anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism, because Zionism is not directly correlated with Judaism. There are Jewish people who are anti-Zionist. There are a lot of Zionists who are not Jewish. In fact, I don't have the statistics for it, but I would say probably most. I think probably most Zionists are evangelical Christians. So we should be having conversations that make those distinctions pretty obvious, that Judaism and Zionism are not the same things. But when you're doing shit like this, you are conflating the two. Very obviously, that is what you are doing.
And it's not interested in a conversation. It's not actually interested in solutions.
Correct.
It wants to shut down one side and ostracize them and other them and in certain ways get rid of them entirely.
Well, yeah, I do want to kind of get rid of Zionism as an ideology. Doesn't mean I think that we need to get rid of all the people who hold Zionist positions. Don't think we gotta segment them off from society, but it should at least be so socially unacceptable to be a Zionist that you are kind of ostracized in a way. That's the same thing I would say about any bigoted conversation or any bigoted ideological position in a conversation. Yeah, people should be opposed to it. And we don't really need to have a conversation about whether or not it's okay to support a genocide. And so I do have to give some love to our man, Mark Ruffalo here.
I can't talk to him anymore.
Who had some very reasonable things to say on the topic.
I can't talk to him anymore. They're either trying to convince me that the Palestinian people are all terrorists and they all deserve to die, or in the same breath will tell me that they're actually human shields and they deserve to die because they're human shields. Okay?
These are people who were friends of yours pre-October 7th.
People who I thought were friends of mine.
And they're not anymore.
No. I can't relate to them. I can't relate to them. I can't talk to them anymore.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable thing to say. Anyway, like a lot of celebrities are getting super weird with the Israel-Palestine stuff, a lot of them are also getting way too comfortable with AI, including Lotto, who I thought about bringing up. Her and Cardi B have kind of have like continued beef, but Cardi isn't really participating in it so much, but Lotto kind of said something about her in one of her songs. I thought about bringing it up, but I was like, who cares even? Like, I think we all know that I'm probably still gonna just side with Cardi as I tend to do, but also it's not even really like a full feud. But Lotto did get into some controversy this last week when she posted these AI photos of herself with crab legs. And I was tricked at first. I thought it was just a Photoshop thing. I didn't realize it was AI when I first saw it, because I didn't look that closely at it. But then I was like, why is everyone getting so upset about her photoshopping herself with crab legs? It's kind of funny. But then I realized that no, it's apparently AI. The technology is progressing. And this one just looks stupid. The one with crab legs, that looks kind of cool. But that, it's like, where is her head even in relation to the bag in there? But the bigger issue is all the celebrities who are doing these, like, very, like, canned talking points that they all sound the fucking same. So here's Dwayne Johnson saying, I've always been an advocate for embracing big change. After taking a hard look at it, we can either stick our heads in the sand and be afraid, or we can say, okay, we're here. Let's see. Let's explore. They're all doing this, like, you don't want to get left behind thing, especially, like, women who are coming out. Every woman who is in support of AI or who's being, like, contacted by these AI organizations or whatever, they're all being given talking points. It's like, we can't let women fall behind. Behind what? Where is it that you're all going? You can go there on your own. I don't need to come. I'm fine over here. But whatever, Dwayne Johnson already, a little bit of like I wouldn't say grifter, but like he likes money. He really likes money. And he also, did you guys remember, did you ever read that article about him like peeing in bottles at the gym because he didn't want to take a break from his workout? So instead of going to the bathroom when he had to pee, he would just pee in a fucking like water bottle. He's weird. He's really weird. So yeah, I didn't expect that much from Mr. Johnson here. What was a little bit more upsetting is Martin Scorsese, who... He said, for 70 years, I've been creating my own storyboards. The tool, he said, helps him communicate his vision to cinematographers and production designers far faster and more efficiently. Blah, 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 blah. He's advertising for this Black Forest Labs thing. And specifically using, like, storyboards as his way of doing it. And I almost understand that because I'm like, okay, I guess it is maybe... helpful to communicate like what you want a shot to look like, but at the same time, couldn't you just hire an artist? Yeah, this is elder abuse. I know. It's like, and I think Martin Scorsese is definitely like with it. He's not like senile or anything, but I think just a lot of older people, they don't really understand this technology and they don't understand the consequences for it. So he's just such an inappropriate spokesperson in the first place. I mean, even if I agreed with him, I'm like, well, I still wouldn't want my spokesperson for this technology to be an 80-year-old man. That doesn't seem very helpful to my brand image, but he's getting quite a lot of backlash for this. So the Art Directors Guild slams Martin Scorsese for his generative AI partnership. They accuse him of turning his back on the human artists who throughout his career have helped him create the most memorable works. Mr. Scorsese asks the question, how do you communicate what you see in your head to your cast and crew? He claims the solution is the use of this generative AI program to do the jobs that are rightfully the jurisdiction of Art Directors Guild. Generative AI is only capable of producing this type of cinematic intelligence by ingesting large swaths of copyrighted work, likely scraped from the internet without consent, credit, compensation, or transparency. The skills of Art Directors Guild Local 800 artists and designers bring the highest level of value to any film or television production. To think their professional contributions can be mimicked or outshone by generative AI, which is built on work likely stolen from them and many other artists from around the world, is a betrayal of the collaborative nature of cinema. Yeah, and it's, again, you don't need it. You have resources. You have money. I mean, you're Martin Scorsese. I'm assuming that the studios that you're making movies for give you a pretty big budget. You have the money to hire an artist to make your storyboards for you. Why would you even need it? You really think that communicating your ideas to a computer program is actually going to be that much more effective than communicating them to a human being? And even, look, if you want to steal from, like, other artists and stuff for your storyboards, I'm almost kind of like, whatever, like, you get your inspiration for your pre-production. Fucking take screenshots from other movies and present them to your director of photography and be like, I kind of want it to look like this. How is that harder than talking to, like, a robot? Just get a Pinterest board, dude. Get a Pinterest board. Get a mood board. Sad. Another rich people news. Elon Musk is set to become the world's first trillionaire, with SpaceX making its debut on the stock market exchange with an IPO price at $135 per share. Now, first of all, money is made up anyway. So it's like, okay, he has $1 trillion. Where is it? But this is still so fucking disgusting. You should not even be comfortable being publicly identified as a trillionaire without being in fear of your life. And I'm not saying that anyone should do anything to Elon Musk. No matter what I feel, I'm not saying it. But I do think, just like, as a general principle, being a trillionaire, being a billionaire, should make you incredibly afraid of the public. You should not be comfortable having your contributions to wealth inequality being so fucking public. And the fact that they are comfortable with it, the fact that, like, this is still a goal that people have. To some degree, maybe it's a failure on us. But it also, it's like, here's the thing too, and this is what Elon Musk really does embody and really does exemplify. Whether or not you have $1 trillion, whether or not you're the richest man in the world, the most powerful man in the world, whatever, you control an entire social media app used by millions of people, you can still be a miserable person. In fact, I think many, many millionaires, billionaires, and this one trillionaire, they are just fucking miserable because they are so disconnected from the things that, like, actually make being a human being and being alive worth it. They're not happy. Being absurdly wealthy will not make you happy. Being able to pay your bills, that'll help. Being able to pay your bills, being able to take vacations, being able to, like, afford experiences and just afford to live, sure. Taking the stress away of, like, living in poverty, absolutely helpful to a lot of people's mental health. But it gets to a certain degree where it's like, when you have enough money to pay for all the things that actually make your life better, once you have that money, it doesn't get better from there. Getting more money will not make you happier. And we can see that with Elon because he is so clearly fucking miserable. Phineas said, "No one is jealous of the first trillionaire because no one is jealous of anyone who sits on Twitter all day retweeting racist stuff. The brokest dude I've ever met is spending his days the same way. If you come into some money, I urge you to spend it making someone else's hard life easier. It's the only thing it is truly good for." But one of my favorite reads on Elon ever came from Joyce Carol Oates, who, like, really, when she, like, reads someone, she really reads someone. When she spits, she spits. She said, and this was in November of 2025, "So curious that such a wealthy man never posts anything that indicates that he enjoys or is even aware even aware of what virtually everyone appreciates. Scenes from nature, pet dog or cat, praise for a movie, music, a book, but doubt that he reads, pride in a friend's or relative's accomplishment, condolences for someone who has died, pleasure in sports, acclaim for a favorite team, references to history. In fact, he seems totally uneducated, uncultured. The poorest persons on Twitter may have access to more beauty and meaning in life than the most wealthy person in the world. Yeah. He's a sad, sad man. And so is Donald Trump, and so is Mark Zuckerberg, and so is Jeff Bezos. And you see, it's like they have to pay their way into shit. He had to buy an entire social media site because he was upset about the amount of people on that site making fun of him. That's definitely why he did it. And it didn't even work. People still do it. Because you can't stop it. And the same thing, like, fucking Jeff Bezos became, like, the sponsor for the Met Gala just so that him and his fucking wife could be invited. She didn't even wear anything interesting. She looked boring as hell. Because she would never have gotten invited to the Met Gala otherwise. They have to pay their way into shit that other people earn by just being people that, like, other people enjoy being around. Or that have some sort of, like, talent or something, or some sort of eye. Because for sure, the Bezoses don't have a fucking eye for fashion. But there they were at the Met Gala. Now, in other news of another space tech entrepreneur, Bridget Mendler, I guess there was, like, an EP released on her Spotify page briefly, like, a few days ago, and then it got taken down really fast, and she said, sorry to disappoint everyone, the Spotify release wasn't me. When it is, trust me, you'll know. And she said something else recently, too, that was, like, implying that there is an EP coming. So I guess Bridget is making her return to music after a few years of... Well, I'm not sure exactly what she was doing, to be honest with you. If you don't know, Bridget Mendler, she was an actress on the Disney Channel. She had a short music career. She had one song that, like, I wouldn't even call it a hit necessarily, but, like, her biggest song was called Hurricane. But she didn't have a music career for very long. But she went to college, she got, like, a PhD in something. She's very, like, accomplished professionally outside of the entertainment world. And she does something related to... satellites. But I don't really understand any of it. And I've seen other people, I've seen, like, the kind of girl boss narrative of, like, oh my god, she's so smart and she does all this stuff with, like, space tech and she has a PhD. Love it. Go girl. Then I've seen the other take, which is, like, she's basically involved in, like, space colonization or something, and, like, it's actually really bad. But I can't really say either way because every time I've ever seen Bridget Mendler talk about what she's doing in space, I'm just confused. I don't know enough about that world. Isn't the mom from Good Luck Charlie MAGA or something? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. But I don't know enough about, like, space or space technology or the industry of space technology to say if it's good or bad, what she's doing. And I'm gonna play a clip of her talking about it, and maybe some of you know better than I do. But I don't know what she's talking about. I have no fucking clue.
Tell us about the sheer infrastructure and technological feat you are trying to take on here.
Yeah, thank you guys very much for having me. Really excited to be here. I think, for space companies, you're running a business that is completely reliant upon connectivity, but
Yes.
Connectivity with space is stuck in a different era where you anticipate outages or you find very expensive and cumbersome solutions for outages in a way that would be completely unacceptable in other industrialized sectors. We were actually talking to a space company yesterday that had their contact time just slipped out from under them at the last minute. And so it's really hard to think of how to deliver a reliable business to your customers under those conditions. And so we're excited to really change the expectations for space companies where you have this always on, reliable, and frankly dynamic satellite connectivity that you would expect of your power grid or of your cell phones. And so we think that this is a huge opportunity space, and our first contribution to it is through shared infrastructure through phased array antennas, which offer a 10x improvement on availability for satellite operators, along with a lot of other exciting features of phased arrays.
We explained earlier in the program that antenna arrays have not really been touched since the 1960s, but you know what they are. I mean, if you're ever lucky enough to drive past one, and you kind of marvel still at the romance of space infrastructure.
Absolutely.
But I guess the point is that for all of the expansion of constellation that's happening above our heads, you've got to have it. What is different about your antenna? Like, what is different about what you're offering?
Yeah, I mean, the model that we are aiming for is something that is scalable, as you all said, that can be deployed swiftly, that can be really responsive to changing needs, that can be placed in more dynamic locations. So, you know, we're envisioning a system where it could be on a rooftop, or it could be in a parking lot, or it could be, you know, in some austere location. This first demo that we did, it was deployed in 6 hours. That was our very first time bringing it out into the field, so we're excited to bring that time down even further. We built our very first system in 4 months, so we're looking to, you know, bring that time frame down even further as well. And so, you know, when you think about cell tower infrastructure and that expansion globally of infrastructure that enables the cellular industry, that's the kind of scale that we need for space to accomplish all of these super exciting missions that have been talked about today, and that we're seeing pop up day after day.
Can you give us a sense of time?
What does that mean? I've seen her in another thing say that basically what she's making, or like the problem that she's trying to solve, is the amount of satellites in orbit that we don't have any way to connect to. And so her antennas or whatever is a way for us to connect to those satellites and improve the connectivity of I don't understand, because I'm like, but what does that do? What does that do? What do we need them for? If they're up there and we aren't connected to them, like, what would be connecting? What would that do? What is the point? And are we talking, when we're saying space exploration, is it like scientific research? Or is it for like space tourism? What's our goal here? What are we trying to accomplish? I don't know. Does her shit even work? I have no idea. But welcome back to music, Queen. Maybe. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Anyway, David Harbour has now responded for the first time to West End Girl, which is presumably about him. He said, "It was weird. I do believe that it is the privilege of every artist to use their experience to create art, and so I respect her for doing that. I can't really say that much more because it's my private life. In spite of the fact that a lot of people don't allow me a private life, I value it. And I also value the lives of the people that I interact with privately. I just won't speak about that. Stories are complex, and that's why I say I respect her creation of art to channel her experience. It wasn't my experience." All right. I mean, sure. Fair enough. It is a fairly good response. I do think, like, the whole thing about I value my private life and he wants to keep it as private life, I'm like, well, we maybe should point out the fact that, like, you did make your relationship with Lily and your marriage to Lily a part of your public life, too. I mean, you talked about her quite a lot in interviews. You also, like, during the pandemic, were going live showing her and her kids in your house or in her house or whatever. Like, you guys were playing like Just Dance and stuff, or Guitar Hero or whatever it was, on Instagram Live, like, the division of your personal and private life was not something that started specifically with the public. I mean, maybe it did to some degree. People are always interested in celebrities' private lives, but I don't know. I mean, I can understand why you would want to keep some of that stuff private. Also, let's be clear of the fact that, like, you did participate in the publicization of that relationship. You did benefit from it in many ways. But, you know, I mean, makes sense. Makes sense that you wouldn't really want to talk about this after the albums come out. Keep it vague. Don't indulge. I mean, this is a good statement. Like, he kind of nailed it. This is the best statement that you really could have made. So, I guess there's that. And hopefully, I mean, him even giving this statement, do I like him as a person? Probably not. But he did really seem to be going through it for a minute, and it seemed like he maybe had relapsed into drugs, or he just went through, like, a particularly bad manic phase for a second. So, you know, I'm glad that he's able to, like, do these interviews and give, like, a coherent response to things. Hopefully he's doing okay. And, you know, especially because, again, like, he did have a very close relationship with her children. They still seem to be in his life. He's in their lives. So I don't wish for any more public drama between the two of them, though I am going to be seeing the tour. So I will continue to indulge in it in Lily's music. But I think David Harbour can live. I think he can continue going about his shit if he wants to. Speaking of another man, though, Harry Styles' stage is still fucking weird. They fixed, I think, some of the visibility stuff. And I have to say, like, everyone in this crowd seems to be having a good time. I've seen Harry Styles live before. I think that he is good. Like, he's a good performer. So I don't want to trash him too much, and I think a lot of people have been unnecessarily harsh to him. But I still, like, what is this stage? Watch this, like, what's happening in the audience is cute. What's happening on the stage in terms of just, like, first of all, just the layout of it is still, it makes no sense to me, but, like, the lighting and everything that's happening on the stage, I don't understand. Like, what is all that? What's all the flashing? What is happening? Maybe it looks better from far away. Maybe if you're, like, in the back of the stands with a D, maybe it looks really cool, but just looking at it from this angle, I'm like, I just don't understand any of the choices that are being made here. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. And then he continues to have female openers that are maybe a little bit too big to be his opener. So his first shows had Robin as his opener. These shows, whatever he's doing here at Wembley Stadium, has Shania Twain, which I guess at least Shania Twain, I don't know how active her career is at this point, so maybe I guess that justifies her being an opening act for Harry Styles. But with Robin, it's like, well, her album just came out, and I do feel like she should be headlining a tour, not opening for Harry Styles, but okay. But yeah, I mean, it is just a little weird, and it maybe does say something about the shit that men get away with in music and in pop music. And again, I don't want to shit on Harry too much because he's a good performer, but like ultimately, I've seen Harry Styles live once. I don't have much desire to see it again because I know that it's gonna pretty much just be the same thing. He's just gonna be standing on a stage and singing, and that can be good, you know? There are people who I will see multiple times doing that. But if I'm gonna pay, to see a big stadium show like this, which stadiums are already not a preferred venue for a music performance, if I'm gonna go to a stadium, I need you to put on like a big show. Yeah, and I'm glad he's supporting older women in pop music. Yeah, I agree. Like, I don't think Harry is the problem. It is like a social problem, as you're saying, of just like, how does Shania Twain get relegated to be in the opener for Harry Styles? But I think that it is nice that he always does want to include women in his work. And I've heard him and Shania have done a duet of Man, I Feel Like a Woman before, and they do sound really good together. I don't know if he's singing here. I think it's just Shania, but let me see. Yeah, it's just her. But he's done a duet with her for that song before, and they both sounded really good. So I don't blame Harry for it, but it is still somewhat illuminating. In other news of a man who, similar to Harry Styles, has been the subject of a lot of queer baiting discourse, Mr. Benson Boone has made his dress debut. He did a TikTok wearing a short little dress. I thought he looked cute. I thought he looked demure. People were not having it, though. I don't think I saw one tweet defending him. Everyone was just saying that, like, he needs to stop because he is presumably heterosexual. Someone said, suck a dick or knock this off. Do we know that he isn't? Do we know that Benson Boone hasn't sucked a dick? Are you that far up Benson Boone's ass? And also, he's a 23-year-old, like, kid, essentially. I mean, 23 is an adult, but, like, he's still young. He's got plenty of time to suck a dick. And also, what does it even have to do with anything? Like, gender expression and sexuality are different. I think heterosexual men should be able to wear dresses if they want to. And even if we're doing this whole queer baiting thing, it's like, we don't know that he's not queer. And also, maybe he doesn't even know whether or not he's queer. Let people explore themselves. My God. And he's singing to a song here. He's cute.
Without wishing you came along.
Let him have fun. Oh, look at him. And then somebody else said, has he actually stood up for the queer community in any regard, or is he just playing in our shit for attention? Is that a requirement? First of all, I don't know what you mean by stood up for, but he has, like, he's done interviews with GLAAD, he's done interviews with, like, Out Magazine and stuff. Is he, like, a huge activist for, like, political queer issues? No, not necessarily, but I also think there's plenty of evidence that he's not, like, homophobic. And since when do we require people to be super blatant activists in order to have the right to express themselves in, like, a gender queer way? Are you not allowed to come out until you've done activism? What the hell? And also, look, here's the thing. And I don't know Benson Boone. And I don't want to stereotype anyone. But I think maybe there's other evidence that he's not 100% heterosexual. I mean, here he is leaving his concert in a fucking Speedo with cowboy boots. Could mean anything. Doesn't have to mean anything. But if I saw that man walking the street, would I immediately think, oh, that's a straight man? Probably not. Just because he hasn't made a public declaration to you doesn't mean that he doesn't personally feel a different way. And you know what? It's none of our fucking business. Let Benson Boone wear a dress. Let him wear a Speedo. Let him do whatever the fuck he wants. Yeah, exactly. Ain't that the same outfit they harassed Lil Nas X for wearing? It literally is. I mean, this is what Lil Nas X was wearing out when he, and granted, he was having a mental breakdown at the time, so I don't even know how indicative that was of his sexuality. But, like, everyone saw Lil Nas X out in his tighty whities and thought that he was just doing a publicity stunt because he was wearing something that, like, maybe a gay man would wear out, you know? Not, like, everywhere, but... We didn't think it was weird for Lil Nas X to be wearing it. And no one even necessarily, like, this wasn't a public point of discourse for Benson either. But the dress became one. Because a dress is something we can more specifically associate with a feminine identity. But still, like, I don't know that this is 100% a heterosexual man. And I also don't think it's really my business. Anyway. Ariana Grande is launching the Brighter Days Ahead Foundation, which is a mission to support and provide resources for vulnerable people with a particular focus on protecting trans and LGBTQ rights. Love that. And she also commented on the Trump administration, the White House, I don't know what account it was, but one of the accounts associated with Trump posted a thing, like an anti-immigration thing, an ICE thing, using her song Bye, which is a great song. And she put in the comments, which kept getting, like, muted, and, like, I mean, this was after 2 hours and it only had 43 likes. So she kept reposting it with, like, screenshots. And they also continue to not get very many likes. But she said, please do not ever use my music in relation to this barbaric, inhumane, heinous nonsense. Now, I could do without the word please here. I think we could be a little bit more forceful. We don't have to be so polite about it. But still, I think that she did the basic thing and commented a clear disapproval of their use of her work. And most people have. Most people who have presumably progressive politics have made statements when the White House or when ICE or whoever the fuck, when they use their music for clearly disgusting means. Most of them have said something, and it's just the one lady who is not. And, you know, I hate to always bring it back to her, but it's just like... Everybody else could do it. Really, truly, genuinely, what is her problem? And actually later in the stream I have a theory of what her problem might be. But thank you, Ariana. She also has been revealing her track list at her shows recently up on, like, the, one of the screens. So first... we have Kiss Me, that's the first track of her new album. Then Hate That I Made You Love Me is number 2. Then Pedal. So we're slowly... I'm assuming we know how many tracks there are at this point, but I'm sure we have many more to go. Oh, shit. She also... This was kind of cute. But also, it's very confusing to me. She referenced the fact that she's wearing contacts for the first time on a tour.
One more thing, I'm so sorry. I also have to say this is my first time touring wearing contact lenses. It's so nice to see you for the first time.
Yes, it was kind of quiet, but if you couldn't hear her, she said, "This is the first time touring wearing contact lenses. It's so nice to see you for the first time." How did she go so long? I know that that was a thing that people have talked about with Ariana, because there's also stuff where you can see when she's on, like, Jimmy Fallon and stuff, where she has to, like, read a cue card or whatever, and she's, like, going like this, because she couldn't see. How the fuck did she go so long? How bad are her eyes, really, is what I want to know. What's her prescription? Because I don't even know how you would do that. Was she, and why did she do it? Was she just afraid? Did she just not, is she one of those people that is like afraid of people afraid of putting their own fingers into their eyes? Is that it? Why didn't she have contacts for so long? I can't even imagine. Now, there was a little bit of controversy, not controversy, but like a little disappointment with one of the tour features. Yeah, maybe not being able to see the audience made her less nervous, I guess, but I would be nervous that I would fall off the stage. It would make me more, like, scared. Even if you have, like, a social anxiety thing, I'd be like, what if I, like, walk into something? If you can't fucking see, but maybe it wasn't that bad for her. Maybe her prescription is relatively low. I don't know. I would like to know her prescription. But anyway, there was a small thing in the tour that caused a little bit of disappointment. So if you don't remember, last week I mentioned that there was a segment where she was like backstage and she's like singing backstage, similar to what Gaga was doing for How Bad Do You Want Me, how she would close out the Mayhem Ball. Difference between what Ariana's doing and what Gaga is doing is apparently the footage from backstage at Ariana's show is not live footage. It is the same footage played every time. So fans notice the Into You backstage sequence is pre-recorded. This just shows it. This doesn't give the comparison. But if you compare, like, all the nights, this moment from every night, it is the exact same footage for all of them. And I think that's fine. It's just, it's like an interlude. It's not a huge deal. It's a visual interlude. She doesn't need to be singing. She's probably, like, changing and stuff. But I think, I guess when you are holding the microphone, you maybe are giving the implication that it's something that's happening in real time when it's actually not. But I think the big thing here is, like, the comparison between what Gaga was doing and what Ariana is doing. Gaga was live, and she, like, would always come out onto the stage after doing the whole thing backstage. So it was integrated into the show in a different way. But it just doesn't really matter that much. Especially if you haven't watched all of the clips online. So this is what fucking Phoebe Bridgers is trying to stop. Is people knowing what's about to happen before it actually happens. Before their own show, I guess. Now, I unfortunately do want to talk about the whole body situation again, because I did do a highlight onto the second channel after our discussion last week, and I just want to touch on a few points that came up in the comment section. Don't want to linger on this too long, but trigger warning, we are going to talk about it again for a second. Not as long, but still. So, here's a few things. Oh, shit. Just also because, like, I do think it's, like, a very nuanced conversation, and I think if we're gonna have the conversation, it's worth engaging in the multiple dimensions of it. I have blocked people's names out for the comments. Most people are still being reasonable. It's not like a shaming thing, but I still like, you know, I know if I'm gonna like critique or like respond to something that somebody says, you know, I don't want it to seem like an attack on anybody. But first of all, one of the things is like, I was making the point of like, at some point we have to talk about it. And as this person says, IDK, where the sentiment of nobody's allowed to talk about this is coming from, there seems to be a lot of people covering this. There are a lot of people covering this now. Like, I think that with the tour, and there always were people talking about it online, really, especially with the Wicked premiere, it was already a point of discourse. However, it was a point of discourse that it always came with like an immediate backlash of, but don't say anything. Like, we all see it, but you shouldn't say anything, you know? There always just was this extra thing of like, we can see it, but you are not supposed to talk about it. And I think that there has been a little bit of a breakthrough in that area, in that part of the discourse about whether or not we're allowed to talk about it with this tour. Because, quite frankly, it is just so stark. Like, not only has the physical transformation gotten a little bit worse, but also, again, my huge thing, and the thing that I was saying, that it, like, the part that changes the dynamic for me is the fact that she's on tour, is the fact that she's doing this, like, high intensity, not, like, super high intensity, but she's doing very active choreography. And she's, you know, on a stage with these lights on her all the time, and there's a schedule. Like, I just think that, like, where her body is currently at, putting her in a position to do all that stuff, it feels increasingly, it's just way more dangerous to her physical health, and way more likely to make her condition deteriorate even further than anything related to, like, the Wicked promo or anything else like that. So, like, that's the thing that really changes the dynamic for me, and I think also for a lot of people. However, with more people talking about it, I have mixed feelings. In some sense, I'm like, yeah, at some point we needed to talk about it, and we need to just talk about it in the, in, like, kind of blatant terms. You know, for a while, the thing that I think most of us felt like was the most respectful way to discuss it was to always discuss it in vague terms of, like, we see that something is going on, but it's not our place, or, like, just referring to the issue without ever naming her, just being like, the pop star who is losing an alarming amount of weight. We all know who it is, but we're not making it like an individualized thing against her. And I think for a while that was maybe the right way to handle it, but at this point, it's like when the clips of the tour are so regularly being circulated on social media, it just becomes a thing of, like, at this point, being so vague about it, it's useless, kind of. But with everyone deciding that, like, that barrier has broken down, where it's like, okay, now everyone's justified to say something, some people are taking that a little too far. There's maybe some content out there that's not helpful at all, and also especially with YouTube and the thumbnails, and also on social media with photos and stuff being shared of her looking very thin. I mean, I understand, and I showed the video of her on stage with, like, her chest and everything in the last stream, because I do think that, like, we need to be clear about how bad the situation has gotten, especially because there are a lot of Ariana Grande stans right now still denying that the problem is as severe as it is. And also, there are a lot of edited photos going around. People are, especially Ariana Grande stans, are editing photos to make her look not as emaciated as she currently looks, which I think says something in and of itself. If you think that you need to edit a photo to make her bones a little bit less prominent, that indicates that you know that the problem is worse than could ever really justify this tour. That being said, I also think we need to be careful about how much we spread these images of her looking really thin. And it's hard because it's like, I don't know what we're supposed to do. I've tried to kind of use, in the thumbnails that I made 2, and I did like the A/B testing thing, and of course people liked the image that I hated more, so I just changed it back to the image that I liked more. But in both of those, I tried to use somewhat more like zoomed out photos, because I didn't want to just do this like close-up thing of her body that would just be like on a thumbnail before anyone's even decided that they want to engage in that topic. But, and of course the one that people liked more, the thumbnail people liked more, was the one that was like a little bit closer, quite a lot closer, and I was like, I honestly don't even feel that comfortable having that photo be in the thumbnail. But it's hard because it's like, well, it's pretty standard to just put an image of Ariana Grande in the thumbnail, in a thumbnail talking about her to begin with, and pretty much every photo of her at this point is kind of alarming. There is somewhat of there's a problem where people are taking the most exaggerated photos, or like the most stark photos, and just sharing that incessantly on social media, or using it as a thumbnail, and that is like very triggering for other people with an eating disorder. So I'm like, that stuff that's really triggering, I'm like, you have to put that deeper into the content. You have to give people more of a warning before they just get like assaulted with the visual. But at this point, it's like the videos and photos that fans are sharing is somewhat, there's just not much difference between the images, you know, like the stuff that fans are sharing, just celebrating the tour and just celebrating her. It's not that different from the images that people are using to like point out how bad her condition has gotten. It's hard to distinguish between the two at this point. And it's like, at what point do we just stop showing videos or photos of her, period? I don't know. She exists. And also there's a lot of ways that people are talking about this that I think is not productive, to the point that like, yeah, there had to be a break at some point in like the cultural discourse embargo of like, yes, we all see it, but let's not actually talk about it. There had to be at some point where we all decided like, okay, we can't do that anymore. But we still need to be more thoughtful about how we talk about it. And I know that's not always easy, and it's very easy to make mistakes, and I think we should expect people to make some mistakes here and there. But some stuff is getting weird. There's a lot of... This person I did not block out the Kayla because they were just right. But the person that they're responding to, there's a lot of people who are trying to do this, like, it's bad both ways thing when it comes to just any sort of discourse on weight, where because some people are pointing out how upsetting the images of Ariana are getting, people then have to do the like, oh, well, if it's someone really fat, we need to talk about that too. And it's like, well, first of all, we already do. Like, as a culture, we're very fat phobic. We're very down to criticize someone's perceived health situation from the amount of weight that they have if they have perceivably too much of it. But then this one, some of these people are so fucking ridiculous. This person wrote, if someone is morbidly obese, they are also unhealthy, and I wish we would stop acting like it wasn't. Just like starving is damaging your body, carrying hundreds of excess points stresses the body in damaging ways. And then Kayla says, no one acts like being obese is healthy, though. It's actually quite the opposite. And then they said, I guess you missed the part of the video where Medusini said being overweight doesn't mean you're unhealthy. A lot of people who consider themselves overweight are obese. First of all, I said being overweight in relation to like BMI, you know, like if your BMI number gets you classified as overweight, that does not automatically indicate that you're unhealthy. And that is just true. It's just fucking true. And statistically, like on average, it is healthier for someone to be 50 pounds overweight than it is for them to be 5 pounds underweight. But when you come at it with like, if someone is morbidly obese, yeah, morbidly as a word implies unhealthy. So you're just saying, like, if someone is unhealthily obese, then they're not healthy and we need to not act otherwise. When the fuck did I ever say that? When did I say that being morbidly obese is healthy? And again, it's like, it's the standards. It is so much easier for a lot of people to look at a critically underweight person as possibly being healthy than it is for them to look at a morbidly obese person and think that they could possibly be healthy. Like, we have an association in this country, in this culture, probably in other countries and other cultures too, where we just associate health with thinness. And that just could not be more true. So this is not something that, like, we even need to have a discussion about, because everyone is all the fucking time. And then this comment, I do understand, and I do get where this person is coming from. They said, thing is, any of these comments of her body, if she has an eating disorder, would be more likely to be validating her than anything else. I understand that, and I do think for a while that was, like, why I didn't even want to get that far into this discussion, is, like, I understand that us all talking about her body could be feeding her eating disorder. However, number one, I'm not addressing my video to Ariana Grande. I get that all this discourse becoming so public and becoming so large can still affect Ariana Grande. But Ariana Grande is not my, like, primary concern at this point. I am concerned about her. I'm very concerned about her. But it's also not my job to protect her. And what I find a little bit frustrating about this line of dialogue is that it often comes from the people who say that, like, us talking about it won't save Ariana, or, like, there's nothing that fans can do to save her. It's none of our business. So, like, you can't help, why even try? I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, I can't help Ariana Grande. And then simultaneously, I'm apparently tasked with the job of protecting her. I can't save her, but I should still not be talking about this because I should be protecting her and not making the problem worse for her specifically. I don't know that I really agree with that point, because ultimately, if I'm addressing this to anyone, and I'm not, I'm mostly saying that, like, we just need to, like, have a cultural understanding that, like, certain bodies, if they get down, if you get to a certain weight, having a human body, you are putting your life at risk. Like, we all just need to kind of publicly, collectively acknowledge that. That's the big thing for me. But then if there's anyone who I would want to, like, address in a more specific, personal way, it would be Ariana's team. It would be the people who are enabling this tour to go forward, who are enabling this, who were enabling, like, the wicked press promo campaign where she was public all the time. Because I get it. I fully agree that, like, all of us talking about Ariana Grande's body, probably not good for Ariana. That's not my responsibility, though, as just a member of the public, as a person who is just seeing things and having conversations about it with other people who are just other members of the public. I don't know why I have more responsibility to protect Ariana Grande than the people who are making money off of her being a public figure. If you're really this concerned about how Ariana Grande's likely eating disorder might be getting triggered by this discourse, you should be more upset with the people who continuously allow her to be in the position for this discourse to happen in the first place. You cannot expect all of the American public, or all of, like, just the public in general, to see Ariana on a stage looking the way that she does and just not say anything. You can't expect that. It's just unrealistic. And her team knows that. And her team puts her on stage, or allows her to go on to stage regardless. And this is the other thing, too, of this whole thing, because I also see the argument of, like, Ariana Grande, like, we can't no one can get Ariana Grande into treatment. No one can make Ariana Grande recover except for her. And yeah, sure. That is true. But that's not really even what I'm talking about at this point, because I don't think that the main problem right now is that Ariana Grande is not in recovery. Ideally, I would love it if she were. That's the ideal scenario, is that Ariana Grande does go into some sort of treatment if she does have an eating disorder. That's the ideal scenario. However, my biggest issue at this current moment is the fact that she is on tour doing cardio multiple nights in a row sometimes, or like, you know, once every other night. And I know she has a few days off in between shows, especially while she's moving cities. But like, she is going on tour regularly, or she's going on stage regularly on a tour that is scheduled up until September. And that is not something that you can say is 100% up to Ariana. You just can't say that, because here's the thing. You can do the whole thing of like, Ariana Grande is not going to get treatment unless she wants it. If Ariana was the only person that wanted Ariana Grande to be touring, it wouldn't make her able to tour. She cannot run a tour by herself. There are so many other people involved. Hundreds of people, thousands of people involved in setting up the infrastructure for her to do this tour. This tour that I think most people could look at and see with what her current situation is, most reasonable people could look at and say, this tour is threatening her life. And they continue to go along with it. If everyone who's currently working on the tour took the stance of, we don't want to support this because we think it might be hurting you, and we think that maybe you're not in your right mind enough to even really decide that you're able to do this, if everyone made that decision and said, I'm out now, the tour would end. She can't do it by herself. Sure, she's the only person who can get herself into treatment. She's the only person who can help herself recover, but she is not the only person who can make a tour go forward. And she also was not the only person who was deciding what her schedule was to promote Wicked. She's just not. A lot of other people are complicit in this. And I just don't understand why we keep putting the burden onto the public to protect her when the people around her aren't doing that themselves. And then, yeah, this whole thing about, like, so the thing is, she has a history of ED and mental health problems. Society shouldn't be telling her this. It triggers her. Y'all have to realize that ED is not just body dysmorphia. It's an addiction, and public discourse only triggers an addict. Okay, sure. But again, why is her team allowing her to be in a place to be constantly triggered? Why is it my responsibility to stop her from being triggered? She has been clearly unhappy, stressed, and pressed for a minute. Us talking about this will not help her. If everyone was talking about it from a preventative perspective, it would be different. But it's like, okay, well, how do I talk about it from a preventative perspective, especially at this point? For me, the preventative perspective is the perspective that I would like to encourage us as a society to have. That, like, hey, we see what's happening and we all can publicly acknowledge that it's not good, you know? Like, that's preventative to me. Here's I said last time I gave this I gave the analogy of, like, what if Taylor Swift we saw videos of Taylor Swift shooting up heroin, would we all be quiet about it? And I don't even think that that's a totally apt comparison, because of this other element that people are right to point out, that, like, people with eating disorders often get encouraged by, like, people pointing out that they look like they're about to die, you know? Because it's like, if your goal is to be as thin as possible, then other people being worried about your health and being worried that, like, you're gonna fall over and die, that's enabling to you. You're like, oh, I'm doing a good job. I get that. Totally get that. And maybe that's a little bit different from, like, you know, if Taylor Swift got caught on video shooting up heroin and we all started talking about it, would that encourage Taylor Swift to continue doing heroin? Probably not. Not the same way that it would for, like, someone with an eating disorder. So let's make a different comparison. Let's think about abusive relationships. Sometimes there's discourse around red flags around public relationships that maybe seem that they could be abusive. For me, I think the biggest example, or the most, like, recent big example, would be Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox. There were certain things about the relationship that from an outside perspective seemed unhealthy, seemed like it could be a red flag of a problem. But at the time, and I don't know how this has changed. I know that they've broken up, and I know that like she's blocked him on social media and stuff, but I don't know that she's ever like specifically said that she felt like the relationship was abusive. But at the time, there were red flags, but I thought like the red flags were too just like flag-y. They weren't like hard evidence of abuse. It was just kind of like from an outside perspective, you could see what was going on and be like, oh, this could maybe be pretty bad. But it was, the whole thing was just so private and was so like, I don't know, so nuanced where I'm like, I don't know that it was right for all of us, for everyone to just decide for Megan Fox that she was in an abusive relationship with Machine Gun Kelly. I think that's a decision that she should come to on her own. Especially because sometimes, often, when people are in abusive relationships, when other people try to step in and try to interfere and say like, hey, this guy is bad for you, you should break up with him. Sometimes that can make them like cling to their partner even more and get defensive and think like, you know, I need to stay with this person because everyone misunderstands him and they misunderstand our relationship, blah, blah, blah. Like it can make the problem worse, and it can make them more likely to isolate themselves. It can make them more likely to cut off friends and family. You have to be very careful about how you discuss a person who may be in an abusive relationship, and especially how you confront them about it. However, imagine that the situation is not like Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly where we're all just looking at red flags. Imagine, let's again use the Taylor Swift analogy here, just for the sake of publicity because Taylor Swift is so public. If we had video of Travis Kelce just like backhanding Taylor Swift, like they're just having a conversation, he gets angry and he just like slaps her across the face. If we had video of that, and then people started talking about it and Taylor came out and was like, hey, this was a private moment, please don't speculate on our relationship, you don't understand, you don't have the full context. Similar to how Ariana was saying that like no one comment on her body, it's her body and it's private, you don't know her health, blah, blah, blah. We could all look at what Taylor said and be like, okay, yeah, I don't think any discourse about this is necessarily going to be helpful to you, but would we feel comfortable ignoring it? Would we be comfortable seeing Taylor Swift be slapped across the face and then just collectively all say that like, okay, yeah, we all saw that, but don't talk about it. It's none of our business. I think we could all agree, at least everyone in this chat could agree, that by ignoring it, we are normalizing it as like a collective, as a society, as a culture. Deciding that like we don't know what happened between the two of them and maybe there was a perfectly good explanation for why he slapped her across the face, we would all be aware of how potentially damaging that would be to other people who saw that happen, you know? Like, it would set a precedent for how we even categorize instances like that as, like, potentially abusive or not abusive or whatever, you know? I mean, we say that play out with Rihanna and Chris Brown. Yeah, but is this, like, the pop culture discourse, like, pop stans and fans of Rihanna generally are not in support of Chris Brown. Like, sure, there might be some people. And even then, there are people who will deny that Chris Brown was abusive toward Rihanna specifically, but most people would even just use the terminology and the rhetoric supporting the idea that he's just, like, changed, that he's not the person who beat Rihanna anymore. Still, no one would deny the fact that, like, he did beat her and he did abuse her, you know? And that's what it kind of feels like at this point. Maybe not, like, as severe. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, with where Ariana is currently at, it's just something that's so obvious that most reasonable people can look at the situation and be like, that's not healthy. But then so many other people will come at you and be like, you can think that, but you shouldn't say it publicly because it's rude, or it could potentially be damaging her. Like, sure. And pointing out to someone who is pointing out to someone who's in an abusive situation that their situation is abusive, that could also backfire in the same way, you know? Could make the problem worse. Still wouldn't change the fact that, like, as a society, we should all be clear on what happened, and we should be able to talk about it amongst one another. And then there's this, like, her mother needs to have her institutionalized. That's her only hope. I don't know about that. I mean, I understand why someone would feel that way at the current moment, but I think that, like, institutionalization, that can really backfire, for one thing. Because ultimately, a lot of eating disorder, a lot of, like, the behaviors that accompany an eating disorder, it comes from a desire to be in control of your body. And it comes from a desire to just have control over your life. So, like, being institutionalized where you literally have your control and your autonomy taken away from you, not helpful in a lot of instances. Is that something that could be a last resort if she literally is about to die? Sure, maybe, but I don't think that we're in a position to say that. I think that I feel comfortable saying that I'm in a position to say the tour should not go forward because of what I'm seeing. But is she at a point where she needs to be institutionalized immediately? I have no fucking clue. That is not for me to say. And ideally, that's not how any of this would go. Ideally, she just gets encouraged by her loved ones to take matters into her own hands and doesn't have to have that decision taken away from her. But then there's this idea of, like, she's maybe not as far gone as people or as I implied that she is. So this person says, I absolutely agree that it's massively irresponsible for the industry to keep her working in her state. 40 more shows is ridiculous. Exactly. That is violent. I disagree with the sentiment that she's literally about to die. Sadly, the human body is able to withstand starvation and malnourishment for a long time. Yes, her age and her physically taxing job makes a difference, but anorexics can stay extremely emaciated for years and years before their bodies give out. The leading cause of death for anorexics is suicide, not malnourishment, because anorexia is most often accompanied by depression and emotional dysregulation. Okay, so first of all, I would say that in the last stream, I specifically said that I think her chances of surviving the tour is greater than 50%. So I don't think that she's, like, about to die as in, like, it's immediately imminent. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I don't know. I just think that the risk is too high to justify this tour going forward at this current moment. That is just what I think. And I think that that's pretty reasonable. Of, like, it's to the point that it's too big of a risk, especially when she will most likely continue losing weight while on tour. I don't think that we can just say that, like, using other people's bodies or using, like, the survival rate of some people with anorexia as, like, the barometer for, like, oh, she's not at that point yet. First of all, to say that, like, anorexics can stay extremely emaciated for years and years before their bodies give out. We have been seeing her decline for a few years now. I don't think that this is, like, a very sudden thing. It maybe has gotten worse recently, but, like, it's maybe been years and years that this has been going on. But also, I just don't think that that's a healthy mindset to keep people in of, like, you can keep going for a while because maybe you can't. And also, it does so much damage to your organs while you're doing it that even if you survive for a while, like, you are shortening your lifespan regardless, you know? The more and more damage you do, the harder it is to reverse that. And also, it is just factually incorrect here to say that the leading cause of deaths for anorexics is suicide. It's not. The leading cause of deaths for anorexics is heart failure. Suicide is second, and it's a close second, but heart failure is number one. Your body does need a minimum amount of fat. It needs a minimum amount of nutrition regularly intook, I don't know. Let's not set a standard as this person is doing here. She's not gonna die. She hasn't been extremely skinny for long enough. Look at Eugenia, bro. If we're using Eugenia Cooney as the standard for when someone is gonna die, we are just kind of enabling people to get extremely emaciated in a way that's very dangerous. Because quite frankly, and I don't even really like to talk about Eugenia Cooney because the whole like ubiquity of her feels incredibly triggering for a lot of people, but Eugenia Cooney, quite frankly, has just survived longer than I think most people would. And I brought up Karen Carpenter in the last stream because I think it's good. I think we need to keep in mind that like Ariana isn't too young to die. And she's also not thin enough to die. Karen Carpenter, it seems, was a little bit bigger than Ariana when she died. Like, that's not really the measurement. It's not like you get to one specific size and then you die. It's more complicated than that. And I believe that Karen might have even been in recovery at the time. So, like, none of us can say how much longer Ariana has. But I think we can say that her being on tour is just kind of fucking dangerous. Going off that, though, this person, this is one of the wildest. There were a few wild comments on that stream highlight, but this one, I was like, are you really? This is what you're going to contribute to the conversation? I kind of hope she ends up like Karen Carpenter because then people will take it serious. It'll only be taken serious when someone finally dies. What are you talking about? Karen Carpenter did die. Did we all immediately start taking it seriously then? That is not the take that you should have. First of all, I mean, this is a very like Sam Levinson type take of like most people in Rue's position don't make it. People do make it. People do recover. And I would love it, in the ideal scenario, Ariana Grande becomes evidence to other people struggling with a similar problem that recovery is possible. That's the ideal there. The idea that like she'll do more good by dying, I will never get behind that because that would probably imply to a lot of people that recovery is impossible and you're just waiting to die. And it's disgusting. And again, like Karen Carpenter did die and it didn't solve the problem. Ariana Grande should not be our sacrificial lamb that we're waiting to die so that we can all act like, see, this is what happens. I think especially, again, the more important thing is like how we're having these conversations and how we're talking to one another about it. We can do that whether or not Ariana Grande's alive. We can have these conversations and take this issue seriously. Whether or not it literally fucking kills her, which I hope it doesn't. And then these comments are just also so fucking gross. The amount that people want to like vilify Ariana for what's happening. No. She knows what this is doing to her fans, to little girls, to their mental health and body image. She was competing with Cynthia. One of my friends in high school would do this with another girl and it was horrific to watch. I don't think Ariana knows a whole lot. I don't think Ariana is self-aware enough in like the height of her potential illness. I don't think that she is aware enough of like what she's doing and how it's affecting her and how it's affecting other people to ever put this on her and be like she is intentionally making other like little girls anorexic. That is so fucking insane. And I think that there's some value in pointing out some instances of some body checking activities, like her trying to like fit herself into suitcases and stuff. It can be maybe worth it to point out to people that like, hey, this is a red flag if you know someone who's like trying to put themselves into like small objects just to prove that they can. That might imply that they care a whole lot about their ability to fit into tiny places. Like, okay, sure, that's fair. A lot of the conversations right now about Ariana Grande body checking, though, is just nitpicking her existence. Like, I'm seeing people being like, oh, she moved her straps a little bit during the show. She's trying to show off her collarbone. She wants people to see how emaciated she is. And I'm like, first of all, she didn't have to move the straps for me to see it. I already saw it before she moved them slightly to the side. But also, she's a performer. Yeah, she has to be kind of cognizant of, like, what her outfit is doing. She has to be cognizant of what her body is doing on stage. That's part of being a performer. And also, it's just a part of being a person who exists in public. You are aware of yourself. To act like every single thing that Ariana does is something that she is doing with the specific intent to make herself look thinner or to, like, show off her thinness. I mean, it's just not nice. It's just mean. It's mean to, like, make her the problem here. Ugh. And people are doing it a lot with this little video of her just, like, singing for a second in her dressing room, which I also saw people being like, she acts like she's 4 years old or something, or she acts like a child. I'm like, she's just having fucking fun. She's just singing. What is the problem? Whatever. But people are really pointing out the fact that, like, she has gum and then black coffee, and making the assumption that that's all she's eating. You cannot assume that that's all she's eating, but also the 5-calorie snack. You mean the gum? What gum are you chewing on that is, like, that has a significant amount of calories to it? It's just fucking sugar-free gum. It's better for your teeth. We don't have to do this. We don't have to pick apart every single fucking thing that Ariana Grande does. It's not helpful. And it's why a lot of people were nervous about this conversation becoming as widespread as it has, because people want to do this to it. Ay. But so that's my updated opinion with some comments taken into consideration. I think most people are being reasonable, even if they're, like, still apprehensive about this conversation taking place in the first place. People are being reasonable about it, but it still doesn't change my opinion that the conversation does need to be had. And we need to have it also to police stuff like this, to, like, make it clear of what is and what is not productively adding to the conversation. Anyway, moving on. Addison Rae did some sort of, like, surprise performance, like a burlesque performance thing in Los Angeles the other night. I don't know. It was a surprise performance, so I don't know if there was any big announcement, like, right before it happened, maybe just in the local LA area, but oh my god, this looks so fucking cute. She did burlesque versions of some of her songs, including I Got It Bad, and it sounds so good. Incredible. She gives and she gives. Another world-class performer, Miss Doja Cat. I'm just gonna show a clip really of her ass because I think it's worth it. I think it's really truly worth it.
Talented, brilliant, incredible, amazing, show-stopping, spectacular, never the same, totally unique, completely not ever been done before, unafraid to reference or not reference, put it in a blender, shit on it, vomit on it, eat it, give birth to it.
Yeah. It's just that good. Now, Carly Rae Jepsen is continuing to tease this new era, and she's being very cryptic about it. So she did wipe her entire Instagram, which I do get kind of annoyed when celebrities do that, to be honest, to promote something. It just feels... It's just annoying. It's like, oh, is that all social media is to you? We use it to communicate with one another. You just use it to hawk your shit. But it's okay in this instance because it is fun. And also, I just like Carly Rae Jepsen, so I'll just let her do whatever. So she's doing what I assume to be like lyrics from the new album, White Walls, Terracotta Tiles, A View of the Sea. Nice, October 21st, 9:01 a.m. Don't know what that means, but they all have like different dates on them. So this one is, I'm patient, but your body's breathing life beside me. Los Angeles, March 8th, 11:27 p.m. All of them. I think you could be the one to plant my lemon tree. Cole's apartment, May 3rd, 10:45 a.m. Girl, I don't know what you're talking about, but I am living for it. I love it. And the photos are cute too. Like, they just kind of look cool. It's got a good aesthetic to it. Oh, I'm so excited for this album. Oh, yeah. And then Slater was at the Grammy House recently doing an acoustic version of Crank. She also was on the Popcast recently. Great interview. Lot of things that I could say a lot about. She did wonderfully. But I do want to point this out because I've been getting on her. I've been bitching on this stream. I've done it a few times, and I know I did it last week, about the lack of fucking merch on her website. And I'm still not taking that back. She needs to put more merch on the website. But it does sound like she has a little bit of trauma with her merch from previous eras, so I feel a little bad.
It's so expensive to be like a small range artist, like buying merch and getting your name out there, and I had like a really big crisis happen with an old merch company that owed money on like merch I had made, which was like crucial to use for touring and all of these different things. For me, it was like I needed that so bad, not only to like pay the people that I work with, but to like get on the road. Like, it's so expensive to tour. It's unreal. The numbers of like renting buses and doing all these things, like it's really hard. So that was like a huge turning point where I was just like, this, like, oh my gosh, it was just thing after thing. I came home from Christmas at St. Louis and like all this merch was like lining my hallway because we were lucky enough to get our stuff out of the warehouse before it was like seized. It was like really bad. Yeah. But I felt so over it all, and it just was like all these things getting knocked down. And so I made this album from a place of like, all right, if I die tomorrow and this is my last piece of art that I leave in the world, what would I want to say? What would I want it to sound like? What would I be proud of? Would I want to make kind of like pop dance floor music? No, not really. Like, I want to make stuff that I would have thought was cool when I was in high school, and like has a bit of like punk electronic in it, has a bit of distortion and dirty.
I think she talks more about the merch thing a little bit after, but I was like, okay, I feel bad that she had some like really bad experience with some merch company or whatever. That does seem kind of traumatizing to her, so I get why maybe the merch was not a priority with the release of this album. However, I do think you're doing really well right now, Slater, and I need more merch on that website. I'm so sorry. But we need more merch. More! Just some crop tops or something. Not a whole lot. Doesn't have to be a huge launch, but just a few more things would be good. And I feel like at this point, you could get hooked up with a merch company that's a little bit more reputable. I remember when she had this Slater bikini as merch. That was iconic. See, that would be good. That would have been so good for the summer too. And maybe it's a little bit past that. but I would love some Worst Girl in America bikinis. Anyway. Rebecca Black has released her new single Speakerphone and a video for it. The video's very good. However, I hadn't watched it yet when my friend texted me and informed me that it is choreographed by a Mr. Richie Jackson. And it kind of looks like it. I mean, it's hard for me to say because I already knew going in that it was directed or choreographed by Richie. So I maybe was sort of looking for the Richiness. But it's there. It's there for those who look for it. Yeah. He keeps getting jobs. It's a shame. But, you know, I think the choreography isn't that big of a part of the video. It's still a good video regardless of that. But, you know, just especially with the reputation, not just the shitty choreography, frankly, but the accusations of some mistreatment of some other dancers. It's like, I just don't necessarily want him around any of my girls. But he keeps doing stuff. And I guess good for him. Anyway. Miss Pink Pantheress was on Hot Ones, and they kind of did her a little dirty. Because she has, and I think it's small enough that I think most people maybe didn't notice. And I didn't notice when the promo stuff came out. I just happened to notice while I was watching the video. And then once I noticed it, I couldn't unnotice it. But homegirl had something in her teeth and they did not tell her. It like happens early in the video where she's eating a wing, gets some of it on her teeth, and then just for the rest of the video, and also in now the promo images and in the thumbnail, she's just there with something on her teeth. They could have at least edited it out for the promo, for the poster. Wouldn't have been that hard. But she did slip up for a second and maybe revealed that she's possibly working on an album.
My next project. For example, my next project.
Perhaps new Pink Pantheress album coming soon. It's exciting to know that she is working on a new album because she has really, like, she hasn't stopped promoting. Fancy that. She's continued to put out videos and release singles from it this year. So she keeps going. She can't be stopped. And then there also is this old video of her, not that old, from just 4 years ago, pre-bangs, which I know that she didn't always have the bangs. I know that that wasn't always a part of the Pink Pantheress look throughout her career, but now it's like so associated with her that like I do forget what she looks like without the bangs. But this is from 4 years ago, and this is her and Olivia Rodrigo, little babies.
Look, baby.
Look at them, little cuties. Olivia kind of looks the same. But speaking of Olivia, her new album did come out, which I forgot. I mean, I knew it was coming soon, but I forgot that it was coming this soon. She wasted no time. It's doing very well, 86 on Album of the Year, getting great reviews. It is great. I mean, it's still not, it doesn't like totally connect with me personally, and I think like part of the thing with Olivia, and it's the same shit with, you know, the other one, with Taylor, at the beginning of her career, and still like throughout her career, but like it is such like kind of personal songwriting that if you don't have similar experiences or you're not in that same stage of your life, it doesn't necessarily always connect with you because it just is so like specific to their life experiences. And so with me, Olivia's just never really hit in the way that I want her to hit for me, because I do think she's so talented, because she's just, her first album, she was so young. Now she's what, like 23 or something, and still it is the album of a 23-year-old, and it's the experiences that a 23-year-old would have. So, you know, it doesn't fully connect with me, but I still think it's a great fucking album. And there are songs like, first of all, I liked Drop Dead Fine when it came out. I thought it was a decent lead single. I liked the music video. But it didn't, I don't know, I liked it. But like hearing it as the first song, I think it's a great opening track. Like it really sets such a fun kind of, a fun tone. And the whole album doesn't have that same tone. There definitely are a lot of ballads, which ballads for me are just never my favorite. But it's still like, it has an energy that I think is great for an opener. And I really love Expectations. I think that song's incredible. All the songs are good, but I think the lead single and also Expectations are probably going to be the two that I revisit the most. But it's a great album. And she's getting a lot of praise from it. So Robert Smith, who she performed with, is talking very well of her.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It really is. She's so good. I mean, she is genuinely fantastic as a songwriter and as a singer, as a performer, and the band, everything about it. I genuinely love what she does. I'm slightly in awe of how easy she finds it all. Yeah, it's fantastic.
And she also got a shout out from SZA.
SZA one time at the Grammys, and she said that she studied some of my songs for their songwriting, and I thought that was the biggest compliment ever, because I think she's one of the greatest living songwriters, so that was a huge compliment. I saw SZA. They're
both correct. And she did a surprise appearance at a No Doubt show, which, you know, I've had feelings about the evolution of Gwen Stefani and No Doubt recently, but still super cool. You can tell that No Doubt and Gwen Stefani are huge influences for her, so it's very cool to see her being so embraced by them, and I know that she's performed with them before, I think at Coachella. But then also, she got really good numbers right off the bat, so she joined Taylor Swift as the only female artist to have an album debut with over 80 million streams in Spotify history. Very exciting. But obviously there is kind of a thing hanging over both of them, really, because their careers are so interconnected in the way of, like, Taylor and Olivia clearly used to be close-ish, but then there was the deja vu issue where they no longer seem close, and that whole drama hovers over both of them in a way that's not super flattering, mostly to Taylor, I would say, but also has negatively impacted Olivia because of the backlash to Taylor, where, you know, some of the most defensive Swifties have decided that Olivia Rodrigo is their enemy because of the criticisms that Taylor receives for that entire ordeal, which Taylor deserves all of those criticisms for it. Maybe not all of them. Maybe there's some that are a little presumptive about what happened, but clearly something fucking happened, and I think that Taylor Swift being the person with the much more significant amount of power in the situation, probably the one at fault. But it is something that hovers over them because of that, and also just the fact that, like, Olivia Rodrigo is clearly kind of the successor of Taylor Swift in some ways. Not in a way where she's replacing her, but like the brand of singer-songwriter pop star that Taylor has embodied in the 21st century. It is what Olivia is doing, and doing in her own way. She is her own artist. She's not just a Tay daughter or whatever. But it is just so clear that she is a part of this lineage that Taylor Swift is kind of seen as the epitome of, to a degree where it's like you kind of can't not talk about them in conversation with one another, because there's just so much overlap in what they are doing or have done. But it is exciting to see Olivia being able to move on from whatever situation her and Taylor had. So the song Stupid Song, a lot of the songs actually have some of those shouting vocals that were at the core of the deja vu discourse. And as this person says, I love that Olivia used shouting vocals on the bridge of stupid songs. She's not the kid she was at 17. Her name has more credibility, and she won't be spooked out of making music the way she loves in fear of others taking credit. Yeah, I mean, it really sucks too, because it's like she's one of the things that I really like about Olivia, and that makes me somewhat disappointed that I can never, I haven't been able to fully get into her music. I love the fact that she's so referential. I love the fact that she has such a clear passion for music and is so clearly inspired by so many different musicians. And it would have been so upsetting if that entire situation led to her feeling like she couldn't ever do anything that might be considered derivative of somebody else, even if it's not that specific person, just anybody. And as Elvis Costello said, when he calls out arrogant artists who take credit for other people's work while defending Olivia Rodrigo against plagiarism accusations over Brutal, he said, how could I be arrogant enough to sue on the basis of originality when my song is based on subterranean homesick blues? Did Bob Dylan sue me? Yeah, I mean, every artist takes a little bit from somebody else. It is just... It will never not be ridiculous that Taylor decided to take that credit, even if she didn't sue for it. It was just a ridiculous thing. She at least should have put out a public statement, even if it was somebody else that forced her to take those credits. She should have at least put out a fucking statement that was like, hey, this was not my idea. This was not something of my doing. I think that Olivia and everybody else has the right to be inspired by other work. And the fact that she didn't, while supposedly being so pro-artist and pro-artist rights, is just... I mean, it's just kind of indefensible. Very indefensible. Yeah, I feel like this is downstream of the Blurred Lines lawsuit. Yeah. That's the thing, too, is, we can try to turn this into a stan war of who the fuck do you like more than, more Olivia Rodrigo or Taylor Swift. I don't like Robin Thicke at all. I think Robin Thicke is a not good person and not that good of a musician. But he shouldn't have lost that lawsuit. The fact that he lost the lawsuit for Blurred Lines was actually, indicative of a problem in the music industry, whether it happened to Robin Thicke or not. And now I hate to hype up a man, particularly this man, because I have had words for how he talks about women in the past, and specifically Taylor Swift, and so let it be known, let it be recorded, for the record, whatever the fuck. Let's all acknowledge that, I have criticized Anthony Fantano for some of his commentary on Taylor Swift before. In this instance, however, he is correct. So, and I just want to show this for a second because he brings up something that is just an increasing problem with how Taylor Swift fans engage in any sort of discourse about her. God damn it. Just play like normal.
Recently, I got called on in a comment. I know you guys don't see this on a regular basis, but I do. A while ago on this channel, and Austin will toss this in post for the YouTube edit, we did a discussion piece on Taylor Swift sort of ruining the vinyl industry, because every single Taylor Swift release entails a host of different vinyl variants, just an endless ocean of vinyl variants of every release, so that she could basically max out the sales on each album and drain the money. Every single member of her audience having to buy a 5 vinyl variant minimum, just draining their wallets, just squeezing, just wringing them out. Taylor likes to take her audience like this every single time there's a new album. And then she's like, okay, all right, here's one vinyl variant. And here's another vinyl variant. And here's another vinyl variant. And here's one more. And she just bleeds them dry until she...
And I will push back on that a little bit. I mean, I think the variants have gotten out of fucking control, and I think the way that she's marketing them with the limited time pre-orders or whatever is just so manipulative and gross. But at the same time, it's it is an optional thing, you don't have to buy the variants, so I think that you could be the most diehard Swiftie and never purchase a variant at all. So I don't think that she's necessarily bleeding them all dry, but she is still being manipulative in how she markets herself.
Has basically like, run out of variants that she can offer them. And it's really kind of created a new meta in the music industry and in the pop industry these days, to where now it's become pretty much standard with every album release. In order to like stay relevant on the Billboard charts, like you have to offer all these variants. It's really kind of like, you could even call it an innovation on her part. She has like kind of set a new standard in a lot of ways. Now, as a result of this, every single time any pop girly does any additional variants of anything, the Taylor Swift fans come calling to be like, oh, is Anthony Fantano gonna call this out as well? And the answer is like, maybe I will offhandedly mention it, but the fact of the matter is this is just further proving the point of that original video that all artists are doing this now because Taylor Swift has like helped sort of cast the die of the business model, because this is just the way the pop girlies compete with the other pop girlies now. It just is what it is. And this is
And he is kind of right there. I mean, she is the biggest pop star. She does kind of set the standard. She does dominate the charts in ways that doesn't even feel proportional at this point to the cultural impact of the music. So yeah, I mean, if you want to compete, if you want to ever have any sort of like high-ranking chart position for your album or for your songs, you do have to play the games that she kind of has made the norm, because she is the most famous person. Is she the first person to do this stuff? No, she's not. But she is like the most famous person to do it currently in this current moment, and she is making it so that other people have to do similar in order to compete, which so much of what we talk about with stan culture, even if some of it's petty, even if some of it is maybe a little bit toxic in how competitive we get, it is all kind of based on a competition. It is all based on like who has the number one or who's getting talked about the most in what way, There is a competitive nature here, and that is what is getting so frustrating about it as a stan, as someone who participates in stan culture, and who I think that I've been able to engage with it in a fairly healthy way of like, we can do the competitive stuff. We can have the pop girly bracket. We can talk about like how these women are competing against one another in the industry and also just like culturally where they all stand. We can engage in those competitive things and like still have fun and still make it like a community thing that we're all engaged in, similar to sports, similar to how you root for your favorite sports team, you root for your favorite pop girly. And it's just really frustrating at this point because I'm like, but Taylor has rigged the game. She's rigged the game, and she also won't get out of it. Not just that she won't stop releasing music. She can release music. That's fine. But she won't stop doing this insane fucking promo. She won't stop putting out variants. She won't stop doing countdowns. She won't stop, like, doing the pay for play shit. That's kind of obvious that she is doing. And that's what sucks. It's like, what do you even need to do it for? You're like the most famous woman in the world. You have $2 billion. You have more money than any of your peers. Why do you continue to do this? Not just because of the precedent it sets, but like, why do you even still feel a need to compete in this way? Why do you still want to play this game? You've already won.
Also a very funny post to sort of like throw out on the internet while simultaneously Taylor Swift is trying to max out sales again on the release of this new Toy Story song, doing 3 different CD versions of the same single all at once with just like different original vocal performances, I guess, on each different CD version of the thing. It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. And honestly, many magnitudes worse than whatever the hell Olivia Rodrigo is doing here with this like 7-inch. So anyway, of course I responded to this in a very snippy way because I'm not above responding. And I apologize.
And we know that, and maybe you should get a little bit better at it. Especially not even just responding. The last time I talked about him, he wasn't even responding to someone that added him or tagged him. He just saw someone talk about him and then responded for no fucking reason.
for that. So, people pressing me on Olivia Rodrigo, doing some 7-inch stuff, doing some variant stuff. And I, in a very sort of tongue-in-cheek way, justified it saying, okay, but Olivia needs to drop multiple variants of her records because she never knows what songs Taylor and her co-writers are going to demand retroactive credits on. The girl deserves to do more than just break even, and that's true. And that's true. Now, it's kind of funny. Originally, there was a community note on here because the Swiftie audience, the Swiftie sort of gang on Twitter is like one of the most aggressive and really, frankly, like abusive and gaslighty fandoms that are on the internet. And apparently, like, will enact community notes on you that aren't even factually accurate or addressing the thing that you originally say. The community note that was here at one point said that there was never a lawsuit to pull credits for Taylor Swift on Olivia's songs from Sour. So as I said, nobody said lawsuit. Not every post hoc song credit happens because of a filed lawsuit. Learn your music history. I'm not going to get gaslit by a bunch of bots who've never filled out a job application, and I'm not. There was a song on this record, One Step Forward, Three Steps Back. This track actually does feature a Taylor Swift interpolation of the song New Year's Day, which comes off of, Reputation? The vocal melodies and even the piano section on that track, like clearly just like straight up ripping off like that track. And what most likely happened, because there was not a lawsuit and there were discussions apparently behind the scenes when this record was being released about giving some kind of credit, there clearly was some kind of like agreement for credits going on behind the scenes so that there wouldn't be a lawsuit, because it clearly was pulling from Taylor Swift's song. And in the midst of those agreements, there may have also been a push on top of that to say, hey, this part also kind of sounds similar to a part on Taylor Swift's Cruel Summer. The Swifties are correct in arguing that, yes, there was in fact no actual filed lawsuit from Taylor and those who own her publishing in terms of like twisting Olivia's arm and making her give credits on those songs. But that doesn't mean that there wasn't like a backroom agreement and a discussion and some pressure being placed on Olivia and her team to sort of say, hey, listen, you clearly interpolated this one song. We're going to get credits on it. That's great. Love that. Fantastic. But we've heard through the record, or have sort of seen you, unfortunately, admitting on camera that this specific song also inspired you.
But I wanted like the last bridge to kind of like go crazy. And I love Cruel Summer. It's one of my favorite songs ever. I love that like the yelly vocals in it, like the harmonized yells that she does. I feel like they're like super electric and like moving. And so I wanted to do something like that.
Even though when you listen to Deja Vu and you listen to Cruel Summer, it is not a note-for-note comparison similarity. There is not a melody on Deja Vu that is the same melody from Cruel Summer, in the same way that you could say, yeah, these piano parts from One Step Forward, Three Steps Back and these piano parts from New Year's Day are pretty much the same. The vocal melodies, you could line them up and they're pretty damn similar. There's a real clear similarity there, musically and instrumentally. What Olivia did on Deja Vu is merely sort of like, hey, this one artist here who also inspired me on this other track did these harmonized shouts, and I'm going to attempt to do something similar on my track, which when you're getting into that territory, it's kind of muddy territory. It's muddy waters that I feel like if you actually care about art and you actually care about the creativity, like the freedom of creativity in the modern music industry, I feel like those are doors you don't want to fucking open up, especially if you're Taylor Swift, because Taylor Swift is no stranger to ripping off the aesthetics or the instrumental palettes of her biggest and greatest inspirations over the years, which is sort of like, the point that I'm making here ultimately following this. Can we get a community note on how Lana should get credit for writing Cardigans? Since it
Yeah. I mean, I let him play for a little bit there because there's a few things that he said that I wanted to address, and I was also watching you guys fight about whether or not the Toy Story song is about Travis Kelce. Okay. But a few things. Number one, he is right, and I haven't even brought up this aspect of it, of like, and he goes on to talk about it more in a minute, but like bringing up the fact that like there already was a song on that album that Taylor got a credit for immediately. The One Step Forward, Three Steps Back, because it was a direct interpolation. And I think that is fair to bring up and to remind people that, like, clearly what happened with Deja Vu was something different, because obviously Olivia Rodrigo was not against giving Taylor and Jack Antonoff a credit for something that she thought that they deserved a credit for. She already did that. Deja Vu, it didn't have a Taylor credit at first. Now it does, because clearly somebody said something to her about it. She admitted in that Rolling Stone interview that she was inspired by that track from Taylor Swift, Cruel Summer. She was inspired by just like the existence of shouty vocals, and she put it into the song. Then suddenly there was a credit for Taylor Swift and Jack Antonoff and Annie Clark, who I believe that's is that St. Vincent? Because I know she got credited for something. Clearly that was the thing that inspired. I mean, I say clearly, but it's just like based on the timeline of events. That seems to be what kind of changed the situation, is her admitting her inspiration there, but not doing an official credit. but obviously she was willing to give credits where she thought that they were appropriate. She didn't think that the Deja Vu song was an appropriate thing for her to give a credit on, and if there are now credits, that means that somebody disagreed. It doesn't fucking matter if there wasn't a lawsuit filed. There could have been just a threat of a lawsuit, and she decided to cave to it. And I also agree with him here about the community notes. The community notes from the Swifties are getting so out of control. Any fucking tweet that is just like vaguely critical of Taylor Swift, immediately community note with like added context that actually doesn't even add anything, because as he's saying, there was a community note on here about the fact that there was never any lawsuit filed. There's nothing in his tweet that says that there was a lawsuit filed. He says, okay, but Olivia needs to drop multiple variants of all her records because she never knows what songs Taylor and her co-writers are going to demand retroactive credits on. The girl deserves to do more than just break even, you know? Nothing in there says that Taylor Swift sued Olivia Rodrigo. So the community note about there was never any lawsuit filed, it's just irrelevant to what he said. And I have had so many people, I in one of the streams, I mentioned something about the fact that like something happened with Deja Vu that affected Taylor and Olivia's relationship. And I got comments that were like, she never sued Olivia. And I'm like, when the fuck did I say she did? And I don't know if it's like an astroturfing thing. I don't know if it is bots. Maybe it fucking is. But it is just getting weird. The way that like Swifties have a script and they just stick to it. We're like, if anyone brings up the fact that something happened with Deja Vu that it does seem like Olivia was disadvantaged by, they immediately run to, there was no lawsuit filed. Like they're robots. And I think that they actually are living people, but they're living people who are like kind of sucked into a very cult-like section of her fan base where they just have these like regurgitations of talking points that don't even always make sense to the context. And I don't think, maybe some of it is some astroturfing or something. I don't fucking know. But I think that these are human beings acting like this. And I don't know what I don't know what we're gonna do about it, because here's the problem is like, and I've had people be like, why are you always talking about Taylor Swift if you don't like her? And I'm like, first of all, I never said I didn't like her. I do like her, and I think I've said that many times. I like her. I'm just getting really frustrated with the decisions that she makes, and I'm also getting frustrated with her fan base. But like, how am I not supposed to talk about Taylor Swift at a certain point when she is everywhere? She is dominating the cultural landscape. Especially with pop music. Like, this is pop girly news. We talk about pop girls. She's the biggest pop star. How am I supposed to just ignore her when she won't go away? And I don't mean won't go away as in she won't stop making music, she won't stop pursuing her passion. I mean, she won't go away in terms of she will not stop promoting herself. She will not stop she might be having a wedding at Madison Square Garden. It seems very likely that she is having a wedding at Madison Square Garden, and we have some evidence of that here. I don't know who's to say, but Zoran Mamdani did make a reference to her wedding, and maybe he's just going off the tabloid reports. Maybe he doesn't know anything else, but I don't know.
You've mentioned, we are the biggest city in the country. We are used to big events, and we are incredibly excited for this one. We know it coincides with the Knicks finals run. We know it coincides with July 4th, America 250, Taylor Swift's wedding, all happening at the same time, and we are so excited to welcome the world here.
Does he know something? Does he know for sure that she is going to be having her wedding on July 3rd at Madison Square Garden? Maybe he's just going off the TMZ reports, but like, it doesn't seem like something that she wouldn't do at this point. Which is crazy. To be the most famous woman in the world and decide to have your wedding in the middle of Manhattan. So with that being said, let's talk about Taylor Swift. Oh, also, I did want to show this too, because I thought this was funny. Because this is another thing too, where like, anytime that you make a comparison for another artist with Taylor in a way that does not flatter Taylor, people are immediately like, why are you comparing the two of them? Why do you always have to bring Taylor Swift up? And this guy puts it rather astutely.
But this is an easy one to say. This album from Olivia Rodrigo, his name is so long I keep forgetting it. You seem pretty sad for a girl so in love. You seem pretty sad for a girl so in love. I'll forget that again instantly. This is way better than Taylor Swift's last record. Why compare them? Why not?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Anytime that I've like compared something that somebody's put out to like the Life of a Showgirl, and I've said like, oh yeah, this was the album that I wish Life of a Showgirl had been or whatever. I've had people like jump in my replies to be like, why do you always have to bring Taylor up? Why does everyone always have to bring Taylor up? Which is so funny because it's like the Swifties are always comparing other people to Taylor. Like if you criticize the variants for the fucking Toy Story single, they're like, well, nobody complained when K-pop Demon Hunter, so it's like you would like to have Taylor compared to everyone all the time, except for when it maybe makes her look bad. But also, like, why can't we compare two people, especially two people that are similar? We do it all the time. That's like a regular part of media criticism, music criticism. Sometimes you make comparisons to similar things and say like, I think it didn't do it as well as this thing, or I think it did it better than this thing. That's normal. That's fucking normal. Especially when she's the biggest fucking pop star ever. But okay, so she's promoting the Toy Story 5 thing. Evil doesn't die, it reinvents itself. I don't think she's in the movie this time, but yeah. Flashbacks from when Taylor did the Lorax. I wish I had a little Lorax costume like that. She's been promoting Toy Story 5 quite a lot, and again, it's like she doesn't stop. She's continued not to just promote her song, but like she is going on promo campaigns for the movie itself. She is continued to be very, very public facing. Sorry if I acknowledge that she exists. Oh, but this dog is there. I think he's like big on social media for like liking Taylor Swift or something, but I just think he's cute. He's a little dachshund. And you know, maybe there's some ethical issues with like social media doggies or whatever. Does this dog need to be dressed up like that and put on a red carpet? Probably not, but he also seems chill about it. I hope he's happy, but I think he's so fucking cute. Oh, Luca. And look, he's taking a nap. Oh. Little baby. But she was at the premiere. She wore this dress, which I actually thought the dress was kind of cute. But then this is what's so exhausting, because there's all these different patterns on it and stuff. And so I just have this constant thing of like, is this an Easter egg? Are there Easter eggs here? Am I supposed to be like decoding this? Because that's what her brand has been. She doesn't stop doing the Easter eggs. Apparently the Opalite music video, there's a part where there's like, when they're taking the photo, there's a little wallpaper thing of clouds that I guess has been confirmed was an Easter egg for the Toy Story 5 song. And it's like, aren't you tired? Aren't you tired of always having to think about how you're going to promote your next thing while you're making the music video for your current thing? Don't you ever just want to make something just for the sake of making it? Do you always need to be adding Easter eggs? Do you always need to be doing special messages? But then this became a point of discourse, because there was a whole thing. People were ragging on millennial women for liking dresses with pockets. And then that became a point of discourse of like, have dresses with pockets ever been actually that helpful? I'm pro dresses with pockets. So is she. We're both millennial women. We can't help it. I like a dress with a pocket. I do. I do. She also gave a speech at the premiere.
Say, it means the world to me to be a small part of the universe of these films, and Toy Story 5 is my favorite of all of the Toy Stories. I'm so lucky that I get to be a part of that.
Yeah, and you know what? She also said that Life of a Showgirl was her favorite album, so I don't believe her. I don't believe her. You can't say that Life of a Showgirl was her favorite album and then expect me to trust what you say after that in relation to, like, what your favorite movie of a series is. I just don't believe you anymore. And did we need a 5th Toy Story? I don't know. I didn't see 4. But she performed her song, If I Knew What I Knew You, at the thing, and, you know, she definitely is still connecting with people, especially young girls, because here's the actress who played Lilo in the new live-action Lilo and Stitch movie. She already knows all the words. So, like, her music is still connecting with people. She is still very talented. I don't hate the song. I just don't find it that exciting. But it's better than everything else on the last album. But she is just... Oh, god damn it. Is this already taken down? Oh, did the Swifties scare them off? She's just an asshole. That's what the tweet said. It was a quote tweet of the fact that all of those songs that she was promoting, all the different versions, the piano version, the acoustic version, that she was promoting with those variant CDs or vinyls or whatever the fuck they were, all of the things that she was promoting with that limited 48-hour window to order them, one time only, limited edition, they're all on streaming right now. She waited a week. She had people order it immediately, I think maybe even before that song premiered, and then put them onto streaming within a week. And I get it. I'm okay with people doing that if you do, like, the limited time thing, like, get this vinyl, it has these songs on it, and they're only available on the vinyl. Okay, fine. Wait a few months to put them onto streaming. Putting them on a week later feels so fucking scummy. It is scummy. Like, girl, come on. It's disrespectful at this point. Because sure, buying the variants, it's an extra thing for people to do. It's a thing for people to have, like, a little collectible. You release so fucking many of them at this point that it doesn't even feel like that valuable of a collectible anymore. But it's also, like, to do this entire marketing thing where it's like, oh, you have to order it this way and you have to do it right now or else you won't get this version of the song, and then a fucking week later to put them onto stream. Like, girl, fuck you. Wait a little longer at least. It's just disrespectful. But she's breaking a whole bunch of records. So she broke the biggest 24-hour streaming debut globally for any song on Apple Music or Amazon Music. Then she also broke the record for biggest country debut of 2026, and also the biggest first day streams by a soundtrack single in Apple Music history. Some of them are so specific where it's like, who is even keeping track of this shit? She's broken the record for the most streamed female country song in a single day in Spotify history. She's received the biggest streaming debut for an original soundtrack in Spotify history. What does any of this mean? And for a song that I really don't see that many people talking about even. She's number 1 on Billboard. She's now the woman with the most number 1 debuts in Billboard Hot 100 history with 9. She has 15 number 1 hits overall. Cool. I don't even understand really, because I was confused by this and I was like, maybe this is how it always is. But the song came out 2 weeks ago, so how is this its debut? I guess because it came out on a Friday and they only count, I don't know. Maybe that's how it always is. Maybe a debut is always like a week delayed. But it's the first Disney song in history to debut at number 1. She's the first woman in history to score 70 top 10 hits on the 100. She has surpassed Rihanna and Drake for the most number 1 hits by any artist this century on the Billboard Hot 100. How is that true? Because this other one says that she has the 3rd most number 1 hits in Hot 100 history, breaking it. Oh, she broke the tie. Okay, so now she's ahead of them, I guess. And here's the thing, is like, here are her 15 number 1s. We Are Never Ever Getting Back Together, sure. Shake It Off, sure. Blank Space, sure. Bad Blood, I don't like that song, but okay, fine. It was a big song. Look What You Made Me Do, okay. Cardigan, fine. Willow, sure. All Too Well 10-minute version, okay. Antihero, yeah, I guess. Cruel Summer, yeah, and that's a big feat because that was an older song too, and it went number 1 years later. Here's where I'm like, all right, now we're just full of fucking shit. Is it over now? Fortnite, The Fate of Ophelia, Opalite, and I Knew It, I Knew You? These are not culturally relevant songs. And Fortnite was my number 1 song of 2024. But I don't think it was a song that most people were listening to. Is it over now? Nobody. No one other than like Swifties. Like big, dedicated Swifties. And sure, that's a lot of people. And so maybe they are really just pushing all of this, but I think the bigger thing here is the fucking pay-for-play stuff. I think that, like, she's kind of got the streaming market rigged. Because nobody is talking about Opalite like it's, like, actually that great of a song. And sure, okay, things make it to number 1 that maybe isn't the most, like, critically acclaimed, that isn't songs that in 10 years people care much about, but like even at the time, was anyone really listening to Opalite that much? Maybe they were, but were they listening to it fully of their own accord? Or were they listening to it because it got put into like every Spotify, every Apple Music playlist that gets generated for just like pop music listeners? That's the thing, is like, I could have gone out of my way to not listen to any songs off of Life of a Showgirl. I could have gone out of my way to not listen to this new Toy Story song. It was still going to end up in my playlist. It was still going to end up in like the Spotify generated playlist for all of its users, because that's what happens when Taylor Swift releases anything. Is she specifically paying for it? I don't know. I think maybe probably. I think it is something her team would do, because pay-for-play does exist, and I can't imagine them not participating in it. But either way, even if it's not specifically a pay-for-play thing, it is just Spotify at this point assuming because she's the biggest pop star in the world that this is what everyone wants to listen to. And that's what is so frustrating. It's like, but she can't not succeed at this point. It doesn't matter how much people like the music. It doesn't matter how culturally relevant any of it is. It's gonna go number 1 because it's Taylor Swift. And also, she continues to promote all of her stuff and promote it in a way that's fucking lazy as hell. Like the Elizabeth Taylor music video. And she did the same shit with this, where it was like, it premiered the first day on Spotify and Apple Music because YouTube doesn't count for Billboard anymore. And then 2 days later, it premiered for YouTube. And it's like, bitch, you're making me wait for this. You took this so seriously that there had to be a delay in the YouTube premiere. But it's just a fucking collection of clips from different Toy Story movies. And you know what? Fine. I don't even think that the clips are edited that well, like in sync with the music. And I think the same thing about the Elizabeth Taylor video. But fine, whatever. It's just to promote the movie. Why? And my friend pointed this out last night because and we just turned it on to listen to the song again. He pointed out the aspect ratio changes randomly. So sometimes it's in like letterbox form, sometimes it's in full screen, and then it'll go back to full screen, and then it'll go back to letterbox. Like, it's just not even well put together. It's sloppy. It's lazy. She must have paid someone to do this. Couldn't even be bothered to fucking change the aspect ratio to make it consistent. And they have the rights to all of the, like, they're working with Disney. I'm sure Disney could have given them clean, consistent copies, and maybe each film is in a different aspect ratio. I don't fucking know. But you can still just zoom in or something, or put them all into letterbox. You don't need to do this. Fucking lazy as hell. So then she went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame to accept an award. I like her dress here. I need Homegirl to get rid of the bangs. I know it sounds dramatic, and I am kind of kidding, but I'm also kind of serious. I do think the bangs, the commitment to the bangs and the refusal to get rid of the bangs, I do think it's a symptom of her Arrested Development. I think that she is so married to the branding of, like, girl next door, you know, she's so married to a specific image of herself that she's afraid to take off the red lipstick, really, which, you know, sometimes at least the red kind of works with the outfit, but she's afraid to get rid of the bangs because it's just, that's who she is. She's Taylor Swift. She always has bangs. And they kind of are, you know, bangs are associated with younger people. Like, this outfit would look so much better with a different hairstyle. There's no reason for these fucking bangs. Other than it's her brand, and she won't move past it. She won't let herself evolve as an artist, as a person. You gotta get rid of the bangs, girl. Your forehead is fine. Your forehead is fine. But I do like the dress. But then she was on the red carpet with her favorite child. She said, we're like an excited mom and her teenage son. She's just straight up being like, this is my child. And, you know, it's just a fun way for her to poke fun at, like, the pose that they're doing. But it also does feel so indicative of, like, yeah, she has adopted him. He is a Tay son. And to a degree where I'm like, I don't even think Somber is leaning into it that much. I almost feel kind of bad for him. Of, like, she's putting so much expectation onto him to be, like, the successor of her empire. And I'm not even sure that that's what he wanted. And I don't think he even has the fucking... I don't think he's got the juice for it. And to me, it feels like... I don't know why she's doing this. And I don't want to be too conspiratorial and too, like, judgmental and make it just about, like, a competition between two women or whatever. But I almost feel like she recognizes the fact that, like, everyone does think that Olivia is her true successor, and she doesn't fuck with Olivia anymore, so she wants to, like, get ahead of the narrative and try to insert Somber into that position and promote Somber as a way to, like, I don't know. Do I think she's trying to specifically sabotage Olivia's career? No. But I think that she just wants to, like, really stake a claim onto, like, who she thinks the next singer-songwriter is. And she's decided that it's Somber. And it goes beyond just this, like, little clip of them on the fucking red carpet. During her speech, this is what she said.
I have to say thank you to Somber for that perfect performance. And his writing is so exceptional that it makes me actually envious, and I love that feeling. He's gonna be the top of my Spotify Wrapped this year, guaranteed. Like, it's locked, it's in the bag. And a lot of my late night debates with my friends about the state of the music industry involve me saying very loudly, Somber is the future, and he does it all on his own, and he doesn't need AI. The kids are fine. And so obviously Shane is a very well-adjusted person, an artist, and doesn't need any of my advice at all. There are so many incredible writers who I love who have come into their own recently. And if I had advice for young artists, though, who should perhaps be interested in it, I would say that you really have to prioritize what you love down to your very core. Because you'll need that if your song ever gets heard by the public, or the critics, or the haters posing as critics.
Okay, girl, fuck off. She's lost her fucking mind. Somber is the future of the music industry? Somber? His writing is that exceptional? I was like, I don't even think that Somber's music is that personal. I don't consider him like a singer-songwriter person the way that I consider like Taylor and Olivia. I think he's talented as a performer. I think he's talented as a musician. But like the lyricism, is it really that personal? I already kind of thought no. And do you remember that thing that she said in the New York Times interview that she did for the greatest living songwriters or whatever? And she said the thing about the line that she loves so much. I don't want to, something about like the eyes of some man to have a kid who has the eyes of a woman I can't forget or whatever the fuck. She was like, oh my God, can you believe how insane that lyric is? And I was like, I feel like that's a tweet. I feel like that's something that I've seen before. It's like a cliche thing that people say because it sounds like romantic. Here it is. Another man's child has the eyes of the woman I loved. Here is pasta with canned diced tomatoes and nothing else. This is your lyricist? This is the future of the music industry? Someone who takes lyrics from tweets? And also, didn't Somber say that thing? Or, like, people have said, I don't even know if it's 100% true, but people have said that and I think he actually did kind of imply this in an interview. He didn't say it so bluntly, but, like, he'll make, like, a hook for a song, put it onto TikTok, and if it gets a lot of views, if it, like, takes off on TikTok, then he'll write the rest of the song. Like, that's the future of the music industry. That's our confessional singer-songwriter. That's someone being so fucking vulnerable. Girly, no. Here's a way that they are similar, though. Because Taylor loves to promote parasocial relationships with her audience, and so does Somber, as I have explored in I think the flop bracket from last year, but then I put the highlight up on the second channel in January talking about Somber's fan accounts. I saw this the other day. Well, I was just looking up something with Addison Rae. This is from the official Warner Music Australia account, and it's the fucking somber fan shit, but it says, okay, but can we talk about how he looks at her? Talking about Addison Rae, and that really pissed me off. Number one, don't bring Addison Rae into your bullshit. Don't try to convince your fans to like ship Somber and Addison Rae. That's so fucking gross. That's such a weird thing to do with like a peer of yours, a professional peer. And I'm saying that's such a weird thing for you to do. I don't even think it's Somber specifically. I think it's Somber's team. But like, he is obviously okay with them doing stuff like this because he has participated in it. He has filmed some of these TikToks that get used in this very, very weird way. This is so inappropriate, though, for his team to be doing, and it's so insane that it's so blatant this time. It's not even pretending to be posted by an actual fan account. It's just straight up, like, this is Warner Music's account. They're so blatant. It's so weird, but that's the true connection between Summer and Taylor Swift, is they both allow their fans to have weird parasocial relationships with them. And, like, want people to, like, ship them with other people. It's gross and weird. But here's the main thing that I want to talk about. Because the Somber thing was ridiculous. It was crazy. But there was another moment during her Rock and Roll Hall of Fame acceptance speech that sort of triggered me in a way, just because I have been looking into stuff related to Taylor's family a little bit more. After I watched the Disney docuseries that came out back in December, and I kind of realized, like, oh, she actually, you know, I've thought about her as being kind of, like, free from Big Machine Records and, like, having more autonomy than she had before, and she always had a fair amount of, like, creative autonomy. But she's free from her record label. She can kind of do whatever she wants, though she's not an independent artist at this point. She is still signed to a major label, which is interesting when you're Taylor Swift, because you really don't need to. But I had always kind of thought of that as, like, you know, she's free to, she's in control of all of her own marketing and stuff. But then I was watching the docuseries and I was like, but she is still surrounded by pretty much all the same people, including her dad, who I think, both her parents, who I think essentially do act as her managers. So does she have that much control over her shit? I mean, in theory, yeah. If she told her parents to fuck off, she's legally able to do that. But does she feel comfortable doing that? I'm not sure. So I just got a little bit more interested in the relationship that Taylor has with her family, and I read that email a bit ago that Scott Swift sent her previous manager, the only, like, technical manager she's ever had. I read that, and I had just been kind of, like, just every once in a while doing a little bit more exploration. I've been watching a lot of, like, old Taylor Swift interviews and shit, just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with her family. So this, to me, it just came at a moment where I was like, wait a second. Other people thought it was really cute, but I think it's a little more devious than that. Here she is talking about her family.
Because people's feelings, passions, and motivations have always fascinated me. And it was easy to choose songwriting over everything else in my life. But it couldn't have been easy for my parents and my brother. I'm good. To just pick up and move our entire family from Pennsylvania to relocate to Nashville so that I could hone my craft in the songwriting capital of the world. But after it became obvious that this was not even remotely a temporary phase their tween daughter was going through, they uprooted their entire lives to move me to Music City. And even though words are supposed to kind of be my thing, I will never be able to express my gratitude to you guys for doing that for me. You're the reason I'm here tonight. In Nashville.
Girl? You're still doing this? You're still sticking with that narrative? And I can't tell at this point. I'm torn between, like, is she faking it? Was that just a performance? Is she still just going along with the script that was written for her knowingly? Or does she really believe that that's what happened? Because that, I'm like, that would be extra kind of concerning. That, like, her parents have kind of tricked her into thinking that they really sacrificed that much for her. And that it wasn't easy for them, they didn't want to do it. And that paints such a gross portrait of their entire relationship, where, like, she maybe thinks that she owes them for things that they did to her, that they did on purpose, that they did before she really was of the age to decide what she wanted for herself. Yeah, remember she said Life of a Showgirl is her favorite album? Yeah, I mean, she's definitely not above bullshit. But I'm like, thinking about it, I'm like, she has been... She's been telling this story for so long, for like 2 decades. And from when she was so young, that I'm like, I do think that would fuck with you a bit. I do think that would kind of... Even if you were aware at one point that it was kind of bullshit, eventually I think you maybe would start to accept it as your own narrative. You would start to accept it as, like, this is what my life was. This is what my parents did for me. Not to me, but for me. And that is kind of just disturbing. Of, like, how they maybe have not just manipulated the world into thinking that her origin story is that her origin story is, like, accurate. They've maybe not just given the public a false idea of how her career started, they've maybe given her a false idea. So I do want to go through some of the stuff that I've been interested in over these last, I don't know, few weeks or whatever, few months, but like more specifically, more focused in the last few weeks, where I just keep kind of coming back to it because I keep, coming across new information that really paints a picture of how the Taylor Swift we currently see came to be. So I want to go through and deconstruct the origin story of Taylor Swift, the mythos of Taylor Swift, and how Taylor Swift became the singer-songwriter we all know today. So let's start with, like, what her origin story has been popularly told as, like, what the narrative is that they've been pushing. So according to Taylor Swift and her family, she grew up on a Christmas tree farm in Reading, Pennsylvania. She fell in love with music and musical theater as a child, a very small child. She made little CDs of herself singing karaoke songs and would take them into music labels, asking for a record deal when she was like 11 years old. She started playing the guitar when a computer repairman came to her house, and that sort of like ignited her interest in songwriting after she learned how to play the guitar. Now, there are 2 different versions of this computer repairman story that has since been kind of dropped from the narrative for specific reason. But let's play the 2 different versions and see if you can spot the difference between the 2 of them. In Taylor's own words, these are both videos of Taylor specifically telling this story.
At my house. And
this guy came to fix my computer, but he had brought a guitar with him. And so I looked down at the guitar and I was like, "You play that?" And he's like, "Yeah, I do. Do you play?" And I was like, "Oh, I wish." He asked if I wanted to learn a couple chords. I said yes, and I learned those 3 chords, and he left the guitar with me that week. And I wrote my first song that night. He just kept coming back every week and teaching me new guitar chords.
Okay, so there's that. The computer repair guy came to her house with a guitar. She saw him with the guitar, asked about it. He showed her a few chords, left the guitar with her for a week. That's version 1. Here's version 2.
I got my first guitar when I was 8 or 9 years old. I couldn't motivate myself to learn because my fingers were too small. I always had the guitar around and had it in the corner. And when I was about 12, this magical twist of fate, the guy who my parents had hired to come fix my computer, I'm doing my homework, and he looks over and sees the guitar in the corner, and he was like, "Do you play guitar?" And I said, "Oh, no, I tried, but no." He said, "Do you want me to teach you a few chords?" I was like, "Yeah, yes." That was that. I was just relentless about wanting to play all the time.
So, as you see here, these are very similar stories, but they are different. In one version, the computer repair guy brings the guitar, leaves it with her for a week. The other version, she already had a guitar, but she hadn't been able to play because her fingers had been too small to like actually play the instrument, and then he taught her and she became obsessed. Similar stories, but different, and different in a way that doesn't, to me, make sense by just believing that, like, the story, because, you know, our memory is not infallible. The more that you, like, access a memory, the more likely you are to kind of, like, change aspects of it. So, you know, a story that you tell, it can morph over time, for sure. I understand that. But it's like these specific details are so specific that I find it hard to believe that either one of them is true, because if either one of them was true, why would it change so significantly? Like, this specific detail of he left the guitar with me for a week versus the specific detail of I already had the guitar but I couldn't play it because my fingers were too small. Those are both so fucking specific. Which is it then? But so, whatever. That's the version of the story. A computer repairman taught her to play the guitar. She then started writing her own songs. She became obsessed with songwriting. She convinced her parents that they needed to move to Nashville. And then she got a development deal with RCA, but left the deal and performed at the Bluebird Cafe, where Scott Borchetta discovered her and signed her to his new record label, Big Machine Records. Now, deconstructing all of that, let's talk about the facts. Did she grow up on a Christmas tree farm in Reading, Pennsylvania? Kind of, maybe. It's really hard to tell. There was a Christmas tree farm, and we've seen pictures of it, and journalists have been to it. It's hard to say how long they lived there, and if it was really like an active Christmas tree farm. Right here you see Pine Ridge Farm. However, there is a Pine Ridge Farm in Reading, Pennsylvania, but it was never owned by the Swifts. It was owned by a completely different family. But then there is evidence that she did grow up on a farm that maybe had pine trees, but it was in a different spot, and it's hard to say if they actually were selling the pine trees or if they were even living at that house at the time, or if they just owned the property and then were maybe selling pine trees but were living out of a different house. It's genuinely, it's just hard to say. For sure they owned the property. They owned a property that had pine trees on it. But they were never like farmers or anything. Her mother was like a marketing executive or something, and then her father was a stockbroker. They were not farmers. So at the very least, the Christmas tree farm thing has maybe just been exaggerated. But it did exist. But this was the house that she lived in, at least when she was getting guitar lessons. So maybe, and this is the thing, is like, I don't know if maybe they lived at this property first and then moved. I do believe, from some other stuff, I do believe that they owned both properties at the same time. Scott bought, that's Scott Swift, that's the dad, Scott and Andrea. I do believe that Scott bought the Christmas tree property, the Christmas tree farm property, off of one of his clients at Merrill Lynch. He worked for Merrill Lynch. But then I think they were maybe living out of a different house, at least for part of the time. Maybe the Christmas tree farm was their primary residence for a bit, but I think that they had the Christmas tree farm and also were living in a different house at the same time. So this is the house that they lived in at least by the time that Taylor was like 12. It's a nice house, and it is definitely not a fucking Christmas tree farmhouse. It's a little bougie, and that's fine. I think the idea, if you ever thought that Taylor Swift was really like working class, no, I don't think that's a shock to most people. I think most people who make it in the music industry in the first place have a fair amount of like financial security to even take that risk. So yeah, of course, Taylor Swift is richer than some of her music maybe implies. And maybe a lot richer than some of her music implies. I mean, her dad was a fucking stockbroker. And he made a lot of money. But yeah, this was their house. This is what she was getting guitar lessons in. And here is some info about those guitar lessons. So, is it true that that she learned the guitar from a computer repairman? Kinda. The thing is that he was not hired as a computer repairman. He just happened to do computer repair work, but was hired not even at first as a guitar teacher. He was hired because he had a recording studio. So this was from the New York Post. They like found him and they did an interview with him. And this is why also like we'll put the disclaimer here of like, maybe this guy is lying. Maybe he's making it all up. However, in even the context of the article, if you read the whole thing, it's very clear that the New York Post sought him out. He didn't like schedule an interview with them. They didn't even like contact him prior. They just kind of like found him and showed up and then interviewed him then. And he just answered their questions. So this was not like him seeking out an outlet to like expose Taylor. So to me, that just gives a little bit more credibility of like, why would he make this up? So he says, I don't want to burn any bridges as we settle into two stools at the front of his street level computer store, but at the same time, at some point, it's gonna be time. A reporter is here, so it's time. Around us, computer monitor cords, an acoustic guitar. Above us on the wall, Taylor Swift Platinum album, a gift from Scott Swift, the singer's dad. Ronnie fixes computers, yes, but is also a respected local musician. The official story about the computer tech, Ronnie has seen Taylor recounted on many TV shows and has wished to hear what he says is the full version. The first time I heard of Taylor, my brother had a theater company. They would have parties after the show and they would do karaoke. My mom would attend these. I only met Taylor face to face in 2002. I had a shop in Leesport, I don't know. It was a computer shop. And that's where I had my little studio. My brother brought Taylor and her mom and her brother over and introduced me and said, would you be interested in recording a demo? It was a couple cover songs. I recorded the demo for her. It wasn't a great demo, but it was a demo. After I did the demo, I was approached again by my brother and by Andrea Swift. Would I be interested in giving guitar lessons for Taylor? We're trying to teach her how to play country music. I said, I don't know if I can teach country music. I don't know the first thing about country music. I know rock music. But eventually we did get together. They came out to my place once. But from there on, we met at her house in Wyomissing. That was the house that I just showed. And from there, Ronnie says they continued working 2 evenings a week, 32 per hour. So he never went over to fix her computer. Honestly, it was probably months before I even looked at a computer for them. I did do computer work for them, but the computer work eventually came after I started doing guitar work. It went from teaching her guitar to teaching her how to structure songs. This is a perfectly fine story, but how does Ronnie feel about Swift's shortened version? I never wanted to be the person who always begrudged someone's success, and for whatever reason, and I don't know if I'm even mad at the Swifts, it's just that their publicity team, that doesn't sell as good. A 36-year-old bald guy taught her, that ain't gonna work. If you say he worked with her 6 hours a week, it was basically Tuesdays and Thursdays from 5 to 8, that ain't gonna sell. And then there was another guitar teacher who started teaching her as well, and there's a story in here about Taco Bell, which we'll get to in a little bit. But yeah, according to, and this is what he says about Andrea. He says, that was eventually what led me to part ways with Andrea, because she was just like a bull in a china shop. If you didn't drop what you were doing to work on whatever Taylor wanted, she would lose her mind. They didn't have a good relationship, the mother and father. Scott used to tell me, I got a wife that doesn't love me. I'm trying to help my daughter out and do all the right things, and my wife could care less, so it was a weird dynamic. And then he tells the thing about the Taco Bell, which we'll get to in a little bit. So, a few things. Number one, it is just kind of fucked up to, like, constantly be mentioning this guy in a lot of your promo stuff without ever, like, saying what actually happened, because it is just, like, and as he would get increasingly frustrated by, you are making him a part of your story and a part of your mythos without ever crediting him or talking about the degree to which he did help you. You're making it seem like he just did this small thing of teaching her a few chords and then, like, either lending her a guitar or, like, coming over every once in a while to, like, help her practice or something. When the fact is, like, no, he was a dedicated teacher. He was hired to work with her twice a week, 3 hours a day, 6 hours a week. That's a little bit different. The Swift should have been giving him credit for that if they were going to make him such a huge part of her story. That's kind of issue number one. That's just, like, ethical issue number one. Issue number two. As much as we did already kind of know that Taylor had some, like, demos made when she was about, like, 11 years old or whatever, it has always been brought forward as just something that she did on her own, that, like, she just had these, like, little karaoke CDs that she would record by herself, and then she would, like, go to record labels on her own and be like, hi, I'm Taylor, I'm 11, will you please give me a record deal? Clearly, the family was a little bit more involved in that. They specifically sought out a person with a recording studio and got her to start recording these demos. She didn't do it on her own, and of course she fucking did it. She was 11. When you really fucking think about the story they've been telling, it doesn't even make much sense. How much fucking autonomy does an 11-year-old have to record demos for herself? How much autonomy does she have to go to a record label to pitch it? She doesn't. She's a child. Clearly, someone was helping her make the demos. Clearly, someone was taking her to the record labels to pitch them. And she wasn't even writing songs yet. This idea that her passion for music and her, like, true need to be in the music industry and be a signed artist came from the fact that she fell in love with songwriting. Obviously, that's not true, because this already started. They were already making demos. They were already approaching people to train her and teach her before she ever wrote her own songs. They just wanted her to be a singer. I don't even think that it was even that specific. They wanted her to be in the entertainment industry. And there's some evidence that to them it wasn't even that important of if it was music or not. They just wanted her to be famous. And they can tell all these stories all the time about, like, oh, well, when I was a kid, I was always singing music. We would go watch a movie, and then on the way home I would still be singing it, and they were like, oh my god, didn't she just hear that for the first time? It's like, yeah, that's what kids do. Especially, like, there are kids who are just kind of inclined to pick up music pretty quickly. Like, I also picked up music fairly quickly, and just I'm good at memorizing lyrics. I'm good at memorizing melodies and stuff. Like, that is something that has always been a part of my life. It's not an excuse to take your daughter to get a record deal. It's just a normal kid thing that some kids do. This whole thing that it's like, oh, she just showed so much ambition for music at such a young age. It's like, no, she showed an interest in music. She showed that she liked music, as a lot of children do. And also, look, first of all, I should say that going forward, I am going to make a few arguments about how Taylor's family, and especially her father, have controlled her career. and have been the kind of architects for her image and stuff, that is not taking anything away from her talent. She is still a talented songwriter. They could not have just done this with any child. She is talented, and I do believe that she has a tremendous amount of control over her actual work. I don't think that they're really controlling much in terms of the songwriting or the music production or even like what the stage shows look like. I think that is all like her. So there's that. Like, she is talented. No one can take that away from her. I've heard the demos from this time. I can't play them because they're gonna get claimed. People have posted them on YouTube before, they immediately get taken down. So I can't play them, but they are out there. If you search hard enough, you can listen to them. And they're fine for a child, you know? When you remember the fact that the person on the recording is like 10, 11 years old. It's like, oh, okay. Good job, 10 or 11-year-old. Keep working on it. It's not outstanding. And even though I think that, like, Britney's parents are quite a lot worse in a lot of ways, and that probably had a lot to do with the lack of money that they had, the poverty that they lived in, where they were a little bit more desperate than Taylor's family, because they're fucking rich as hell. I do have some understanding for the Spears family, because when you go back and you listen to like the audio recordings or like the videos, if you watch the videos of like a young Britney Spears performing, it's like, well, damn, that girl is really talented though. Like, I get it, you know? If you had a kid that could sing that well that young, maybe you'd be tempted to take them to some auditions. Maybe you'd be tempted to try to get them a record deal. I kind of understand. With Taylor, though, it's like her talent as a vocalist was just so okay for her age that the only reason her parents would have had to take her to these record labels and to, like, get her hooked up with all these different people in show business, the only reason they would have had is that they just wanted it. They wanted it. They didn't even think that she was that special. I mean, maybe they did. Sometimes parents are fucking delusional, so I guess that's a possibility. But it's not like Taylor showed such unique talent that they felt like they had no choice. This was very voluntary. This was very much a position that they put their daughter into. At like 11. They were already doing this shit at 11. She didn't start writing her own songs until she was 12. And even then, 12 is a very young age to try to get your daughter fucking signed to a record deal. Even if she was passionate about songwriting, even if she showed that much ambition. There's no reason for you to try to get her signed right away. You can just tell her, okay, keep developing your skills. And then maybe when you turn like 16, 17, we can start thinking about like what you're going to do after school, and like maybe we'll start like setting up a path for you to explore songwriting professionally when you're done with school. That would be like the normal thing to do for a 11, 12, 13-year-old. That's not what they did. She got a passion for something. She showed some amount of talent in something, and more talent as a songwriter at that age than a singer. And they immediately moved to cashing in on it. Immediately. And then they're just fucking dicks about it too. Because what this guitar teacher is saying about what happened and how he does feel kind of weird about the fact that they've never given him proper credit, that's all completely fair. And so he got a little bit more pissed off, bought the domain, ITaughtTaylorSwift.com, didn't even make an actual website for it, just got the domain and had it redirect to this article specifically, and they fucking filed a lawsuit against him. And okay, sure, I get you being maybe kind of annoyed, but you fucked the man over in the first place. This lawsuit was eventually dropped, but like, really? You couldn't give him the credit. You're that opposed to saying what actually happened. Anyway, Moving on, so we have the computer repair guy story. They move to Nashville. She gets signed with RCA. There's a development deal. They drop it, which that is true. Looking back, it maybe is a little bit weirder that they decided to leave that development deal because it wasn't even, there was maybe some risk of her getting shelved, but it actually just seems like they just wanted to keep developing her because she was a child. And, you know, like her career just wasn't happening on a fast enough track for Scott, so they went elsewhere. But whatever. This whole thing about she got discovered at the Bluebird Cafe by Scott Borchetta, as many people believe, 14 years ago today, which was 8 years ago, Taylor Swift was discovered by Scott Borchetta while performing at the Bluebird Cafe. Did Taylor Swift perform at the Bluebird Cafe? Yes. Was Scott Borchetta in attendance? Yes. Was this an accident? No. This is not the first time that Scott Borchetta becomes aware of Taylor Swift. And this is something that Scott himself has contradicted.
How did you find her?
Ironically, I was at Universal Records still. And I knew that I was going to leave and start my own company. And I got this package that was very well put together. And I didn't think that it would be right for the leadership of the label at the time. And so I met with her, and we had a great first meeting. I went to see her at the Bluebird Cafe 2 nights later. This is November 2nd, November 4th of 2004.
You have a good memory.
And, well, those were pretty important days. Yeah. And so I went to meet the family, great meeting, went to meet them a week later, said, here's the deal.
So there's that. He got sent a package first, and then he saw her at the Bluebird Cafe, but he had already met her before. But then also, here's another thing that's pretty significant. The thing that convinced him to sign Taylor wasn't really even her performance, wasn't even really her songwriting. It was something else that was in this package.
And it was by a young female artist named Taylor Swift. And it was a very smartly put together package. And there were some really unique qualities about the package. There was an Abercrombie & Fitch catalog that was clipped to a picture of Taylor. And I'm like, well, you don't see that every day. Very attractive girl. You couldn't tell whether she was 14 or 21, and at that time she was 14. And within this format, that country is pretty much a young adult format. It's not a teen format. And while it's always aging down, at that time it was very much a 25 to 54 demographic. Younger females had struggled mightily, and there really weren't any at that time. And so because of her look, of her looking like a young adult, that immediately was a big draw to, all right, if these songs on this CD really were written by her, and she really is all this, I can't wait to meet her.
So really what sold him was the Abercrombie & Fitch ad, which she had done a photo shoot with Abercrombie & Fitch. She had done so much. And that's the thing too, is if you look at everything she was fucking doing during that time to get discovered, clearly this wasn't a child doing it on her own. Clearly these were parents putting this all together for her. Here's the Abercrombie ad, and you can see how not 14 she allegedly looks. Spoiler, she looks fucking 14 as hell. There she is. What a weird photo, too, of her crying over her guitar. The teardrops on her guitar. And also, another thing that was a big draw for a lot of people was the website that they had created. They created this website when she was 12, so like before or like right after she started writing songs. They already had this website up. This is from the Wayback Machine, so some of it doesn't load super well. I just exited out on the thing that was asking you to donate to the Wayback Machine. You should donate. It's a very important tool and it's imperative. So this is, these are the covers she was doing at the time. There's Your Trouble from the Dixie Chicks, One Way Ticket, Leanne Rimes, Here You Come Again, Dolly Parton, Hopelessly Devoted, Olivia Newton-John. They have all this stuff in here for TaylorSwift.com. And here's what her schedule had looked like. This was like her bio. This is her resume at the time. So opening vocalist Garrett Amphitheater. Oh, you can't see it. It's down a little bit too low, but Garrett Amphitheater, Strawstown, Pennsylvania, July 2001. Featured vocalist Pat Garrett Band, Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, Bloomsburg Fair, September 2001. 1.5 hour show. Community Cafe, Reading, Pennsylvania, Wii Radio headline performer, December 2001. National Anthem, Harlem's Wizard Team, March 2002. National Anthem, Philadelphia 76ers, 20,000 fans in attendance, April 2002. There's some evidence, there's reason to believe that some of these things about like the 2,000 fans in attendance, because Scott is so connected in like the finance world, he found ways to get like 20,000 people in this audience. And those weren't necessarily fans of Taylor. Those were people hired to be fans of Taylor so that she looked more marketable. Allegedly. 2 half-hour shows, Nobles Grove Amusement Park, June 2002. 2 1-hour shows, Reading Hospital Benefit, June 2002. National Anthem, Reading Phillies, Country Night. WIOV Radio Pre-Game Entertainer, June 2002. Featured vocalist Big Band Night, Wyomissing, Pennsylvania, June 2002. 1-hour show. Nobles Grove Amusement Park, WYGL Radio Headline Performer, June 2002. National Anthem, U.S. Open Tennis Tournament in Flushing Meadows, New York, August 2002. Featured soloist U.S. Army Field Band and Soldiers Chorus Line with the Reading Symphony, September 2002. Opening act for the Charlie Daniels Band at the Pat Garrett Amphitheater, September 2002. Featured soloist Merrill Lynch Management Team flown to California to sing for Mayor Rudy Giuliani, October 2002. Opened for Diamond Rio, Tammy Cochran, Trace Adkins, and Daryl Worley as the opening act for WIOV Radio Music Fest. 17,000 attended, October 2002. National Anthem singer for the Reading Professional Hockey Team, October/November 2002 and February/March 2003. National Anthem, Philadelphia 76ers, sellout crowd, December 11th, 2002. Recording at Sigma Sound, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, February/March 2003, Florida Music Festival, Orlando, Florida, headline performer for the ANP VIP party, April 2003. This is what they were doing with their 12-year-old. 12, 13, 11, 2001, she was born in 1989, so she would theoretically be 12, but she's born in December, so she would have been 11. And then everything from 2002, she would have been like 12, everything 2003 should have been like 13. That's what little baby Taylor was doing. That's what she's thanking her parents for right now, for the sacrifice they made. This is going to have some audio, I think. Or maybe not. Oh, it did earlier. It did on Chrome. Maybe it doesn't on Firefox. But it had some like music behind it. And then if you go up here, they have Taylor's voice going like, welcome home, or let's go home, or something. And then Taylor talk. I don't remember all of it said, but they have Taylor's voice doing little like sound effects for each of these fucking things. Oh, I wish I could hear it. Let me go forward one and see if I can get it. No, damn it. But it's good. Let me see. Let me try Chrome. Oh, there we go. Oh, come on, load. Oh, it does it, I promise. Whatever. Yeah, they had her record little sound clips for her being like, welcome home. Thanks for coming. But so here, I want to just talk more specifically about Scott Swift. First, I want to go back to Taylor's birth. Her literal fucking birth. Scott put a birth announcement in, I believe, the Wall Street Journal, but in the style of like a stock merger thing. So, yeah, Wall Street Journal, Wednesday, December 13th, 1989, new issue, tax deductible. 1 share, Taylor Allison Swift, weight 8 pounds 4 ounces, height 21 inches, dated Wednesday, December 13th, 1989. Pursuant to the hostile takeover and subsequent merger of Andrea Finley and Scott Swift in February 1988. So I guess that's when they got married. This spinoff is blue-skied in Pennsylvania and Texas. Stabilizing procedures unnecessary. Issuer, Andrea Finley Swift, Vice President, American Capital Marketing, Inc. Underwriters, Scott Kingsley Swift, Assistant Vice President, Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith. Special thanks to Doctor, whatever. Like, quite literally, he saw his daughter as an investment. And I get, okay, it's like, it's cute. It's funny. They're both in marketing. They're both in finance, whatever. Not marketing. She's in marketing. He's in finance. But especially with everything that is going to happen afterward, it is very clear that this is how he sees his daughter. As an investment. So a lot of stuff came out with this lawsuit that was filed by Dan Dimtrow, or Dimtrow, I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. But he was the manager of Britney Spears at the time. That was his primary client. He then became Taylor Swift's manager for a short time before she signed to Big Machine. He was her only actual manager, her official manager. She has had technically no manager her entire career, but I think we all know she does have a manager. And his name is Scott Swift. And to an extent, Andrea Swift as well. But at the very beginning of her career, she did have an actual manager who was not a member of her family, and that is Dan Dimtrow. He then got fired immediately before she signed the record contract for Big Machine Records, which means that he never got a percentage of that deal, even though he set the deal up. He sued because, yeah, kinda seems fucked up. And also, so he's suing for, like, I don't remember what the actual claim is, like the legal claim, but he's basically suing Scott for like interference and cutting him out of a deal, blah blah blah. And it does seem like that is exactly what happened, especially, and I haven't found this email, I don't know if this ever got made public, but there was apparently in 2006 an email that Scott sent to Scott Borchetta, and he said I hate the way that they make these websites. He said in relation to Dan Dimtrow, wow, where'd it go? Enough with the Dimtrow. You asked me to break both his legs, wrap him in chains, and throw him in the lake. I did. I would love to see the rest of that email, but I do not have it. But what I do have are emails that he sent Dan, because they were entered into the court for this lawsuit. This is from 2010. So this has been public for a while. It did start to like recirculate, or maybe, I don't know how much this was ever really a part of like Swiftie discourse at the time in like 2010, 2011 when this stuff was being filed. I don't know if people discovered it at that time and it just wasn't that big of a story, but it started to become a bigger story in like 2023. I don't know what happened that made people rediscover this lawsuit and the emails that Scott had sent Dan, but they did, and they're pretty interesting. Now, people mostly focus on the email because it is insane. There's a good reason to focus on the email. However, I do want to spend a second focusing on the lawsuit itself, because there are claims in here that are also pretty revealing. And I have to say, not just to shade another creator, though I don't care, but I listened to the Swiftologist, what do they call it? The Between Two Snakes or whatever. I don't remember what their podcast is called. The like Evolution of a Snake, I think is what it is. I listened to the Evolution of a Snake podcast where they were talking about this email, and it is very, very clear that they did not read the lawsuit, and I think they even said at one point that they like skimmed the lawsuit, but they couldn't understand it because of all the legalese. I don't think there's a whole lot of legalese in the complaint that Dan filed. I think there's a lot of legalese in the response that the Swift family filed. They are definitely trying to get off on technicalities, but not a whole lot of legalese in Dan's lawsuit, other than, like plaintiff, defendant, stuff like that. It's a fairly easy complaint to like follow in terms of what he's saying. Like it's pretty easy. I don't know why they had so much trouble, but they said things in that podcast that's just not really true. They clearly didn't understand the lawsuit very well, didn't read it very closely, don't totally know what they're talking about. I just think that that's a warning for some other people's commentary, that like if you're not engaging in the lawsuit itself, you don't even fully understand the context of the email. And they had a very like pro Scott bent to their commentary that I don't think is really appropriate when you really take especially the lawsuit into consideration. And even then, the fucking email is weird as hell as it is. So you can find some of this stuff, you can find it pretty easily online. Here's the actual complaint. I'm going to point out a few specific parts. So number 10, line 10, in or about September 2002, Mr. Dimtrow met Kelly Foster, entertainment director of the U.S. Tennis Open, while attending the U.S. Tennis Open. In or about October 2002, Foster called Mr. Dimtrow and asked him whether she could send Mr. Dimtrow a demo CD of an aspiring 13-year-old singer named Taylor Swift. Mr. Dimtrow agreed after listening to the demo CD of cover songs, arranged to meet with the artist and her parents at his office in New York City. So, like, this is how far in they were to the process of getting Taylor signed and getting her a record deal in 2002, when she was like 12-ish, not very long after she would have started writing songs or like learning guitar or whatever. So I think that should be taken into consideration again, of like, this wasn't just something where they were really earnestly trying to support Taylor's passion. They were very aggressively trying to get her signed very early in her life. And then, number 13, artist parents knew that artists needed an experienced manager in order to give artists access to record companies in Nashville, the home of country music in the United States. In fact, artist and her parents attempted previously to manage artists' career themselves. So already they had wanted to just be Taylor's manager, and they realized that they needed someone who was more experienced to kind of guide them. Not even just guide them in terms of like giving them a strategy or whatever, but also giving them an in to the industry, like having someone that's kind of reputable. So I think it also says artist parents told Mr. Dimtrow that they had sent her demo CD of cover songs to various recording labels and attempted to visit them on their own in the hopes of securing a meeting with some executives. So that's a little different from Taylor just walking into a recording contract or recording label office by herself and bringing these CDs. They were with her. Artist parents told Mr. Dimtrow that artist was rejected by every music label she and her parents pursued on their own, and they were told they needed to hire a respected manager if they expected artists to advance in the music business. So, like, they literally just hired him because they knew that they needed a guy who had a reputation. Then Dan Dimtrow, he says he arranged for consultants to help artists improve her skills, singing, vocal training, stage performance, branding, imaging, marketing, styling, etc. Encourage artists to write her own songs, educated artist and her family about marketing, branding, and imaging to help develop a satisfactory press kit to present to music industry executives, and for press/media coverage, arranged for media coverage, identified and negotiated a national marketing and advertising campaign with Abercrombie & Fitch, and scheduled meetings with recording companies in New York and Nashville, including at Arista. Who cares about that? But according to Dan, and who's to say, I mean, these are just the allegations of one man, but what I do find interesting is the fact that, like, even in the Swifts' response, they don't contradict much. They really don't. They essentially admit that a lot of this stuff is true, but then they just kind of go, so? But right there, encourage artists to write her own songs. So even the whole singer-songwriter thing, it does seem like, to some degree, that was a part of just the process. It wasn't something that came to Taylor naturally. I mean, I think the skill came to Taylor somewhat naturally. She was very gifted as a young singer-songwriter, but the idea maybe wasn't hers. Also, if we go down to 43 here, there's other things that they are trying to get Taylor involved in. There's a few things with like Nickelodeon that they do screen tests for, but most of that still seems like it was kind of music focused. But they apparently also, Mr. Dimtrow says he arranged for CAA to give artists the exclusive Nancy Drew film script for artists to read for a possible role in the film. So like they weren't even just trying to get her a record deal or get her like established as a songwriter. They wanted her to be in the entertainment industry, period. Whether it was singing, whether it was writing her own songs, whether it was starring in a Nancy Drew movie. They wanted her in the entertainment industry, not even specifically the music industry. That is just kind of the route that they wound up going because that's what Taylor took to the most. So going back up here, on or about July 12th, 2005, Scott Swift told Mr. Dimtrow that Scott Swift was terminating his professional relationship with Mr. Dimtrow. It was not until on or about August 1st, 2005, that artist through her lawyer sent a letter purporting to disaffirm the EPMA, that's just like the contract, with Mr. Dimtrow. Upon information and belief, Scott Swift held up the signing of the Big Machine Records record contract until after artists disaffirmed the EPMA with Mr. Dimtrow in order to deprive Mr. Dimtrow of his just compensation. Upon information and belief, artists signed her record contract with Big Machine Records within a few weeks after artists disaffirmed with EPMA with Mr. Dimtrow. In addition, and before the EPMA was disaffirmed, Mr. Dimtrow pursued talent agency opportunities for artists, including opportunities with creative artists agencies, so blah, blah, blah. So, like, he was continuing to work with the family up until, like, he was fired. And if you see down here, this part I was confused by. In fact, Scott Swift exemplified his promise of a long-term relationship with Mr. Dimtrow in several ways, including by seeking to procure an insurance policy on the life of Mr. Dimtrow for the benefit of defendants. What? He wanted to get a life insurance policy on his daughter's manager. That's creepy and weird, but okay, whatever. The more pressing part here is right here. Upon information and belief, in or about May of 2005, Scott Swift began to systemically and wrongfully discredit Mr. Dimtrow's efforts on behalf of artists and interfere with Mr. Dimtrow's management of artists, including threatening artists to disaffirm her EPMA with Mr. Dimtrow or else lose all economic support from him for her career. Scott Swift engaged in a concerted effort to create a division between Mr. Dimtrow and artists so as to deprive Mr. Dimtrow of the benefits of the EPMA and of oral and written promises made to him by defendants with the intent to deprive Mr. Dimtrow of the compensation to which he was justly and equitably entitled. Prior to inducing his daughter to terminate Mr. Dimtrow's management, Scott Swift requested of Mr. Dimtrow and obtained Mr. Dimtrow's plans and goals for artists and contacts he was relying on to continue artist success. Scott Swift did this to obtain leads from plaintiff without compensating him for same. For example, on or about July 5th, 2005, and prior to disaffirmation, Scott Swift demanded that Mr. Dimtrow immediately draft approximately 9 different business plans to chart the course of artist's career for the next 5 years. Mr. Dimtrow provided that information as requested. That's July 5th. That's days before he gets fired. The following day, Mr. Dimtrow was asked by Scott Swift about who owned artist master recordings. While not known to Mr. Dimtrow at the time, this request was done to begin usurping control from Mr. Dimtrow. On or about July 8th, 2005, Mr. Dimtrow gave Scott Swift an outline of expected occurrences for artist over the next few months in response to Scott Swift's July 5th demand. That same day, and at Scott Swift's insistence, Mr. Dimtrow also gave Scott Swift a brief breakdown of the deal points and expectations that were recently negotiated with Borchetta. At or around that time, Scott Swift insisted that Mr. Dimtrow put together a list of record contract demands in case Borchetta was willing to give artist any contract terms she demanded. Upon information and belief, Scott Swift requested the information provided by Mr. Dimtrow, intending that Mr. Dimtrow would be terminated as manager and denied the benefits of his agreement with defendants. Moreover, Scott Swift took the information and used it to further negotiate on behalf of artist opportunities procured by Mr. Dimtrow. Upon information and belief, defendant Scott Swift designated himself artist manager after the EPMA was disaffirmed and used all of the information provided by Mr. Dimtrow to defendant's economic advantage. On or about July 11th, 2005, Mr. Dimtrow and Borchetta scheduled meeting times for Mr. Dimtrow's trip to Nashville the following day in anticipation of further negotiating the terms of the Big Machine Records record contract. In fact, arrangements had been made to schedule a photo shoot for artists to promote and market her as the new artist signed to Big Machine Records. The photos to be taken were intended to be used for Big Machine's website, artist's official website images for the first music single cover, music album artwork, and merchandise artwork. Mr. Dimtrow arrived in Nashville the following day and drove to defendant's home as was typical. Mr. Dimtrow had several meetings scheduled during the trip, including one with Borchetta and one with representatives of Sony/ATV. Shortly before Mr. Dimtrow's meeting with Sony/ATV, Scott Swift informed Mr. Dimtrow that Mr. Dimtrow was not permitted to attend the Sony/ATV meeting. After Mr. Dimtrow questioned Scott Swift as to why he was not permitted to attend the meeting, he had scheduled. Scott Swift, in the presence of Andrea Swift, artist was in her bedroom at the time, told Mr. Dimtrow that Scott Swift was terminating their professional relationship with Mr. Dimtrow. Upon information and belief, Scott Swift prevented artists from attending the meeting between Mr. Dimtrow and defendant Scott Swift and Andrea Swift. Scott Swift said the termination would be temporary for the next few months. Scott Swift explained to Mr. Dimtrow that Scott Swift would assume the role of manager of artists from that point on and handle the management duties for artists, and that artists would seek Mr. Dimtrow's services in the future as needed. Scott Swift explained that the reason for the termination was because defendants expected that Mr. Dimtrow would move to Nashville to be close to artists, and since Mr. Dimtrow would not do that, Scott Swift needed to terminate his services. After his termination, Andrea Swift and artist asked Mr. Dimtrow to have dinner with them so that they could explain what had just happened. During the drive to the restaurant, artist informed Mr. Dimtrow that she did not want to terminate her relationship with Mr. Dimtrow, but that her father threatened her, and that she would have to choose between her father and Mr. Dimtrow. Artist continued to explain to Mr. Dimtrow that her father threatened to cut off any economic support related to her career advancement if artist did not agree to disaffirm the EPMA with Mr. Dimtrow. Andrea Swift confirmed what artist told Mr. Dimtrow. Both artist and Andrea Swift blame Scott Swift for forcing the termination of Mr. Dimtrow upon them. I mean, that's just fucking insane. And then if you go down here, although Big Machine Records has assigned a manager to artist, upon information and belief, defendant Scott Swift remains artist's de facto exclusive personal manager to this day. What's crazy too is, like, I can say that this is all alleged, that this is all stuff that, like, Dan said, that who's to say if it's true. The fact is, though, the Swifts have never denied it. In fact, their own response literally does just amount to them being like, so what? Yeah, he told her to fire him. What about it? They don't admit to the threats there, but they do admit to him telling her to do it. You go down here to page 17. And this is where their entire response is just them, like, trying to exploit these, like, specific New York laws that they're like, well, technically she has a right to fire him. Even as a minor, she has a right to fire him. And it's like, okay, well, no one was saying that part. We're saying that he coerced her to do it. That's different. And they say, as a matter of fact of New York public policy, a parent of an infant child, even if acting maliciously, may advise the child to disaffirm a contract without incurring liability. Subsequent law has confirmed a minor's right to disaffirm a contract without creating liability for the person who urged the minor to do so. So they're like, even if he was being malicious, that's legal. That is their argument. It doesn't matter what Scott's intentions were. He has a right to tell his daughter what she should do, and if she follows what he does, he's not liable. It's just fucking crazy. And it's like knowing that that's kind of the dynamic, that's been the dynamic since she was a kid, and she continues to have her parents extremely involved in her career, it does open up questions as to like, what even is her decision at this point? I do think creatively, I think that she does have control of all of that. I don't think her parents are really getting involved in like the production of the music or anything like that. But I do think they're incredibly involved in the business side of things. And so as much as I am frustrated with like the way that her business operates and the like extreme capitalism of all of it, I'm like, is that even her? I mean, it is in the way of like, she's an adult and she could tell her parents to fuck off if she really wanted, but like clearly she has been so like under the thumb of her parents and specifically her dad for a while. I don't know if she even realizes that that's completely an option. I'm going to take a short break for a second. I'm going to put the puppies on for a second just because I need to go downstairs and get a Gatorade. So I'll be right back. I'll be gone for like a minute. And then we're going to read the entirety of the email. Not because it even contains that much information that's that useful, but because it's just fucking unhinged, and I think that like reading the entirety of it will just give us a better idea of like who Scott Swift is. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. You forgot the Taco Bell quote. Don't worry, we're gonna come back to it. I got a whole outline, but we gotta get through the email first. So here we go. Okay. And also, let's note the date here. This is May 5th, 2005. So this is like a month before Dan gets fired. Keep that in mind with some of the stuff that is written in here. Dan, bear with me. I need to vent. Have actually entered this into Ripley's longest email contest. Got your email and not sure how to respond. I can respond as a friend, I can respond as a brother, as a dad, or as Taylor's dad. I know one thing. No one is going to aid you and Taylor in becoming successful more than I will. I am your banker. Nothing drives that home more than your experience with SOL. I don't know what SOL is. They've mentioned it a few times, and just from context, I gather that it was maybe another musical act or something that Dan was working with at the time, or another person, not entirely sure, but there was some sort of like business deal that Dan was involved in that just didn't work out very well. And Scott will continue to chastise him for this throughout the email. And I am yours and Taylor's biggest fan. I will sell a shitload of t-shirts, and that he did. My goal in this email is for you to have a better perspective of how much I do, how much I have bankrolled you to, and how much I have to deal with on the home front. I am one of Taylor's custodians, and while you spend more time with Andrea, I want you to understand why I should be kept up to date with what is going on. We are getting to a very important time in Taylor's career. I sent a very positive email to you, and you bared your soul to me, so I will let you in on what my world is all about. Save this email. Someday you will be a dad and you will appreciate it. Doesn't matter how much you have accomplished in your life, when you come home, you are a dad and a husband, and even Disney trashes dads. Don't laugh. You are going to be in the dad's union, and no matter how well you do with Britt or Tay, you are a dad and your wife and kids will put you in your place. The good news is that your kids are all that matters. The rest is all crap. So you put up with it. Britney's kids won't care how great her career was. It's life. Well, I don't know. I am currently on email restriction from Andrea because I forwarded the Today Show jab that Chuck sent to me. I am not allowed to send Dan an email unless Andrea approves it first. Can you even comprehend that? Welcome to my world. Send it to her or mention it to Taylor and there will probably be a quick divorce. Smiley face. Now I am glad I sent that email to you. I can give you a better idea of what your banker's life is like. Thank God over the years I do not pay attention to Andrea's rules. I'll explain later. Don't laugh. You'll be there. In the future, if you wonder about an email I send you, please call me. Don't involve Taylor or Andrea. Just call me. Andrea thinks I talk to you every day and bother you every day. I don't. But I do something positive for you and Taylor every day. I am not quite the idiot that Andrea portrays me to be. Keep in mind that I manage $270 million, but more importantly, 249 relationships with families at Merrill in a terrible market. My clients average 17.4% in a market when the rest of the complex average 3 to 8%. I am in the top 1% of all brokers at the most prestigious investment firm in the world. I manage a staff. I manage my clients' lives, their money. I have moved my family to Nashville, cleaned out 2 houses, sold 1, handle all the mail, make all the address changes, changed all the registrations on the cars, boats, etc., jockeyed between Reading and Nashville, found out I had cancer with Good Morning America in my living room, had my prostate sucked out of my body by a robot on January 4th, was in diapers for 7 weeks, and can't get a hard-on. Everyone is running at full speed. We all have our own axe to grind. I actually have one less axe to grind. One of the reasons I do so well with my clients is that I do plan. I do look at different scenarios. I always have a better plan than their attorney or accountant because I do talk and ask questions, and that drives my wife crazy and pays all the bills. Welcome to my world. Don't laugh, dude. You are going to be there. On top of that, you and Andrea have no idea how much I have quietly, and sometimes not so quietly, stayed on top of Taylor's career while I am trying to balance all the other stuff. My clients do not want to hear how much stress I am under or what I have done for another client, or how much time I have spent copying videotapes and sending them out when Taylor was 11. It is a cruel world, but we have great lives and we move on. They want to know how their account is doing. Don't laugh, because you are going to be a dad and your kids are not going to care that you launched the biggest perfume launch. They are going to want their bike fixed, a new paintball gun. On the other hand, Brittany and Taylor are not going to care that your kids kept you up all night. I am going to do anything that I think is appropriate to do to advance Taylor's career. Your involvement with SOL does not help me. If you feel bad, good. When I screw up, I feel bad. I learn from it, but I never forget it. When you told me you invested and lost money, I felt bad but could never understand why you would put any money in that direction. Now you tell me that you got your uncle involved? I could glad hand you like the rest of the world and tell you that's okay, Dan, but I won't. The guy had just fired his band. He probably has a tattoo of his old girlfriend on his dick. He had a very wealthy father-in-law, and while I only spent a weekend with him, he was all over the board with goals. Is he a great guy? Yeah. But he needed you more than you needed him, and he should have paid up for your services. Otherwise, it is too easy to walk. I would write SOL on a piece of paper, pay your uncle's family back, the same I will pay you back if DC does not work out, crumple the paper, and move on. Everyone is back to where they should be. You brought the issue up. Taylor is worth your efforts. You hopefully will become very wealthy with Taylor. When you first told me about SOL, my thought was that that was taking time away from Taylor, and it did. You worried about it, it bothered you, but I am not going to glad hand you and give you an A for great decision making. You get an A for Taylor. She is the best and will never disappoint you. Taylor will define your life's work. Lewis of SOL never cared enough about himself. When someone has tattoos all over their body, there may be issues. Or you to deserve your great management. Dan, you are the best. Do not take anything less. Just remember, when you were funding SOL, you were sending me bills from Larry's mother for $118 in Federal Express bills. Go figure. Some things just make you go, ah, that went over like a pregnant pole vaulter, but I bit my tongue. Andrea told me I was an idiot for bringing it up to her, so I shut up. I do not want to be Taylor's manager. We have the best one, but let me vent. How did we get Dan Dimtrow? Taylor's theater group, which had never been invited to sing at Municipal Stadium in Reading for the Reading Phillies, was asked to come out on Oldies Day. Who on the board of directors suggested Oldies Day? I did. Who then offered up the cast of Grease? I did. Who had promoted his 11-year-old at every board meeting to the point that when the guy who was supposed to sing the national anthem did not show, they came to Taylor and said, "Can you sing the national anthem?" I did. Which led to the Harlem Wizards national anthem because the person in charge of it was in the stands. Who videotaped it? I did. Who then made copies and used old contacts to send it to the 76ers while being told he was silly? I did. Who bought tickets for all of Taylor's friends to go support her when she sang in front of 23,000 fans? I did. Who got to sit in the car with her friends while Andrea and Taylor were getting first-class treatment in the dressing room? I did. You will. That's not quite fair. Whose wife thinks I talk too much and promote Taylor too much? Mine. Share my pain, please. Who has made every single client listen to Taylor's latest song before we went over their financial plan? Nobles Grove, Bloomsburg Fair, Boy Scout dinners, chamber dinners, took heat for all of it, but it was part of the process. I kibitz. Not allowed to say kibitz anymore, therefore I am. Who then sent the 76ers tape to his attorney, all the time being goofed on, who was the president of the USTA? At that point, if Andrea was in charge, we would have talked to Kelly, gone to the US Open, and left. Who sends tapes, CDs, songs, pictures, etc., and gets to know Kelly so that she feels comfortable enough to make the introduction to you? Who pays for absolutely everything? Who is the guy that gets goofed on for talking too much? Dad. Who filmed it all? Dad. Who gets to go to New York, New England, in every cool appearance? Not Dad. Can't fix hair, Dad talks too much. Who pays for trips to New York? Dad. Who makes sure and takes days off to make sure that whether it was Radio Disney, Brits Camp, or any event, we had stuff to give away? CDs, frisbees, headshots? Who even thought to put that stuff together? Who blew up 500 beach balls on the roof for Radio Disney? Dad. We are going to Brittany's camp, but you and Austin can't come. Who gets to babysit Austin? Austin is, Taylor's brother? Scott's son? That's who he's complaining about having to babysit here? Who gets to babysit Austin? Who at last minute has to find some place to print CDs? You got it, Dad. Who funds the whole process but does not get to come to the dance? Dad. Who has made enough money that if we have to take off across the country, we will be okay? Who hired staff ahead of time so that we could move to Nashville? That idiot that lives with Andrea. Dad can be a lonely place. Don't laugh, you are going to be there. You'll understand one day. What about Nashville? I invite Scott Stanford out to the lake. We do not talk about Taylor. He wants to see the lake. He sees our jet skis. He wants us to corral ducks for Nashville's duck drop. I agree to corral ducks if he lets Taylor be the talent at Riverfront Park for the duck drop. I take my boat, towing 2 jet skis through the locks, 35 miles to Nashville. I herd and then have to pick up 15,000 little bastard rubber ducks to the point that my arms are falling off while my daughter is singing. That week, the band ran up $3,000 for practice. Was that $3,000 or? Yeah, $3,000 bill for practice. Fired Jamie, but her performance was good for her and created some buzz. Big effort? Yeah. Worth it? Who knows? Did I get to see Taylor's performance? Actually, no, because I was picking up 15,000 ducks out of the river. Not the brightest dad, but she did get a very high-profile gig. I connect with Bill Anderson. Taylor does his fanfare show. Good move. He says every once in a while, someone comes to Nashville and creates a buzz. Maybe they are a good writer, maybe they are a good singer. This next girl has has created the biggest buzz of anyone I have ever known. Get to know her name because you are going to hear it for 25 years. And that part's true. Bill is signed to Sony ATV and RCA. He was talking up Taylor all over the place. I videotaped it. If I do not videotape, it does not happen. Keep in mind that I helped Bill in 1980 in Reading. I sold my $10,000 dock to him for $5,000 last year, knowing full well how much he can help me over the years. I found the pontoon boat he bought, and I was the one that advised him that he should spend the money to clean up his inlet because he can't take his money with him, and where he is going, it would burn, and he would be too busy talking to his friends to write a check. The memories with his grandkids were too important. He has thanked me over and over. Do I talk too much? Better believe it, but it is in your best interest. I call a reporter at the city paper, explain that I used to be a reporter, stringer for the Associated Press and the Philadelphia Bulletin, and I have a daughter who is a freshman in Hendersonville High School who is hanging in every Abercrombie and Fitch store, and it might be a good article. I may have read them wrong, but both Taylor and Andrea feel that I am overstepping and should let you handle things. The newspaper article comes out in the morning. WSMV sends their TV crew to the high school in the afternoon. Is Dad at the interview? No. Did the work, got out of the way. Good for Dan and Taylor. Absolutely. Did it create buzz? Yup, at RCA and everywhere else. How did we get the Bluebird? I stay in touch with Rob, who I think is one reason she got the Sony deal. They listened to the production, went to the website, and listened to Taylor in person. Loved that you were her manager. We go to a 3.5 hour writer's night with Rob playing at the Bluebird. Painful. It is over. Andrea wants to bolt. I go over and talk to Rob. Rob, when are you going to get Taylor in here? You should get your young writers all together. He thinks it's a great idea, talks to Amy, and the Bluebird is in place. That is important because the newspaper article, the TV coverage, the appearance at the Bluebird did not hurt for Good Morning America. Sometimes things just happen for the right reasons. How did we find Scott Borchetta? I was told under no uncertain terms not to send any more CDs to Frank Bell by Andrea. That was at song 5. Right. Without Frank Bell, Scott Borchetta does not know Taylor, and we do not know him. The end. I have known Frank for longer than I have known Andrea. On certain days, I like Frank more than I like Andrea. Frank would get in a car and drive to Nashville to save my life. He is the only one who was honest with Taylor and challenged her. And I am not supposed to send tapes, so I sneak them out. I paid for the computer. I actually paid for your computer. I paid for the production. I have accomplished a great deal in my life, and somehow I am not smart enough to judge what is going on. Frank knows Jimmy Harnon, who is working with Ashley Gearing. Ashley's career irritates Taylor, and she goes to a new level. Frank tells me that there are 2 people that he wishes he could work with, but they are both at Universal/DreamWorks, Jimmy Harnon and Scott Borchetta. He does not think it would be good for Taylor to be at Universal. That was 3 years ago. Frank does a video with Taylor Swift music in his pocket. Sandy Borchetta does the styling for the video. She was Reba's stylist for 15 years. And Frank plays Taylor's music. Most of it produced, I paid for, and have never asked you for a dime, and some rough. He does not give it to her because I asked him not to. She goes home and fires up Scott. But we were tied up by RCA, and Scott is now aware. Jimmy Harnon, who has left Universal to work with Jody Messina, is now aware and blown away by Taylor. He also talks to Scott about her. The whole time we were with RCA, every label promotions person that called on Frank Bell got to listen but not have Taylor's music. He drove them crazy, but I was not, according to Andrea, supposed to send stuff to Frank. The press kit was not even going to go to Universal. Frank called and said, send a press kit to Universal. Rendy addresses it to Luke Lewis, who is on record on Taylor's Good Morning America shot as hating kids. Frank calls, and as the press kit is being picked up for delivery, Frank says, do not send it to Luke, send it to Scott Borchetta in promotions. The press kit was headed out the door, and Frank called. Scott was not A&R. He was the director of promotions. Now Jimmy Harnon, who worked for Scott at DreamWorks, is at Capitol as director of promotions, and he loves us. The Bluebird performance was important for Scott, and maybe I talk too much, but I am not hurting our cause. We would not know Scott Borchetta if I did not have a big mouth. Have one. Proud of it. Wait till you have a daughter. I will get so sick of looking at your soccer pictures, but I will. Dads are dads. But see, I was not supposed to be in contact with Frank, so I had to bite my tongue and do the right thing when I went to see Scott Borchetta with Taylor. It was the right thing for me to not be there, but I want you to know how it came about that he even got the package. Vent time. Yeah, I have a big mouth. Frank could not believe that after all his work, I was not at the meeting. I told him that it was the right thing and that I trusted it would all be good. He continued to work behind the scenes and always will. We will get major airplay in Pittsburgh. I am going to do what I have to do to make you and Taylor successful. I am not going to get a lot of credit, but I understand that I am not a contractor or plumber that does not have a clue how to help the process. Did I have my SOL with Rendy and Jamie? You bet. Expensive frickin' mess. But it all happened when it did not matter. I had the money to correct the situation. We learned about leeches and check references. When the RCA contract was 4 months into negotiations, I did step in. Andrea told me to let you handle it. You did not step in. But there is a point where, as a dad, you know something is not going well, and the contract between you and Taylor has taken so long for no reason at all. The RCA contract was being held up because they were negotiating over tutoring. Yes, I stepped in. What's the holdup? When I found out it was tutoring, I could not believe it. There is no tutoring in a demo deal. If I had not stepped in, you would still be negotiating and looking stupid. Your contract with us did not come to closure because of Andrea or you. I finally got involved. You thought we were dragging. We could not understand why you were dragging, and someone had to get it done. But I am just the goofy dad who talks too much. Vivian got mad because I was the pushy dad when I was working in your best interest and Taylor. We had a handshake and that was good enough for me, but someone, and it probably should have been you, needed to push the process. I was told by Andrea to stay away from Arthur and Sony, like I live in an institution and only get out on weekends. I had to quietly stop by Sony as soon as he made the offer. All I did was tell him that I really do not have anything to do with Taylor's career, but if by some chance the attorneys got into a logjam, would he please call me? They did, he did, and I helped to move that along before he lost total patience. He is best friends with Scott Sanford at RCA. I was able to fly under Andrea's radar and get it done. Good for Taylor, you bet. Dan, what you told me about SOL money you lost, I felt bad, but as your financial advisor, I think you should have been making a hell of a lot more money from Larry. We will always take care of you, Dan Dimtrow. This is a month before he got fired. You should have never had to go to your uncle, and you should not have. I can't sugarcoat that. Do not involve family members ever. All there is downside. That's a lot for you. A big thing for you to say. If you do, you must give them downside guarantees. You will not lose money in DCDC because I guaranteed it. The only way the SOL issue will pass is if you pay back your uncle's family. If you need the money, I will lend it to you. You need to spend no more time on this. But let's talk money. Okay, Andrea says I cannot send emails to you. I am not sure what conversations she thinks we have had, and she is mortified that I would ever think to bring up money that we have invested in Taylor and the move. I am not about money, and Taylor is not, and I know you are not, but you should know what has been spent. There is no money that you spend on your children that you mind, but I wish I had a banker like you and Taylor have. When you say, let's do I Am Every Woman, it was a great idea, but the total production on it was $4,600, not counting the stuff Andrea may or may not have bought while over in Rob's neighborhood where all the shops are. I had to ask to find out where that song and Your Face were. Andrea told me not to ask. You were not updating me. I had $7,600 tied up in production, and I am supposed to not question it? I take my banker out to lunch once a month because I paid Rob ahead of any production. Unlike anyone else in Nashville, when you are called for the outside, he dropped everything and did it. But we pay our bills, and I know how these guys are. We are the only ones that pay ahead. Dumb? No. Smart business. I will get burned, but in general, I will always have their attention. Here's the short story. There is an excess of $150,000 of hard dollars spent on travel, lessons, production, $29,000 not counting duplication, website, not too many artists come with a website like ours, and I know that is not the total value. There are a few months that we do not get a $500 bill from Mad Dancer on the website. Ronnie was worse. I think Ronnie is the guitar teacher. Original cost was $5,000. Have I complained? No. As a financial planner, is it fair to Austin that Taylor is taking her half of the estate now? Probably not. Smiley face. Fucking poor Austin. We see you, Austin. I'm so sorry. This is fucking crazy here. I have to take a break and just give some commentary and remind us, like, when Taylor is talking about all the sacrificing that her parents have done for her, it's hard for me to not think that that is something that has been specifically drilled into her head by Scott because he's doing it right here. He's saying that he doesn't care about the money, that like he knows that he shouldn't be bringing the money up, but like he is making sure that Dan knows how much money that he specifically has spent and why that means that he should get his way. I find it hard to believe that he's never done that with Taylor. That he's never consciously reminded her of all the sacrifices that he's made. And so that's why that like speech of her being like, but it couldn't have been easy for my parents and brother. I'm like, well, I agree with you on the brother part. But are you being told by your parents that it wasn't easy for them? That you really inconvenienced them by asking them to support your dreams, which is clearly not even what happened. Clearly they were doing this whether or not you even seem that into it. The move, delightful it has been, involved moving out of 2 houses and all the crap you have to put up with times 10. The expense has been over $200,000, not counting what I am being taxed in Pennsylvania and Tennessee. This year it was $31,000. Now, admittedly, some of this was furniture, etc., but without us moving here, Taylor is not where she is today. I changed the phone numbers, I changed the boat registrations, I changed the car registrations, I changed the addresses and all my registrations with Merrill. I commuted back and forth from Reading, managed my staff. Do I need to vent every once in a while? Yes. Sold the shore house because it was so far away. Yes, we made a nice profit. Bought for $400,000, sold for $2,425,000. But New Jersey put a mansion tax on, and I get to pay them $150,000, and it pushes me into AMT, see Jill, and I lose the 15% capital gains and pay another $500,000. Been going there for 52 years. Someday you'll be a dad. This is a huge commitment. Regret any of this? No. But if I am the one that has to go into Nashville and spend a day in court while Andrea's in Los Angeles, if I am the one that has to spend a half day setting up trust for Taylor, if I am the one that pays the lawyers and pays Andrea's way and takes care of you with $5,000 bonuses, I would like some return on my investment. If you were headed to Nashville with one appointment with Warner Brothers and you call me to call Sony and Vivian to call RCA, no problem, but I specifically did not call Sony because I knew how negative he was on kids. I have to stay home because Andrea thinks I might say something stupid. Gosh, I may have a different style than anyone else, but I am at the top of Merrill because I apparently know how to work relationships. Just wait until you are married and every word you say is analyzed by a wife. It is a thing of beauty. So who gets called at his office to complain how negative Cliff was to you? Me. Who comes out smelling like a rose? You. Who wanted the appointment? You. How did we get the relationship with Taylor Guitars? Because once Taylor bought her first guitar, I called the company and kept them up to date with what Taylor was doing. That's fucking insane, dude. We made a special CD for Bob Taylor, and I now help Bob Bourbonos in many ways. He has become a good friend. A huge hook was your management of Taylor and their intrigue as to where that was going, but I made sure that they were in touch with what we were doing. Taylor's appearance in their magazine and in Anaheim helped you and Taylor. You have the luxury of having a family that handles the website, handles taking Taylor to Nashville for writing sessions, and sitting in the car for 2 hours, drops everything when you ask us to, and has not burdened you with any financial responsibilities. We are at a critical time. You know it, I know you've been busy. I need to not get my information through Taylor, who you do a great job of contacting, or Andrea. I can make suggestions that dazzle attorneys and accountants. I may have 1 or 2 ideas that you have not thought about. You should know when Sony is paying Taylor. You should know about the process of setting up trusts, etc., and where it stands because I cannot pay you until it is totally court approved. 2 final points. When you talk deal points to Andrea, please understand that I generally do not get told the conversation and she does not know who our mortgage is with, who does our insurance, who is our accountant, what is the balance in the checking account, or how much I made last year. I am not putting her down. She would rather have molten lead poured on her forehead than talk about finances. I am the one that will get the blame if anything goes wrong. I have some thoughts. Scott Borchetta has never been and never will be the typical record guy. Like you, there is something special about Scott. I know you have been molested by Jive, but you are going to tell me I was right years from now. He lives and dies for his artists. This is not from him, but from people who have had to go up against him. Taylor is the way you can get the yoke off your back about how good you are. My dad would not let me go to work for him because he said if I was successful, they would say it was because of him, and if I failed, they would say it's a shame he could not live up to his father's expectations. Manage Taylor to greatness as a writer, one strategy. As a singer, another strategy, and as an eventual movie star. She has the talent, and people will know how good you are. When we talk on Friday, let's limit it to 10 to 15 minutes. I want to talk to you. I want to talk every week to you because I am paying the bills, but I do not want to tie you up too much. If you have a problem with an email from me, tell me. We need to prepare as a family, and maybe you have laid out a plan with Taylor and Andrea, but they have not communicated it with me. Do we take off as a family, or do we break up the family and Austin and I live here and Taylor and Andrea hit the road? What would be your best guess on what happens in the next 2 years? What kind of money are we going to sink in? Now that we can start paying you out of Sony, what is your responsibility? Who is going to be our attorney? I thought Loot was a known entity. I will talk tomorrow. If I mention a Jim Reeves investment, please don't discuss it with my daughter who treated me like I was an idiot for trying to lock up 32% return. Dan does not even know who Jim Reeves is. You are God. I am just a dumb dad. Don't laugh. You are going to be there. Wait till you are a dad. It is a bizarre land to live in. Finally, if you want to get rid of me, please forward this to Andrea. I will then move out of the country because, like you in 15 years, if not now, you will live in fear of your wife. One very last thing. This is the last positive email I ever send you. Now I have to get back to work so I can pay for some event that I won't get to go to. You know I love you, and I will do anything to help you, Ann Taylor. You could have a worse dad to work with and no finances, which of course will happen if you mention this email to Taylor or Andrea, since I am on email restriction to you. Don't laugh. Signed, Scott Swift, Dad's Union 173. So yeah, that's the email. Now, as you can kind of gather from that email, doesn't seem like Scott Swift and Andrea Swift really get along a whole lot. And in fact, it appears separated. However, they have never actually filed for a divorce. No, Taylor Swift's parents are not divorced. That was from last year. And it is speculated that the reason they never have actually filed, despite the fact that it doesn't even seem like they're together anymore, is because they are worried that it's going to damage Taylor's career and her image if they get a divorce, which is so fucked up to put that on your adult daughter, that they can't get a divorce because they don't want to ruin her image. Like, there's so much just about the entire dynamic here that feels so fucking manipulative of her. To, like, put everything onto her of, like, this amount of money that Scott Swift has spent and he wants a return on his investment. The fact that Taylor continues to mention the sacrifices her parents made for her career, even though it was pretty clearly their idea. And the fact that they can't even fucking divorce because they're worried about her. It's ridiculous. Now we're gonna go back to the Taco Bell story for a second, because I do think that, like, as much as Scott seems to be the main problem, Andrea should not get off so easy either. So here's the Taco Bell story. And this is from Ronnie, the guitar teacher. I'm gonna put it on 1.5 speed just to, like, try to avoid a copyright claim, because there is a little bit of copyright music behind what he's saying. Hopefully it's okay though.
Didn't know her family that well until the summer of 2002. In all honesty, I feel like it was more her parents kind of pushing her. But there was a particular incident where...
And right there, he even says, like, I think, in all honesty, it was more her parents pushing her than her actually wanting to take those lessons.
I was giving her lessons one day, and I used to regularly eat dinner there after the lesson. They would feed me, which was nice. But one day, Andrea went to Taco Bell and bought some Taco Bell and brought it back to the house. But Andrea said, nobody wants to see a fat pop star. That shook me a little bit, because, you know, Taylor really wanted some Taco Bell, and she was far from heavy. But, you know, her mother particularly was very keeping her on the straight and narrow as far as, you know, what needs to be done to be a pop star. There was one thing that really piqued her interest is when we started recording. I started showing her how she could layer a verse into a chorus.
Yeah, her mom wouldn't let her eat Taco Bell because she thought it would make her fat. I could go for some Taco Bell right now. Now, another alarming part of that, I've been saying for a bit that I do think that Taylor Swift needs therapy. However, one of the reasons she claims that she does not need therapy is because she talks to her mom. She says, my mom is the one who's seen everything. God, it takes so long to download somebody on the last 29 years of my life, and my mom has seen it all. She knows exactly where I'm coming from, and we talk endlessly. Yeah, that's not the same as a fucking therapist, Taylor. Jesus Christ. And from the woman who wouldn't let you eat Taco Bell. And part of me, like, I don't want to read too much into that. But there's a part of me that's like, is that what her parents are telling her? Are they telling her you don't need therapy, just talk to your mom? I don't know, but like, I mean, that would be a great way for them to continue their control over her, because there is definitely a risk if she goes to a therapist and starts talking about her fucking childhood, she might start to realize that her parents kind of suck. There have been other reports, and this is an anonymous report, so who's to say, but like back in 2014, there was a Page 6 article claiming that Taylor's parents are difficult and controlling. It says sources tell Page 6 that Scott and Andrea Swift have edged out numerous senior staff members at their company 13 Management, as well as agents at CAA and WME. Last month, Taylor's publicist of nearly 7 years, Paula Erickson, resigned after giving 60 days notice. Taylor's business manager, Flood who fucking cares? She is currently I don't care. Meanwhile, we're told that Scott and Andrea live separately and don't see eye to eye. One source said, Taylor's parents are incredibly difficult to deal with. Their expectations are enormous and they are very hard to please. They want to pay as little as possible and treat people like shit because they think those people are lucky to have the chance to work with a superstar like Taylor. Taylor's parents think they can do better. Think they can do things better, and what makes things complicated is that they no longer live together. They are not on the same page and don't even like to be in the same room. Andrea requests that her husband not be present at meetings. Taylor is incredibly smart and professional, but at some point she's going to need her parents to stop before it turns into a total Katherine Heigl momager situation. I don't even know about that. Like, I guess I don't know anything about Katherine Heigl's mom, but I do know from when I was looking into Katherine's dog rescue foundation that her mom also ran that with her, so like I guess her mom is very involved in her business. But blah 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 blah. Another source adds that Swift's 13 Management has had a revolving door of top staff, managers, and department heads, but Taylor has been working with tour manager Robert Allen for years and he is still with her. Taylor's parents were married in 1988, have been living separately but did not divorce because they don't want to damage Taylor's career, according to Star. Taylor, who recently moved to a new pad in Tribeca, is currently recording her 5th album, blah, 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 blah. Now, I want to bring attention back to her time as a child, especially when she was in, like, middle school, high school, and her parents did start, like, trying to get her a record deal, and were taking her around to, like, sing the national anthem at sporting events, sometimes televised sporting events. A big part of the Taylor Swift narrative is that she was pretty badly bullied in high school. Now, if you go back and you watch a lot of these early interviews, it is very clear that the reason that she was bullied in high school is because of what her parents were doing. People were not upset, but people were like kind of jealous because they're fucking kids of the fact that Taylor is out doing like Abercrombie and Fitch photo shoots. They were jealous of the fact that she's on TV singing the national anthem. Like, her parents very clearly ostracized her from her peers to the point that, like, whatever fucking chip on her shoulder she has, this like perpetual victim complex from being bullied in school, girl, that was your parents' fault. Just so plainly. Here's some early interviews. Taylor's. Oh shit. I didn't have it queued up. Let's see.
Country music to the internet site that took her career to a new level.
That was not a clever scheme. That was an accident.
Taylor opens up about the school bullies who changed her past.
I hate her. She's ugly.
And her much-examined love life.
It's been a little bit of a rough time.
And hear what lies ahead for
right here.
feeling she knew very well back home in Pennsylvania.
My mom and I went to the mall, and
I had asked all my friends to go with me that day. I was like, so I want to go to the mall. Do you guys want to go to the mall? And they're like, no, I'm busy. No, I'm busy. No, I'm busy. No, my mom says I can't go. And so I'm like, okay, well, Mom, let's go to the mall. And so we get there, and we run into all of the friends that I had called.
And also, like, I mean, she's still like a teenager here. This is 2008, so she would have been like maybe 18 or 19 or something, but like still a teenager. And if you're her parent, watching her like trauma dump in an interview like this for bullying she received not that long ago, that should concern you. You should not be encouraging her to like out her fucking high school bullies like this, or her high school friends, the people that hurt her feelings. Like, it is just unhealthy. I understand now when she's like being shady toward other celebrities. She's writing songs about like men that have broken up with her, boys that have broken up with her, that are other public figures. But encouraging her to put her fucking high school friends on blast to aid this like bullying narrative that ultimately you caused, it's not fucking good. It's a weird thing for you to allow your teenage daughter to do.
To go to the mall, and they were all there together without me.
Feeling like a square peg at school, Taylor just wanted to fit in.
Back then, I used to try to change everything about myself that was different. I hated my curly hair. I straightened it every day. I lived in fear if the local newspaper would write something about my music. I lived in fear of that because I knew the next day I was going to have to be absolutely just tortured at school. When we moved to Hendersonville, Tennessee, everything clicked.
But Nashville's Music Row still wasn't ready.
Like, come on! She was in fear of the newspaper writing articles about her, which was clearly what her father wanted, probably also what her mother wanted. They put her in a position to be bullied even though she was afraid of that exact thing happening. They fucking isolated her from all of her peers. And of course, at that point, you can do this whole thing of like, she was so driven. She wanted to be a singer. She cared about that more than anything. It's like, well, of course she did. When the other thing in her life, her social life with her other teenage friends, was sabotaged by the fact that you kept putting her in front of an audience. You made it so that high school was kind of miserable for her. Of course she wanted to focus on her career at that point. Oh my God. Here's another clip.
Next up, the national anthem at a Philadelphia 76ers game.
I think that probably gave her a little taste of what superstardom is like, looking around tens of thousands of people and thinking, this is what I want to do with my life.
Taylor found an audience, but she struggled socially during her middle school years.
I had this, clique of girls that I used to hang out with, and then all of a sudden, they didn't want to hang out with me anymore. And I don't know whether it was because every single weekend I was at songwriter acoustic nights, or whether I was trying to do something completely different than what they were trying to do. But all of a sudden, the friends were gone.
Singing became...
And that's the thing that... And they're even saying right there.
Her salvation in these painful years.
Yeah, singing became her salvation because she didn't have any other option. But that's the thing that's like, if you go back and you listen to all these stories of her being bullied, they all start after her parents started pushing her to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. None of them are before. So all of this like trauma that she carries, that she like is associating with like Kim Kardashian, where she wrote "Thank You, Amy" and was like comparing being bullied by Kim Kardashian to being bullied as a high school girl. All of that trauma, it's not the fault of the teenagers. Like what they did, was it nice? No, but they were also fucking kids. You can't expect them to handle this situation gracefully. Her parents are the ones that put her into that situation, and she doesn't recognize it. She has no fucking clue that her parents set her up to be bullied and then benefited from it. And this is from another special. Oh no, actually, it's the same CMT special, but I thought this part was pretty illuminating too.
Oh, no. We hopped into Taylor's Lexus Sport Coupe for a drive through the Nashville suburb where she lives with her parents. In a lot of ways, riding around with Taylor is like riding around with any teenager. It can be easy to forget that Taylor is also a star who could easily afford to move out of her parents' house and live.
I accidentally on another tab refreshed that fucking Taylor Swift website and it started playing her little song thing. Sorry. I'm gonna go back a second.
To move out of her parents' house and live wherever she wants.
Think about sometimes like when I'm gonna move out, because it's a natural progression for somebody going off to college that's when they kind of start living on their own and stuff. But for me, there's really no natural progression because I'm on the road all the time. I didn't go to college. I don't know when that's gonna happen or when that needs to happen. I think that right now, if I moved out, it would be too early.
You're obviously making a lot.
And she did move out, I think at like 19 or something, so like not long after this. But it's still, it feels very illuminating to just hear her say that like it is hard for her to even know where the dividing line is because most people, they graduate high school and then they go to college and then they live on their own in college. Like that is a part of the progression of adulthood, and she was never given that opportunity. Not even just to not go to college, but like to not graduate high school in a proper way. She was already in like homeschooling by the time that she actually graduated. So like for her, there's no like ceremonious thing of like, okay, I'm an adult now. She is just always simultaneously an adult and also her parents' child. All the time. And I think that even continues. Even if she's not living with them, even if she has her own house, she has a somewhat independent life, she is just still her parents' child in a lot of ways. And that is very, very obvious when you go back and you watch the fucking Miss Americana documentary where she like bravely came out as a Democrat or whatever. In the scenes where she's talking about wanting to make a public statement that is critical of Donald Trump and also critical of whatever woman was running in Tennessee at that time, when she's talking about wanting to make a public statement and clarify her own political values, who is she talking to? Who is she crying in front of and practically begging to let her do it? Her fucking father. This scene is genuinely kind of upsetting. This 28-year-old multimillionaire having an argument with her father about whether or not she has the right to come out as a Democrat.
As much as anybody does. Maybe more. It really is a big deal. She votes against fair pay for women. She votes against the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act, which is just basically protecting us from domestic abuse and stalking. She thinks that if you're a gay couple, or even if you look like a gay couple, you should be allowed to be kicked out of a restaurant. It's really basic human rights, and it's right and wrong at this point, and I can't see another commercial and see her disguising these policies behind the words Tennessee Christian values. Those aren't Tennessee Christian values. I live in Tennessee. I am Christian. That's not what we stand for. I need to do this. I need you to I need you to forgive me for doing it, because I'm doing it.
It's just the whole scene, it feels kind of pathetic. Like, you're a 28-year-old woman. You don't have to let your father know that you're about to make a social media post. Yeah, and I'm surprised they put this out there. I'm honestly not at this point because I think that they don't see anything wrong with it. I think it never even really occurred to them that they were showing the dynamic right there. That she has to cry in front of her father to feel like she has the right to talk about politics. And, you know, at least in that moment, she even says, like, I need you to forgive me for doing this because I am doing it. Like, she is asserting some amount of agency, and that's good. It's still insane. Like, yeah, why does she need his forgiveness? Yeah, I mean, that part's still crazy. But, oh yeah, go back a bit where he tells her about the money. Yeah, you're right.
And also, back in the presidential election, I was in such a horrendous place that I wasn't going to pop my head out of the sand for anything.
Why would you? I mean, does Bob Hope do it? Did Bing Crosby do it? Does Mick Jagger do it?
Hell? Come
No,
on.
what I'm saying right now is
Bob Hope and
First
Bing
of all,
Crosby.
these aren't your dad's celebrities and these aren't your dad's Republicans.
Imagine if we came to
She practiced that line, I know it.
you and said, "Hey, we've got this idea that we could halve the number of people that come to you next tour." And the other thing, just from a security
So you
standpoint,
think people-
Taylor Swift comes out against Trump.
I don't care if they write that. I'm sad that I didn't 2 years ago, but I can't change that. I'm saying right now that this is something that I know is right, and you guys, I need to be on the right side of history. And if he
Taylor-
doesn't win, then at least I tried.
Taylor, here's the problem.
I just want to read you what I wrote, and I'm going to try to start. I just really want you to know that this is important to me.
I
and this
totally
is something that,
agree with the issue. But
have
let
you
me explain
heard
to you.
hers? Have you just heard?
Yes, I've read the entire thing, and the bottom line right now, I'm terrified. I'm the guy that went out and bought armored cars.
I worry for her safety as much as anybody does.
And what's interesting here, he is trying to like frame it from like a safety issue, that he's worried about her safety. Is he? Or does he just disagree with what she's about to say? Because her dad seems Republican at the very least, if not full MAGA. So there was a bit back in 2019, Taylor shared a joke that her father had posted on Facebook onto Tumblr. That then outed his Facebook page. People went to the Facebook page, they took a whole bunch of screenshots of the stuff that they saw. Taylor very quickly took the Tumblr post down. Scott then very quickly took the Facebook page down. And then they also, like, people were, like, trying to say maybe he was hacked. He clearly wasn't fucking hacked because it was multiple posts over the course of years. He was hacked for years? This was what she shared. The Taylor in Austin said I needed to get steps on my phone, wrap phone in a towel secured with rubber bands and put in dryer on cool. Put 10,000 steps on the phone watching golf. Feel great. They were right. So that's what they posted. It's just like a cute little thing. But that did out his Facebook page. People found it, and they found other stuff such as, I no longer recognize this person as a senator. Share if you don't either. That's Elizabeth Warren. So sad to hear of the passing of Nancy Reagan. Thought the world of those two wonderful people. I guess, whatever. Something about like a student who was ashamed of her Republican father until he said this. This is the hero officer Leslie, blah, 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 and her 4-month-old daughter. She was tragically killed yesterday while trying to keep her community safe. Share this to show that police are people too. Stop the violence against America's heroes in blue. Blue lives matter. There were more ones too. There was a lot of like immigrant ones specifically. I think they have they have some written here. The IRS has returned my tax return to me this year after I apparently answered one of the questions incorrectly. In response to the question, do you have anyone dependent on you? I wrote 9.5 million illegal immigrants, 1.1 million crackheads, 3.4 million unemployed scroungers, 80,000 criminals in over 85 prisons, plus 650 idiots in Washington. The IRS stated that the answer I gave was unacceptable. It was a lot. It was a lot. And so, you know, what's currently happening with Taylor and her strange refusal to speak out against the Trump administration, does it have anything to do with her own political beliefs? Maybe. I don't know. Does it have to do with her own belief that, like, it would be a bad business decision? Maybe. I don't know. I have a feeling it has something to do, though, with Scott. And Scott not wanting her to speak out. However he's convincing her to do that. However she's, like, fallen back under his control in this way. I don't fucking know. But it is clear that he holds a tremendous amount of influence over her, for sure. There is also some evidence to suggest that he might have had info on the catalog sale, the sale of her masters before it ever happened. This has been something that's been brought up a lot to trash Taylor specifically and be like, oh, she knew that it was about to be sold to Scooter Braun. because her dad maybe knew, which I'm like, I don't even think that that's fair. I don't think that whatever Scott knew, I don't know that that really had much to do with Taylor. I don't trust that he's like relaying all of his information to Taylor. And in fact, they claim that he didn't know what happened, that there was a specific call that he was not on because he signed an NDA that prevented him from relaying information to Taylor, and he didn't want to be on a call that he thought was like against Taylor's interests. He didn't want to know about it because he didn't want to keep a secret from his daughter. How admirable. But I also don't even know that I believe that. I don't know that I believe that he didn't know. And also, like, fuck your NDA. That's your daughter. You know, you don't have to tell her in a way that, like, it's going to become immediately obvious that you knew or that you told her. But, like, on the DL, go to her house and be like, hey, Tay, guess what I found out? Like, come on. Who fucking cares about your NDA? And they've also, Scooter and Scott, well, I think Scooter specifically has denied that any NDA actually existed. So, I don't know. Yeah, however, our Scooter sources dispute the part about the NDA and gag order, telling such an order just doesn't exist. And I'm not one to trust Scooter Braun, but I'm also not one to trust Scott Swift either. So, I don't know. There's also reports, there's rumors that Scott might be behind the Blake Lively rift. I don't know if it's true, but knowing how he convinced Taylor and Andrea to fire Dan Dimtrow, could he convince Taylor that being friends with Blake was not in her best interest? Maybe. He clearly has influence over her, or he did when she was a child. Maybe she has more sense now. Maybe she can tell her dad to fuck off now. I don't think so, though, because he's still around all the fucking time. There's also the whole Travis thing. So her mom is the one who set Taylor and Travis up, which they talk about in the fucking Disney docuseries. I'm gonna get so many goddamn claims from this stream. If this stream gets blocked, you'll know what happened. Oh, fuck. No, stop.
And wants to meet you. And so, of course, I call up my resident expert on Kansas City Chiefs, my cousin Robin, and I go, tell me about this guy named Travis Kelce. And she goes, oh my God, he's the nicest guy. And you know what? He really loves his mom. I went, ding, 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 ding. And I said, now how in the world am I going to get her to meet him or whatever?
I've been very non-athlete because I'm not one. And I've always just been like, well, what would we talk about? And so you call me up like with this tone of like, hey, so I know you're going to not react well to this, but there's a guy. He's really cute. You said something to the effect of like, you gotta start doing something different. A friendship bracelet.
You do, Taylor. You do have to do something different. You gotta cut your fucking parents off. Just like, get a little distance from them. Just for a bit, you know? Get a therapist also. That's not your mother. Please. But, okay, so Andrea sets Taylor and Travis up. Travis is also fucking clicking with Scott, and I do think that maybe has something to do not only with like the amount that Scott is around Taylor and Travis, like he's at a lot of football games with them. He very clearly, this is from someone who is a fellow flight passenger with Scott who talked to him for a bit. He very clearly approves of this relationship more than any of her other relationships. And does that maybe have something to do with how much Travis has been integrated into her career? Maybe. I mean, it would kind of make sense. Like, she's had other boyfriends be a part of her public narrative before, but never in such an active way. Never in the way where it's like every interview he gets brought up. And the Disney docuseries, he's the only person named in the trailer. The only person. But as this says here, he did talk about how much he loves Travis for her, which was super cute. Scott allegedly told a woman that out of all of Swift's boyfriends over the years, Travis made the biggest impact. Is that why Travis is being marketed the most? Is it all because of Scott? And maybe Andrea to a lesser extent, but to an extent. And what's more, and you know, I know this is like a traditional thing and some people like it. I don't love it. But Travis asked Taylor Swift's dad, Scott, for permission to marry her. You know, again, not an abnormal thing to do. Some people do the whole, like, asking your dad for your hand in marriage or whatever. I think it's creepy and weird. But it's especially creepy and weird in this instance. I don't think that Scott Swift should get to decide whether or not his daughter gets married. He's already decided quite a lot. But that's it. That's what I got. I'm worried about her. I'm annoyed with her a lot of the time. But I feel bad for her. I don't think that much is gonna improve until she learns how to tell her parents to fuck off. And hopefully maybe the marriage will do it. I don't know. It's hard to say because clearly Travis is somewhat allied with her parents, but I don't know. I mean, maybe I'd love to just believe the best for them, that like maybe he really truly loves Taylor, and the more that this goes on, the more he'll see that like her parents are taking a weird amount of control over her life, or that they have, and that maybe there's things in her childhood that she should think about a little bit differently. Maybe Travis can encourage that. I mean, I think when you have a partner who cares about you and sees your life from a new perspective because they haven't been there the entire time, maybe they can help you process things. And also I do think that Taylor believes that marriage is her way of transitioning into adulthood. I think that's really the only thing for her, 'cause she, like she said in that old 2008 clip, like she didn't really graduate high school in a traditional way. She didn't go to college. She didn't do those things that are supposed to be like the stepping stones to adulthood. I think the first big thing for her is going to be getting married. So maybe that'll help her think of herself as an adult. I'm not sure. But she's getting married most likely at Madison Square Garden. So I don't know how healthy that is. Anyway, good luck, Taylor. Rooting for you. Get your shit together. We have one Honorary Pop Girlie. It is not Grogu. I did take him off, but he's still here in spirit, obviously. But here we go. It's the dog, one of the dogs, playing Scooby-Doo in the live-action Scooby-Doo series. Now, I almost didn't put this in here because this is a dangerous thing for me to talk about. I have a lot of opinions about dogs. This has come up occasionally on these streams, and specifically I have a lot of opinions about purebred standards and the existence of purebreds in general. So I'm not gonna talk about it a whole lot, but some of the discourse around this dog made me feel a certain way. But I love the dog. Cutie. He is technically a Great Dane, but who fucking cares? I don't care to get into this fucking debate about whether or not he's a proper Great Dane because he has a chocolate color or because his ears aren't cropped. Breeds are made up. And I will say no more. Shout out to this dog. You don't need to crop your dog's ears. Anyway. Oh, but also, again, this is one of the dogs. So, like, something that I do think is important to bring up, and I'm going to try to not go into, like, a full fucking rant. But Hollywood definitely perpetuates the purebred industry because purebreds in general, they're not bred for abilities, they're not bred for temperament, they are bred for appearance, and that is helpful to Hollywood because they do use multiple dogs on a set because you want a dog that's trained to do a lot of different things, so you have different dogs that are trained to do different things, and you want them to all look like each other, so you almost never see a mixed breed dog in a movie because that makes it harder for them to have multiple dogs that look alike. So, you know, I personally blame the American Kennel Club for quite a lot, as I should, when it comes to purebred dogs, but Hollywood also has a big part in it, so there is a lot of, you know, conversations that can happen surrounding the ethics of dogs being used in movies at all, even if the dogs on set are being treated appropriately and they're all handled ethically. Just the fact that, like, it does perpetuate the purebred dog industry, it's still a little iffy. But either way, love the dog individually. This dog has done nothing wrong. He's perfect. And anyone who has anything bad to say about them, about this dog, I hope they get eaten by a bear. Anyway, Queen, I need you to look up the Joe Alwyn, Sarah Pigeon hard launch pics. I did see them. Yeah, Joe Alwyn has a new girlfriend. The Swifties are being, you know, themselves about it. But it happened so recently that I was gonna we'll revisit it probably next week, because I'd like to see more reactions from the Swifties before I make any sort of real commentary on the situation. But yes, Joe Alwyn does have a new girlfriend. And she looks very similar to Taylor, if I'm being honest. But, you know, maybe he has a type. Anyway, goodbye, everyone!